Hi, Crypto Stylist.
And
Hello.
we're
No, we're
live.
And we're
alive.
live!
Hello and welcome to the
Hi.
is
We're
this the
back.
second or the third segment of the 48-hour live stream? I'm your host Matty Allen, reporting live from the Bitcoin conference, and we're having a Hex meetup here and a 48-hour live stream. We just had a really great talks here from KSB Lion and Black Hexagon. And so I want to make sure everybody knows where to follow you guys and to tune in for the last segment of the stream. And then we're gonna have Crispy Man and Crypto Stylist here to help us fill this hour and enjoy our community. So, KSB Lion, where can people find you?
So I am not on Twitter. I don't want to have all these shenanigans going on Twitter. People can find me on Telegram under the Telegram handle at KSB_Lion. But there is also Twitter from us and more socials to come. And those socials, Kaylin will go ahead and share. And what I mainly do is that I help all the Germans in this world, the German-speaking people. So we have the main German-speaking Telegram chat for HEX and PulseChain, and I'm like going through a couple of thousand messages a day, doing voice calls in there from time to time, and then
Awesome.
also our German streams where we are showing all the little clicks that everybody knows what to do, even if there is a language barrier.
That's great. Yeah, thank you for everything that you're doing in the space. Black
Thank you, Mehdi,
Hexagon?
and thanks for hosting the
Oh,
48
my pleasure.
hour stream. And have fun at the Bitcoin conference converting
Yeah,
all of them.
Yes.
Bitcoin Hex.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
So just to go off of what Patrick was saying, you can find all KSB TV information at ksb.tv. You'll find links to our Twitter, YouTube, and all the other platforms that we use. For me personally, Black Hexagon on Twitter, Let's Talk About Hex on Telegram, but most importantly would be PulseChainTour.com. That is where you'll find essentially my schedule for the rest of the year. I really hope to see all of you guys at some point throughout this tour, and all of you guys out there in the chat. Thank you for having us on.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for everything that you do. We'll see you guys next time.
Mehdi, may I share something else? So, guys, everybody in the chat, please take the time, the little second, share the link, click the like button, and also think about somebody who you would like to get rich with. And please share the link with this person, that we bring the community here together and that we show everybody out there how real crypto is and what is the best crypto community out there. And if you're coming later to watch this stream, please also go back and watch the last hour of the last stream. We gave away great alpha right now. And Maddie, thanks for doing all of that, and have
Yeah.
a lot of fun. Yeah, with the rest of the live streams. And now, please, Crispy Man and Crypto Stylist, take it over and yeah, enjoy the Pulse Chain launch and happy birthday, Pulse Chain, everybody again.
Nice
Thanks,
seeing you
guys.
all.
Thanks,
Thank you, Black
guys.
Hexagon. Thank you, KSB Lion.
How's it
Some of the best,
going?
some of the best hexagons we have, right there.
Well, I wanna give you two props because you two are two of the most sensible Hex and Pulse Chain streamers that I know. Usually,
Uh-oh.
when you explain things or when you talk about the transparency of the network, or where you're at in your crypto journey, it's like you're reading the words out of my mind sometimes. So both of you, I think, are going to be a huge treat for the audience.
Oh, thank you, Maddie. That's a really nice compliment. I really appreciate that.
It was nice of you to say.
So, do you two want to start and just say a little bit about how you're known in the Hex community, or what part of your crypto story is?
Yeah, sure. Would you like to go first, or Crypto Stylist?
Sure, I'll go first. So I actually started my crypto journey with the PulseChain launch. So that was my first investment in crypto. So, and then from that point, when I got in, HEX was at 17 cents. And then it was that run all the way up to 55 cents. It was madness. It was a monster pump, right? And
Yeah.
every day I would wake up, and for me, the risk was to the upside because I just wanted to accumulate as much HEX as possible. I'm like, I need to accumulate HEX. And the goal is so funny when I think about this now. I'm like, if I could just get 100,000 HEX, I need 100,000 HEX, and then I'm going to be so happy because that would have been like 50 grand at the time, right?
Mhm.
And so I invested through the whole top, put a lot of money in there, and then I've been through this whole bear market, and I've taken this, it gave me the time to accumulate. So in a weird way, I'm grateful for it because it gave me time to accumulate. It says my audio is a little off. Can you guys hear me well? Briss says
It's
my audio
breaking up.
is off.
It's breaking up a little bit.
Is it? Is it my internet? Oh, hang on.
I can, I can still hear you. It might be breaking up a little bit, but overall, it's still pretty good.
Joe Mama says he can't hear a word I'm saying. Might be my mic. How's that?
Usually on these, I try to like push in the wires on
Okay, let me try that.
there, and there's one right kind of by your face there that plugs in.
This one?
Yeah, if you go a little bit higher there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this one.
Yeah, that spot sometimes comes a little bit unplugged, but
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
I think that might be better.
Okay, guys, just let me know if it's not good. This is nothing more annoying than bad sound. So anyway, I've just taken the time to accumulate and also to educate myself. So I've watched a tremendous amount of content. Crispy Man, I watch a lot. I've seen a lot of what you've put out there, and also I go regularly onto your hexfire.io site. Thank you so much for putting that out in the community. It's such a useful tool, and it has been. I feel so grateful. I feel so grateful to have met everyone in this community and to have been so embraced, and also have so many people have taken the time to explain things to me and help me come up with a strategy that's, to invest in the best way. And it's been, it's been incredible. I'm so happy to be here today. This is a really momentous time since the PulseChain launch. I feel completely different. So yeah, I'm so happy.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the sentiment of a lot of people, I think, here in the space, is that there's a little bit of disbelief and a lot of excitement. And, it's finally here. And now what do we do next? Right.
Exactly.
What now? What now, right? What are we going to do next? It's a perfect question. So you, of course, know this story, Maddie, a little bit, but going back to 2014, when I figured out that I was like a lot of other people, negative net worth, and looking at the future and saying, well, I'm just never going to retire. I'll just work until I'm dead. I mean, who hasn't said that or heard that, right? A lot of people, right? I discovered something called FIRE, Financial Independence, Retire Early, and I worked my way up to a 50% savings rate. I know there's some criticism of that out there from different people about the FIRE movement, but hey, worked for me, so tough luck, right? So it's working good for me. And along that way, I was looking for ways to generate yield. And of course, I wanted to get rich quick. And I said, well, I didn't think Bitcoin was a buy when it was free, and I didn't think it was a good buy at a penny, and I didn't buy it at $1, right? So that didn't make any sense. It didn't even make sense to buy it at 800. But when it got to 2000, then I started coming into Bitcoin. So it's a common story with crypto. A lot of investments like that. But it happened to be 2017, and I was able to ride, that all the way to the top. And luckily, I was listening to people like Richard Hart and some others. And I can't tell you that I sold the top. I didn't. But I rode it all the way down, and I DCA'd nonstop into crypto until we finally saw the launch of HEX. And now, of course, I was there for day one, was able to claim for my Bitcoin, and 99.9% of everything I have is in the HEX ecosystem today. So I was lucky in that I was part of it from the beginning, but that's not the whole story. You know, I've been very successful with it, but I came into HEX, I never quite quote unquote left HEX, but I came to HEX 4 different times. I came in the beginning when I would only consider putting $1,000 in, and I did very small amounts, like ridiculously small amounts, which would have made me very wealthy if I did something different. But you know, we're talking about $5 or $10 a day. Can you imagine? Right. So that's what I did. And then when things worked out and they were, you know, going very well for HEX, I like to do something called let your winners run. I believe in that. And so some people will call that double down. And so as the winner was winning, I went back in further for a big payday. Got to experience some interesting things there with Mercy End staking in order to get more TShares for 15 years and that kind of thing. But at the same time, I learned a big lesson. I said, you know, I don't. This is water under the bridge now, guys. But I was like, you know, I'm going to hold back some because I think there's going to be a big dump afterwards. And well, there was a dump, but for whatever reason, whether I didn't recognize it was the dump or my timing was off, I certainly didn't end up better. So I learned a good lesson there. When somebody gives you a free copy of something, take it. So that was my lesson going into Pulse.
Yeah.
And so we get into PulseChain, Maddie. That's what I've been pushing for the last month or two with people. The best entry I could see is getting a double on the HEX and being into the ecosystem. And sure enough, it kind of looks like that's playing out. This is like this is more like a stock split plus, you know, because pretty soon I think we're going to see parity. Maybe not exact pricing, but you know, it's pretty bullish to me that Ethereum HEX is at 3 cents and Pulse HEX is at 2 cents. I don't know who would not like that. In fact, the people that I know that are also in, they're like, so really, I have all these coins and tokens, and they're worth the same. They're worth this much. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's
Chris-
my thumbnail.
Friedman,
Go
have
ahead.
you found that it's been easier to onboard people onto PulseChain than to HEX? I know it's
No.
early. No.
No. No. But I say that because I'm so hex centric, right? I'm always pushing on the hex. So so that's what I'm talking about, and I get the rolled eyes still from people. I mean, listen, I don't walk around and say, "Hey, listen, I got millions of dollars in the bank. You know, you should listen to me." What am I going to tell people, right? You know, or that I've done well, or I can retire for it. I mean, I'm not going to run around doing that type of thing, right? But when I do talk about it, I get all the normal negative reactions. But people have started just the last few days saying, "Hey, I heard about this PulseChain thing." Now, you know, apparently bear speculation on something brand new that you come in after everybody's gotten into it makes more sense to people than than planning ahead and trying to get in things. So, yeah, I guess I'm expecting it'll be better as we go forward. I don't know. How about you? What have you been saying?
It's easier to just say it's a fork of Ethereum.
Mm.
You know, I mean, because people understand Ethereum and because it's related to that and based on the same code, I find that's much easier. Hex, a CD on the blockchain with a yield that high, people think it sounds like they all say it's a Ponzi. It's just annoying. And then, you know, it's a hard sell and there's still a lot of negative press out there. You know, that's still out there, the FUD. So, I mean, for my crowd, but you have to understand my crowd's not into crypto. They're not even they're super conservative, you know. They buy like Chanel. They don't buy Bitcoin, you know. They don't understand
Right.
Web3 or any of it. So it's quite they're quite backward. They're quite behind, I would say.
Well, I don't think you're alone in that. Because I think people who are interested in crypto are a very small segment of the population, right? They're just not there yet. And yeah, because I get that from a lot of people too. Like, I don't understand this thing, and it's like, Oh, you can't if you can't get past value proposition, you know.
Yeah. And also the volatility. They're like, are you kidding me? Like the few people I got into Hex, you know, when I got in and then went down to like 3 cents, they weren't very happy.
Mm.
So
Yeah, yeah.
I just, yeah, I'm not even saying to, I have got a few people into the PulseChain launch, like my sister, and I hope she's not watching because I haven't told her it's launched yet because I don't want her to see the price, or at least not of the PulseX. I don't want her to see that it went down. So I'm waiting for it
Oh
to
yeah.
at least hit SAC level or go a little bit above so she can say, oh yeah, I made some gains. So, because they don't understand. But she will thank me later. She will. I'm
Mm.
not worried about that. Just maybe not today.
Well, the small group of people that I have that outside of the our normal like hex area, but people that are involved in crypto in my real life. As much as we all talk about it, listen, guys, this is cyclic. It's 4 years. You need to be prepared to wait one step at a time. Everybody wants it now, 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 now. They want to take action now, and I guess I don't blame them. I feel the same way. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be looking at the pulse chain every 5 minutes and pulling up deck screener and looking at what Ink's doing and what did the ratio change? Are we above sack price? Breathing real heavy, watching Sami on the video, baby dolls,
Yeah,
cupcakes.
I'm addicted to
You know,
Sami's videos. I wake up in
he's.
the morning and they're all there. There's like 4 of them in a row. And so I do that
I
while I
know.
coffee. I had to take today off because I'm like, I'm completely doing nothing at work. All I'm doing is like you. I'm looking at, the pulseburn.com and I'm looking at, looking at the decks and looking at, deck screener and what everything's trading at and looking where the
Oh yeah.
bridge is and how the unclogging is going. It's like a real live soap opera. I cannot focus on anything. I've canceled all my plans this week. I flaked on every dinner. So I'm like,
Nice.
I just need to stay home and just watch live streams and just make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yep. Yep.
So fun.
Yeah, and then of course I'm listening to this damn 48-hour live stream, and I can't keep up with it. Like hour after hour, and I figured out what sign I should be, what religion I need to follow, that I'm of German or ancestry. I don't know, Maddie, you haven't been listening the last couple hours. These guys are funny, talking about all sorts of stuff, regarding hex and things. But yeah, cryptostylus. I'm almost doing nothing but this. I had to stop and go mow the lawn just to get out, get away from the computer.
I had to take my dog to the park. She's like, this is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
okay. I need to go outside and
yeah,
play. I was like,
yeah.
you don't need to play. You can wait until the bridge
Well,
unclogs.
yeah, but it's so real, isn't it? I mean, I've been giving people advice on stream for a month to do
Yeah.
nothing, and here I am wanting to do something every minute. So I'm trying not to, and I'm really not swapping in and out of things,
Mm.
trying to ratio trade even after this. But I have made moves, right? Because I am interested in yield and I wanted to make sure I was set up. And some of the yield moves I had to make, I couldn't do until we got in. Like bridge over, I had to wait for the bridge in my PRC 20s. Well, they were ERC 20s. The ERC 20s to be bridged over before I could set up liquidity for them. And
Hmm.
I did that, and then these ink tokens.
Did that surprise you or did you expect it?
What the delay or the ink?
The ink. Well, no, not the delay, the ink.
Well, a little birdie was telling me by the name of Axis Alive that
Ah,
the ink tokens were going to be a big, big deal. And of course, the FUD on that from the other side is no, 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 it's not a big deal. It's a down only coin. But you know
it's a
what?
dumb token, is what I was
I,
told. Uh-huh.
it doesn't look like it's going down to me. And now listen, this is very short term, and the yield does go down. But like somebody really smart told me, yeah, 25% APY is pretty good, or APR is pretty good. And so yeah, I like the thousands and 2000s, but I like the other ones too. So
Yeah, no, it's incredible. There's so many things going on. Do you think that there's a danger right now that on the Pulse chain, because on Ethereum, all we look at really is Hex. And then of course, there are the derivatives within the ecosystem. There's, the Hex, the perpetuals, and then we have Hedron, Icosa, that group. But on on the Pulse chain, we have Hex, but we also have PulseX and Pulse. So for me personally, I'm like always torn because I'm like, where do they're all good. So I know you can't really go wrong because it's all, built by RH and I believe in all three of them. But I find, where do I prioritize? That's where I feel really torn. That's where kind of the stress comes from because I'm trying to watch so carefully just to see what's happening to try to really understand how the market is reacting to the three on the
Sure.
Pulse chain.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that too. So my very simplistic strategy kind of revolves around two or three things. First, I had a set of ratios in mind,
Mm-hmm.
which are about right, which is the 1 to 100 pulse to hex, 1 to 300 pulse to pulse x,
Wow, you're right
you,
on.
you
Mm-hmm.
know, 1 to 3 pulse to pulse x. Now, I may not even I in my head I kind of makes me feel like I remember making this up myself, but very well could have been that I picked it up through all the chats early on. But that was generally what I was shooting for because I looked at the ratios of the of the sacrifice. In any case, so those ratios turn out to be the ratios you need to create the value of how many tokens you would want to
Mm-hmm.
be able to equalize your position. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'm following kind of Richard's thinking in that I'd like to have 1/3 in hex on pulse, 1/3 in pulse x, and 1/3 in pulse. And I keep my ratios straight and I look at that more than I look at numbers, the prices, because I think in the long run, that's what's going to make the difference for me. But that's as good a guess as anybody else. It keeps me exposed to everything.
I think that's a really good way to look at it. I was looking at the ratio of pulse to pulse X, and I have to say that I thought it was going to be worse. It's steadily stayed at like between 1 to 3.2 to 1 to 3.8, 3.9, and it hasn't really gone above that. There were people that were predicting that it could go to like 1 to 10, So I was surprised that pulse X is held. I've also surprised at how much pulse X has been burned. Isn't it over 40 billion that's been burned so far? Like more than the entire V4 testnet in like 3 days. It's incredible how much has been burned.
I know it's pretty bullish, which makes me, which actually that's what helped me decide to go in just a little bit heavier
Okay.
on that, on the whole pulse. So it's 24.73 billion at the
Okay.
moment.
Okay.
So it's really cooking. So you have that. We don't know what's going to happen yet because people still backed up in the bridge, and
True.
good 60% of the value is still there. But it's hard to imagine how injecting so much into the ecosystem will drive prices down. It's hard to imagine that because people would have to sell to drive it down. So I suppose if there was if there was enough profit taking, you would see the price come down. But even so, I mean, on the one hand, there's a lot of PulseX holders are still waiting to get engaged,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have the pulse yet. So it's possible they'll drive that price down, right? It's
Okay.
possible, right? Because if there's enough people that are trying to unload it, then they might be trying to go to Pulse. But I would urge caution probably in that way because again, you see the liquidity is so tight between Pulse and PulseX
Mm-hmm.
that whatever the price on Pulse is, you can just use the ratio. I mean, it's not off too far, whatever the
Mm-hmm.
ratio is, whether it's 3.2 or whatever. So what that means to me is I'm probably okay whether I'm in. I know I'm okay. I think it's just gonna be really close what the gains will be in X's on Pulse X and Pulse. I just think they're going to be so tied together that whether I go into one or another isn't going to make too much of a difference. I think, but yeah. But in any case, I think they're both going to keep going up for a
Okay.
while, anyways.
Crispy man, if you were to look into your crystal ball
Wait, I
and
got to get it.
you would say, when would you see that the gap between pulse and pulse X, that ratio will become smaller? That pulse X will start to really come into its own? What would be your prediction when that would start to reach more closer to parity?
You know, I'm not probably the right guy to ask about that.
Mm,
But
mm,
I think you'll start seeing signs of that before the end of 25.
okay.
The reason I say is I'm not up to date as some of the others might be on
Mhm.
what the supply is, but the burning is such that you could really see that begin to sync up over time
Mm,
because of that supply reduction.
mhm.
Um, whether that happens or not, I don't know, but it sure would be nice. And that just means all that means is to me is this is if use let's use really really round numbers, right? If what that means to me is that if Pulse is $3, right, and we have a very flat ratio of 3 to 1,
Mhm.
that means Pulse X is $1.
Right.
Right? If there's less pulse X and it upsets that ratio, then pulse X actually goes up in dollar value. And so that's where I think as it burns, you might see that. But maybe one of the math guys in the chat will throw something
Yeah.
out there.
Okay. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I just wondered if you had an idea because I think that, I'm definitely hanging on to my PulseX. I value it. I do value it, even though right now it's having a bit of a rough start. But I anticipated that would happen just because of the supply, just because of the number of people who were able to sacrifice in PulseX over Pulse.
Mm.
And yeah, that makes sense. I've been really happy with how strong EHEX has been. It's really because I thought that there was a chance that that could really dip more than it did, and it seems to be really defending that kind of 3 cent level, as Axis Alive, who's in the chat, would say, defending that kind of 3 cents. It's not really
Oh,
gone too hard down for there.
is Axis here or no? Is
Oh,
he
he's
here?
here. He's in the chat. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna use his name. I don't know. I probably shouldn't tell people what he said about it. Well, let's just say he agrees with you. If he
Mm,
wants to tell people, he'll tell people in the chat what he thinks and do his own predictions. But I think you're right. I think it's very bullish. We go look right now. It's the price is 3.4 cents and rising. Penalties aren't too bad. Penalties really haven't become a thing for this event. I mean, they're out there, but nothing
mm.
really a big deal for this. Axis says moon math. I don't know. I don't know Axis. I'm not as good at that as you, but um, he was throwing out, and he has some chats that people go to, and I'm part of one of the chats,
Okay.
and talking about the likelihood of maybe this round going to 4.5 cents.
Oh,
Price
really?
wise
That
on
would be good.
Ethereum. Yeah, in the near term. Well, I don't know if you got a chance to see what's happening on Ethereum, but we've got that wrap pulse out there as
Yep.
well, and
It's
it's at like it's over
three.
3 zeros and a 3.
It's a three at 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna buy it on there. I'm like, oh, it's too expensive. So
yeah,
I
and then
just
you
wait.
gotta
I'm
then you
waiting
gotta
to see
wait
what
45
happens.
hours for it to bridge, right, or
Yeah,
however long.
I
Yeah,
know. I'm just praying for Portal X to happen, but I don't know. You know.
yeah. Well, something will happen soon with all of this, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
But it looks like, because I check the bridge quite often, the percentage, like it went from 41 to 43 in like half an hour. It seems to be moving at a faster rate, but it could
Hmm.
just be me wishful thinking. It's really not. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
Well,
a lot of people putting money into it now too.
if wishes are fishes, we're fishes. We'd all have what we
It's
wanted, right?
86 million though, I think now in
Yeah.
the,
Well,
it's been pushed
well, you know
over.
what would have been, would have made sense, but is impossible to coordinate. Would have been to, have tickets that said, "Hey, you get to go first. You get to go next." Probably would have done a lot better loading up the bridge and getting out the other end.
I know, right?
But I mean, I don't know how they would have carried something like that off. It's also, I don't know. I don't know if somebody else is doing it. I know we have some private bridges, like we said, some of these projects coming up. But I was thinking maybe they'll dupe the bridge and we'll end up with two of them. You know, yeah,
Mm.
because I mean, I'm guessing no one thought it would be this heavy of a load, right?
Yeah,
No.
I agree with you. I don't think people anticipated, including Richard. It's really, the demand is really, it's incredible. It's
Well,
extraordinary.
well,
Yeah.
who here listening didn't go? Oh yeah, he said slow down, let it clear out, and then went immediately and did a bridge, right? So all the people I know, I said, hey, listen, don't use the bridge. First thing they did is call me back up. I just sent something to the bridge. Right, because everybody's trying to game it. They're figuring if everybody else slows down, if they get theirs in, they'll get in ahead, you know? And you know, I essentially did the same thing, though my motive was different. You know, he said, "Oh, it's really slow. You're gonna have to wait a long time." So I went and bridged anyways. Right. So look, how much help am I? Right? I just do it anyways. But apparently, a lot of people did it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be clogged up. So
I'm gonna put a little in tonight, I think. So, and then the other thing I did is I put all my dry powder into HEX.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm really glad I did that. I did
Yeah.
that a couple days ago. So
Well, I'll tell you the pairs over there. So I'm not an LP guy really. I mean, I only learned a little bit along the way from, you know, a couple people, Access, Alive, Hexecutioners, some other people, trusted people in the community because I've never did LP before,
Mhm.
and but I found myself 3.5 years in, all of a sudden I have this hex that I don't want to sell.
Mhm.
And we were coming up to the PulseChain launch. So then I started learning more about LP. So I definitely can understand why people like it because there is some yeah, of course there's danger of impermanent loss and making mistakes, but yield is awesome. And on the Ethereum side, it's been very good.
Oh yeah.
So with in the last week, and so what I'd say about that is there's an awful lot of trading and volume going on. I don't know what the numbers are.
I played with it a little bit on the Ethereum side, liquidity providing, and I had a lot of success with the more, what I guess, exotic coins. So with like the perpetuals,
Mm,
those produced a lot of fees because there's less supply of them and there's a lot of demand. So that did really well. So I played with that a little bit and I did really, really, really well.
right,
And then,
right.
but then I stopped because I just wanted to keep everything intact because I thought PulseChain was going to launch.
Yep, yep,
Mm.
yeah. I had plans to do nothing and be really careful with everything, but didn't work out that way. We launched on a Friday night. I was in the car. I missed all the big trades, you know, but it's okay. I don't need really anymore, right? So it would have been nice. I like winning. Um, but yeah, I kind of missed out on some of that stuff. But I then I figured I'd do only things pre-bridge and just sit. But now, you know, we have the Ink token, and like Crypto Critic had said, or Coin Critic had said in the chat, that you should have known from testnet that it was that you know Ink was going to go crazy. But you know, a lot of things didn't happen from testnet, right? Yet, it may still happen. I didn't know for sure. I mean, that could just be a big fake out. You
Mm.
know, what people do in testnet and what they do in real life might be a different thing.
The
Um,
ratio has been almost the same though. It was like exactly, it was very accurate between Pulse and Pulse X at least.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that
It
that
was
that has
pretty
yeah,
accurate.
yeah.
That
And I
showed,
saw.
I guess, kind of the, yeah, it was, I had a feeling it wouldn't be that much different. So I have a question for you. So I'm on your hexfire.io. And one
Yes.
thing I like to do in my free time when I'm like feeling down or like I want to, you know, make myself feel excited about the future is I go and I look at my stakes and like, I guess like stake hex.today and like it'll calculate like how much you're going to make in yield, right?
Yeah,
From your
yeah.
10-year stakes, 15-year stakes, right? So it's like kind of such a crypto nerd thing to do, right? So I do
Oh,
that.
yeah.
And I've noticed that on, like, for example, on your site, on hexfire.io, when you talk about the daily payout per T-share, you have two estimates, an HX estimate and a KS estimate, and they're two different numbers.
Hmm.
What are those two based on, those two estimates?
Sure, sure. I actually have added more to them.
Mm-hmm.
So today I just published out I think it's a total of 5 estimates now. Um, so what's the best way to say this? All right. So I have all the hex data, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm able, it's public. You can go get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people can go get it. But I took it and I made the database so I can actually go look at the data the way I want to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
In order to predict what we would get for yield at the end of a stake, I had to take the yield that we already earned
Mm-hmm.
and then add the future yield. But to add the future yield, you have to assume what the yield will be, what the daily payouts will be. And so early on, I made the assumption that we do 180 days. Right.
Okay.
So I did the 180-day moving average. So I've been doing that, and that's been great. I mean, it's fairly accurate. And
Mhm.
of course, when we get so far, it's fairly accurate. Of course, it changes every day because the average changes every day. And
Mhm.
so if you were to look at your at the numbers on my site the day before you end stake, they're probably going to be almost exactly correct. It'll be pretty close, right? Because I already know all that's happened already.
Mhm.
All right, so that's how I started, but that's super conservative. That's super
Exactly.
conservative, right?
Because crispy man, there are certain like on stakehex.today, the it's really bullish. Like the number is really big. It's much bigger than other sites that I've where they have the estimate and the
Mm.
payout. I think the other sites just take the 1 year and they just multiply that times the number of years, which I think, but they seem to be working on a curve.
Right, right. And I don't have the calculation that they used for it. And when
Hmm.
I've actually talked to Key about it,
Hmm.
or Kay or Key about it in just in text one time, and then sort of confirmed by Toby one.
Hmm.
Because he had worked on it as well with them, is that they and some others had come up with what those numbers might look like in the future in the methodology, and they
Hmm.
kind of baked it in. So so it's not public how they come up with their estimate per se,
Hmm.
but what we do have is other estimates. So, and this is where you asked about the Hopper multiple. So Hopper is a guy on Twitter, another Hexagon from
Hmm.
day one. And when I came up with with my model, he said, no, no, no. There's a different model. This is more mathematical, and this model is the one that I think will hit. And he used mathematician language on me, which I can't
Uh-huh.
probably repeat. Sorry, Hopper. I can't possibly explain. And but he came up with a different model, and so I've been using those and have published them up there. Now, along the way, we received also from Patrick and Abit a an estimate, which I call the KS estimate or the
Yes, I
KSB
saw that.
estimate.
Hmm.
So we
Hmm.
have that now, and that incorporates their information. I have the Hex is the way information available, and then I went. We've been observing the T-share rate decline over the last month or two. And
Hmm.
so we also have two more estimates that are up there. So in the latest version, this is all going somewhere, I promise. In the latest version, I have 5 different models to choose from. And the idea behind it is, and maybe I'll even do what ifs where you can just set it to whatever you want it to be. But the idea being that you can see the difference between each of those models for staking. Because when I go look, so on the surface, we look at the payouts. You go, well, what the hell is the difference between 6.9 and 6.8? What's that mean? It doesn't mean anything to me. But once you put it against your stakes and you look at it, it can make millions of hex differences
Yeah.
in your staking, and it changes that outcome. And so, who doesn't use hex, stake hex today? I use it every day. I go push the button, I go look at it, I change, I change things, but it doesn't do everything I want it to do right yet. So I want to go a little bit further. I
Yeah,
hope that answered the question, but yeah.
it does and answers the question. I mean, stake hex is interesting that the dollar estimation that you'll make in dollars is quite conservative 15 years from now, but the hex estimation and how much hex yield you'll earn is the highest of any other site that I've seen.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, everybody wants to win,
Uh-huh.
and if we're able to win, that's just one level, right?
Mhm.
So what's win mean? Win means you got something good that comes out of it.
Mhm.
Um, but if you're thinking a little bit more advanced about it, you might be looking at it for passive income, and so then you really want to have like at least a reasonable range of understanding about what's going to come out when,
Mhm.
so you can take care of that. But then there's like the expert mode, right? Where you're like, oh, wait a minute. You mean that hex can be 1200, 1200 pulse to a hex, and hex is going to be so expensive that I literally could just scrape the yield.
Mhm.
right, and use it, and that's kind of where we're headed. So I think some of this modeling, we can use for those purposes. So you can actually get into a situation where you never sell, maybe never sell.
I love this. This is amazing. So inspiring. I think Hex is such an amazing invention. I'm so happy to be holding some and have staked some.
Oh, me too. I mean, and now I have 2 copies, so I was like,
I
wow.
know.
I was like,
We have
wow.
double.
I mean, how do you tell somebody? I'll just throw out weird numbers. How do you tell somebody? Well, I had $100,000 yesterday, but now I have $140,000 today. Well, why? Because I got a fork. What's a fork?
Yeah.
It's a copy. Well, where did that money come from? Right? So it's age old story with crypto. Like, where's the value come from?
Yeah, exactly.
I
What
don't
is the value
understand.
based on? Yeah,
What's the
that's
value based on? Well, the value is based on, I don't know how many people are watching this now, but the value is based on our community and what we,
342.
woohoo.
Mm.
So that's a nice number. I like 342. It'd only be
Me
better
too.
if it was 369, um, but I mean, what is the value? The value is that we opt in. This is a movement. It's, you kind of get to that point. At least I got to that point where it's like, this is more of a movement. I'm not
Mhm.
not being all political, religious about it or spiritual about it, but it really is that when you come down to it. Sure, some of the people listen are on their way out. They're just here visiting, right? But the vast majority are coming and sticking for a very long time with this, and that makes it something more than just some, you know, random pump and dump scheme,
I mean, Crispy Man is a community based with very set tenets and values, that we live in, no admin keys, trustless yield, like, it's like lack of, freedom of speech, like all these kind of things that the values that Richard has really instilled into this community and that he's, also incorporated into all of his products is what we all live and kind of die by. And I think that that's also what keeps it together because it's based on something that's even higher than us and that it's even beyond. Of course, we're all here to get rich. I mean, that's just without question. But then we also we believe in something and we stand for something that's good and change that's needed, And I think that's what it's so refreshing because that doesn't exist in any other community. I mean, I know Ethereum thinks that they're the blockchain for the people, but I don't know. I don't know what kind of people can afford those freaking fees. It's ridiculous. And like, and they're very self-righteous. And I guess people could say that about us as well. But I think that what we
Oh,
stand
sure.
for is, but I think that what we stand for is really important. And I think that a lot of people don't understand that. I mean, look at how many people got wrecked by the centralized exchanges because they just don't understand that that's like goes against the whole reason why crypto was invented, as Richard always says, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think that,
Well, all those people you're talking about, you're either a hexagon or you're waiting to become a hexagon. It's just whether you're going to be first,
hmm,
if you're in that line, and that's how I view it. Them, I guess maybe some of them won't make it, but they're all welcome to come.
so
And really, the people who listen to us and are the ones who are like, "Now I'm only here for a short time," they're likely the ones that give the value to the ecosystem because the way their approach and their lack of following all the types of things that we think about, like delayed gratification and avoiding the trading and all the rest, they just end up losing, quite a bit of what and moving on, and it doesn't necessarily feel like a big deal to them per se, because maybe they're dealing with a couple $100, maybe a couple $1,000, right? But we add up enough people coming and going like that, that's what ends up happening.
yeah. I have a feeling, Crispy Man, that the next couple of weeks, the price action is going to be eye-watering. It's going to be,
Oh,
I mean, in good and bad ways. Crying tears
yeah,
of joy and tears of not joy.
I know, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I mean, the guys, I don't know, somebody was putting in there about the bridge. I don't know how much is waiting to come across the bridge still, but I don't think that's going to slow down. That's the crazy part. I think it's going to keep going. Now, I guess maybe it'll slow down in rate, but I mean, the number's going to keep going up. Um,
It's 87 million.
Yeah.
And it's 43.2% has been bridged over.
Yeah. 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 And so in real terms, minus the OA, what do we think the sacks were? Something around over $1 billion total, right? So
670 million for PulseChain, and
yeah,
then PulseX was just right around $1 billion.
yeah. But the OA was part of that, right?
No, those are without
Yeah.
the OA numbers.
Is that
Because with the
completely
OA,
without the OA?
PulseChain was like 15 billion or something crazy like that.
Okay. So
Hmm.
let me say it this way. All right. Let's say we only do half as well. So that's 1.6 billion. I wouldn't doubt if we see 800 million. I'm making something up, by the way. This is on the fly. But why wouldn't you see 800 million come across the bridge?
Yeah, that makes sense because we're
You know,
10%
why not?
there. We're 10% there and it's all clogged up.
Yeah, I mean, why? Well, yeah, other than it's clogged up, but why wouldn't we see that much sent over?
Yeah,
There's
I
no
agree.
reason. In fact, once it catches on, why won't it be more? Um, the thing is about these green candles, and we all do it. People love them. They love them. I love it. I love it.
I love a green candle. I am not gonna lie.
I see the damn thing and I want to buy, and that's
It
how
really.
we're all conditioned.
Hmm.
So we
I
get
know.
a little bit further along. So what else are you thinking about at this point?
I'm just. I mean, I really am. I'm being pretty good. I'm just watching. I just want to see what happens, observe, but I want to see what the opportunities will be with single-sided staking, right? And
Mm,
then it'll be, I hope that Alex really does make this fork of Rocket Pool because I don't think I can be a validator. I travel too much. I'm just not going to be, I'm never home. So I feel like if I could figure out how I could, because I want to stake and earn yield on both
hmm
PulseX and Pulse. So that's super important. So that's going to be, I hope that those happen. And then Hex, I would just continue to accumulate and, stake and just build my staking ladders. Now that this is launched and once I get the position that I want in all three, Pulse, PulseX, and Hex, then I'm going to look at how do I set up then my life, with the Hex and the stakes and et cetera. So that's a priority. That's why I've been accumulating so much Hex. So working my ass off to make as much money as possible to buy as much crypto as possible because I think this is the year of accumulation and really proud of how hard that I've worked and been able to make stuff happen. And I encourage everyone to do that. It's so rewarding. And yeah, just setting up my life. It feels great. It really does. I feel in control.
Yeah, I was just going to say having that sense of control is awesome. Is
Yeah.
awesome. Um, yeah, very good. I have a validator sitting next to me that I haven't set up yet.
Nice.
I picked it up from David Feeder, and I just need to get that done so I can let you know how hard it is.
Yeah, let me know how it goes. It's what, 10,000, it's over 10,000 validators now. How many do we need?
I don't think there's a limit or a
Number,
minimum.
there's not a limit. We just keep need more and more.
Yeah, I think somebody was talking about there being millions of validators on Ethereum. So if that's the case, we have a very high level still to go to come on to par with that. Um, and then you were just talking about something else. Oh yeah, let me give everybody. This is not a piece of advice, but I'll throw this out to you. So I should have known that this was going to be a staged implementation and that it was going to come in steps. It just makes perfect sense. You wouldn't just like create chaos everywhere. But for whatever reason, I didn't do that. So every step of the way, I've been surprised, right? Even though I knew some things were going to happen. But I started smartening up a little bit. Like I anticipated some different moves. Now,
Mm.
here's an important thing, right? Like the ink tokens. So some of
Mm.
these ink tokens, when they released them to the farms, I already had them staked, right? So all I needed to, not staked, I had them LP'd. So I just needed to stake them, right? Which is different than rushing to make sure I have enough
Mm-hmm.
and doing the approvals and sending it over to be, to enable the bridge and then put it up on the bridge. All right, you said something that's coming up. What is it? Single-sided staking.
Mm-hmm.
What gets single-sided staked, guys? What is that? PulseX, right?
Mhm.
So if you're receiving, so here's the nightmare scenario. I don't know what's going to happen. Nightmare scenario is I get all my PulseX, and I'm like, Pulse. I don't like the PulseX is less, right? But I'm gonna swap, and I'm gonna get a whole bunch of Pulse, and then 15 minutes later, you get the announcement that now we do single-sided staking. Right. So you push the price up against yourself, go into Pulse. And then while everybody else is trying to get back into PulseX because they maybe didn't plan for this to get their PulseX, now you're buying back your PulseX,
Mhm.
at a much higher value,
Mhm.
just so you can do single-sided staking. So it might be worthwhile for people to plan exactly what they think they want to do. I know it's hard because we don't know what's happening. I don't know the details, but we probably assume that single-sided staking will be beneficial. And so if you have that plan to do that, just be ready.
Okay. That's good
You know?
advice. That's really good advice.
And I don't mean that, I'm not direct that specifically at you. Just like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, I better be ready this time because because if I had thought about it well enough, I would have tried to have been one of the first people over on the bridge and sent EHEX over. Didn't even occur to me I would need EHEX. And so instead I had to swap for EHEX from somebody else. You're welcome. On PulseChain, right? So I can do the liquidity providing I wanted to do. Yeah.
At one point, I think I heard Richard say that with single-sided staking of PulseX, that it would be a limit of 10 million PulseX per wallet. So you'd have to set up different wallets to stake. Does that sound familiar, or is that like dated information?
It's dated,
Okay.
but we never say never. There was a time when we first had seen those pools that it was like that. It was limited. But if I'm not mistaken, I asked Gamma about it at the time, and he's not one of the devs, but he knew. I think you know who Gamma is, right?
Mhm.
But he wasn't one of the devs working on that, but he knows a lot. So I used him as a source and asked that question. And I think it was just an arbitrary limit. Like you could like change the limit. So whether it's 10 million or 100 million, I don't know, but we'll find out. There's some game theory around that for sure.
Okay.
About doing that, because if we end up with a lot of it,
Mm. Mm. Hi.
Hey.
I'm
Look
lit, man. I'm lit.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
How are you?
Oh, fired up. Are you kidding me? PulseChain's live, baby. And it's like the funnel that just leads to everything Richard Hart ecosystem that we've been working so hard to build. It's like the base of the funnel.
You look really well. You look like you've really healthy. You've been taking care of yourself.
Dude, I've been fasting, taking good care of myself, and I wanna lay this at y'all feet. I started sunlight therapy a couple days ago, and it's changed my life.
Nice.
Okay, here's how it works. Go out in the sun, lie flat, get as much skin as you can, close your eyes with the angle of the sun, and flip back and forth a few times until you're done. But you have to be hydrated. The sunlight will cause damage if you don't have hydration in your skin.
I see.
So hydrate and do that, and it fills you with energy on every level. Trust me, do it a few days and then get back to me.
But I live in London. There is no sun.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but nudity's okay in London, right? You can do that. Right?
No, there's just no sun. I can be naked.
Well, you still get a little bit of that sunlight. What about grounding lit? Would you recommend that? I like grounding.
Yeah, I've been grounding since before people even knew, and I sounded like a crazy conspiracy guy, but I actually met the guy who created the pin that went into the root of pine trees, and he got the cord to a silver netted sheet, and it grounds you. It's real.
We got 400 people probably don't know what the hell we're talking about now.
What grounding is essentially we are all electromagnetic beings. Okay, you can't separate electromagnetism from the human genome. It's a part of it. It's coded in, hardwired. So when we get around tech and we get around 5G and we get around all this crazy stuff, what happens is it aggressively puts off positive ions. Okay. So if you are an electromagnetic machine, you have to understand magnetism, like a dipole. Each part of the dipole is positive or negative. Okay. People who traditionally live by the ocean, they have a much more exposure to negative ions. People who live in nature, people who are around trees. Where do negative ions come from? They come from animals, plants, the human heart, the human brain. Anything alive that has this type of energy coming out of it creates negative ions. Technology creates positive ions. What do we know about opposites of magnetism? They attract. So opposites attract. The more technology there is putting out positive ions, the more it literally is sucking your negative ion. Why? Because it's connecting the charge. So people who live in nature, people who live by the ocean, and the ocean creates negative ions in the air, trees create negative ions, you are much healthier. And grounding is a way to hack the system. Grounding is a way to actually get the earth energy, which is positive ions, into your system. And I'm actually friends with a company who's probably going to sponsor my channel in the next few weeks. And they have a patent on a product that's crystals under pressure with certain stones and essential oils. And it creates such dense negative ions that wherever you put it, that the positive ions seeking to suck your energy, they attract to that. It doesn't block them. It is more dense than your human body, and it attracts it. So grounding is amazing. And I personally walk barefoot everywhere when I walk my dog. And I don't care what I look like, I'm lit. I don't even care what people think of me. But I'll tell you, it's a great way to spread your feet out. And that helps your posture. It helps your stability. And every time you contact the earth directly, it adds more negative ions. And if you understand shoes, they're like soles that block it. So really, really, really sun yourself, get grounded, and earth. It's pretty awesome.
I will do that. I will do that. Thank you for the advice.
If I get to do it, I'll, so I started this topic, right? I have not grounded my bed. But I thought about it. I just kind of worried about getting that lightning rod hitting and going the wrong way.
No. You put it in the grounding socket. There's a technology where it puts it in the ground of the electricity. So the socket on your wall. They only have the circular bottom part. So if you plug that in, you attach to the grounding wires, and that you won't get zapped that way. It's only if the conduit is.
But I was going to go natural, run my own wire outside, and put it in the ground. So I didn't go I didn't go the other way with it.
You guys, I'm gonna need extra grounding here because we got special guest in studio, Ben Cage.
I know. I wanted to say hi to Ben Cage. Ben Cage, it's so nice to meet you.
How's everyone doing?
You do really, really amazing content. It's so.
Hey,
thank you so much. You too. Everyone here, actually. I know that I'm familiar with some of you, but others I haven't actually spoken to in person. So it is great to meet you all virtually.
Yeah, likewise.
So what have we missed? I'm sorry, I've just joined the conversation, so I have no idea where you were.
Talking about sunbathing and walking barefoot to make
very important crypto.
Longevity.
The reason it's really good for crypto is because my experience being kind of just a savage, just running around this world with no rules, my own rules. When I got into this crypto game, I found myself glued to a screen, and my eyesight started changing. I'm responding to 800 comments on a video, and my brain starts tweaking out on me with my eyesight and my energy. And what I found is that if you don't actually separate your brain from this crypto game, it changes the way you look. It changes the way you feel. It changes the way you eat. It changes your diet. It really changes the neurochemistry in your system. Okay. And Matty All In inspired me super hard because I have a natural health degree for 20 years. And he did this presentation a while ago at a HEX conference on Omega 369. Big shout out, bro. That was one of the most inspiring things. Because if you look at the way our body works, your nervous system, remember I said we're electromagnetic beings? Your nervous system fires, and it has something called the myelin sheath. And myelin sheath is what wraps around the nervous system that goes through your whole body. So there's protection layers to that, okay? And your myelin sheath has silver particles, receptor sites for colloidal silver. So y'all need to take colloidal silver and Omega 369. And what's going to happen is it improves your electrical conduity. Okay, the conductivity in your system. And if you learn about monatomic gold, look it up. Look up monatomic gold. And if you find a good source, send it to your boy.
Will you do a video on this, Lid?
Oh, I would love to. I'm starting a new channel that's all about health.
Oh,
and I want to help us not only become the most successful community, but financially and economically, but healthy. Because, you know, like, look how much time all of us content creators spend in front of the camera. And what happens is the mind actually
48 hours.
Yeah, like my whole life.
So proud of you, by the way. Like, I was just in this chat and I'm like, dude, I've been with y'all 2 years. I have so much love for this fam. Like, I truly, the bottom of my heart, what Maddie does and what all of us have done is for free. We just offered it. I put thousands of hours into this community for nothing. And I realized, wait, it's not for nothing. It's for community and friendship and love and caring and people who have my back when I tank. And you know what? I'm a coach for 20 years. I still tank. You have to be on the razor's edge to have an awesome life all the time. And sometimes you fall off. When you fall off,
you know, normally we would just do 24 hours, but with PulseChain, you get a free copy. So you get an extra 24 hours added on.
I heard that joke.
I love that. And so we're putting this energy in, but what we're doing is we're receiving energy back. And that's dependent on how you treat people in this game. I, for one, I'm ping pong. Someone gives me love, I give it right back. But I also have done a lot of work on myself. And I've realized, like, whatever ego I have is only meant to protect me from abusers and to keep me alive so I don't walk in front of a bus and get hit. That is the ego. The ego is what protects you from walking in traffic and getting smashed by a bus. The ego is also what helps you from abusers. And if you think that you have to go through life and remove your ego like society teaches us, that's BS. What you need to do is put your ego 10 feet ahead of you and allow your ego to protect you with your inner spirit actually understanding, are you manipulating me? Do you have my best interests at heart? Are you giving me love, or are you abusive? Are you manipulating my energy and vampiring? That ego is there to protect you. So don't remove your ego, just put it 10 feet ahead of you. And then the secret is anyone who gets past that ego, now they have access to your heart. That is the secret. You don't cut your heart off and shut it down, but you do separate the ego and then allow people who pass all of your tests. Then you can be vulnerable. You can tell them the truth. They can tell you the truth. And when you actually share vulnerability with another human being, it is beautiful. Okay. I personally love fire roasted chicken more than most men on the planet. And I can tell you that masculine and feminine
Not more than Richard Hart
coming together. You understand that masculine and feminine force coming together? I think that's one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful force in the universe. So I look to maximize that in my life. And I realized, dude, not everyone's hot chicks. So the solution to that was to separate the ego and allow the people who are my people to come in. And I'm telling y'all, if you can do that, you will protect yourself from abusers. You'll allow proper boundaries, and you will start feeling more safe, more energy, more happy. And you'll wake up one day and you'll be like, dude, I'm lit. Oh my God, my life's awesome. This is so fun. And it's because you've separated all the BS, you know?
I think anyone looking to exercise some of that ego control right now is going to go through a bit of a baptism of fire on Twitter anyway. Definitely been interesting I'm sure you guys have talked about this ad nauseum with, you know, a multitude of people. But one thing I've noticed over the last couple of days, that as soon as shit hits the fan, we start seeing people coming out of the woodwork and being either incredibly vulturistic, or they are just preying on the community, or they're saying things that, you know, I guess they're letting their emotions run wild, their egos run wild, and it is crazy. I think that I've done my best to kind of steer clear of many of those conversations, despite wanting to shout into the phone or shout into my PC at some points. But I think you're absolutely right. I think the one thing I've learned, especially as I'm fairly new to the YouTube community, and I haven't really, you know, had so much time, which I'm happy to say, to be honest with you, in hindsight, that I haven't had a huge amount of time to really just focus purely on the content, which is kind of a double-edged sword. It has meant that I'm not able to kind of stay on top of some of the trends that I'd like to, but it also has meant that my ego, or my mentality isn't fully vested. I'm still kind of compartmentalizing my life to a certain extent. And it's probably done well. Certainly now, with we're going into somewhat of a tumultuous couple of days.
It's much healthier, Ben,
in my
opinion.
But
yeah,
what's that? I'm sorry.
I think it's much healthier to do it that way. The compartmentalizing, it's good.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And I think
my favorite comment was, what was his name? Eric Wald. Is he the one who said that we're trailer park cult?
Yeah, which is hilarious.
The trailer park cult.
That's actually kind of funny. Yeah.
I was like,
That is kind of funny.
wrong.
It's hilarious, and I tell you what, it's funny because even I guess coincidentally or not, as the conference is currently going on, for anyone who knows anything about me, who follows my channel, my background is very heavily in kind of the VC space, the private equity space, and this week alone for me has been absolutely rammed with meetings with private equity folks who are looking to kind of follow on the tail of BlackRock. I know that I kind of dropped that a couple weeks or I guess months ago now in terms of some of the fund managers really looking to get more heavily creative and involved in the crypto space, despite a lot of the shenanigans that the US is pulling right now in terms of limitations and sanctions. But I literally just sat in, I'd say, even a handful of meetings with the likes of Sequoia, with some real big kind of OG crypto venture guys who are actively seeking to bring in new private equity money. And part of the conversation that I've been having, and not just because I'm part of this trailer trash cult, whatever we want to call it, but because I see, I know
That's
good
terrible.
projects and that have good fundamentals. When I see it, I like to think I do. And so part of my conversation, part of what I'm bringing to the table there is really having them look at just how well PulseChain, PulseX, the ecosystem, not just to date has done, but now even over, again, a launch period that's had some significant difficulties, which could have shut down a lot of projects due to frustration. Instead, we've seen a huge amount of interest. And I'll tell you this, the analysis or the sentiment of that analysis by a lot of these private equity folks who are new to the PulseChain ecosystem is one of being very, very impressed. Seeing that PulseX, PulseChain is trading and being engaged with to the level that it is right now without the faucet being turned on in full is outstanding. And anyone on Twitter who's panicking right now, anyone who is kind of suffering a little bit of dip envy because they're stuck in line and not able to kind of get their money through, needs to educate themselves a lot more on how this whole ecosystem works. We're seeing, and it's astounding to me, this is part of where I'm trying to keep a handle on my emotions when I'm looking at Twitter. And I'm seeing kind of the other side of the tables with the real big money that's planning to come into this ecosystem now. Not just this ecosystem, but this is certainly on the table. And then I'm seeing some of the influencers who should know better, but are kind of hedging their bets and kind of, with a bunch of I told you so's with lower launch prices and lowering their expectations on where they think these projects are going to go.
No.
And the fundamentals are exactly the same. It's hilarious to me. And I get it. It's a lot easier or a lot more of a favorable position if in a year's time, for instance, they're able to kind of relay back to their very, very conservative estimates. No one's going to be pissed off that, we overshot those, but they're all worried to kind of sit back and still push the narrative of the real bullish expectations and assumptions a lot of us had, because of this slight kind of delay, this slight hiccup. And it's hilarious to me. If they only knew the conversations, the economic energy coming to crypto, even in the handful of conversations I've had this week, and I am not leading the charge in that respect at all, but just being part of these conversations and seeing the huge influx of planned revenue they want to inject into a lot of this stuff is hugely ambitious. And I think that anyone who's listening to this now should feel very, very good. I'm going to go on record now and say that a lot of the very, very big expectations we had from the get-go with this ecosystem have a very likely, in my mind, a very likely chance of coming to fruition, because nothing has slowed down here. We just are, we have a very tiny sample set of data right now that is by no means representing the sentiment or the interest. And we shouldn't be planning any kind of price action going forward from here. So,
yeah, we were just talking a few minutes ago about what might be coming across the bridge, and what we've seen so far, and just throughout there that you would, this is super conservative. Why wouldn't we see half or more of what came into PulseChain in the first place and PulseX? Maybe 5 times more, 10 times more, but that's out there. But why wouldn't we see another billion? I mean, if the people involved were able to scrape up 1.5 billion, a lot more money out there than that.
There really is. And I think right now, in my opinion, and obviously, you know, we can all make assumptions on kind of where the timing came into play and what this means right now to be launching just before we hedge into, you know, a new realm of crypto where, you know, a lot of these folks the traditional finance guys who weren't necessarily leveraging the crypto space in the way that they intend to going forward, crypto is going to grow exponentially anyway. I mean, we would anticipate it growing, you know, whatever the estimates were, 5-10x from the last bull run. I think it's going to be even more than that. We have a lot of money coming in that a lot of folks weren't anticipating kind of having access to crypto so soon. A lot of the investment managers that I'm in touch with, even friends of mine who, you know, have been really working around the clock in terms of trying to set their own ducks in a row to find creative means. And there is some really cool stuff I'd love to say. We're under like an NDA with a lot of this stuff, but I'm really hoping that, you know, not just through my channel, but doing streams with all of you guys too, to help shed a light on this whenever we get the green light, which I don't anticipate being very long. So it sounds very mysterious right now, just to say that we have a lot of this private equity money coming in very creative ways. It's going to happen, and it doesn't really matter. And it's almost better if that isn't kind of let out of the bag right now, because as soon as, you know, certainly from a PulseChain perspective, as we roll past, you know, the next couple of weeks and months, then we start kind of getting a lot more excitement in the space. I really think that's going to be fantastic for price appreciation in general.
So much of what you just said is just badass and right on point. And I had to physically hold myself back from jumping in. I physically was like, just let him finish, let him fully expound his thoughts. This is gold. Okay. I'm from the Silicon Valley, y'all. I'm in the Bay Area. And if you take a radius, I'm talking 1 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, a radius of a circle, and you drop it where I live in the wealthiest part of the entire planet. You cannot take that circle anywhere else and have it equate to more money. Why? It's called Silicon Valley for a reason, y'all. The silicon computer chip was invented here. The tech companies live here. So where do you think innovation happens? Think about it. Where do you think companies from all over the world want to be? They want to be here, okay? So when he's talking about these big dogs, these equity holders, these private firms, I call them big dogs because they have a much bigger stack than the regular dudes. And let's use Eric Wall's analogy, all right? I'm going to flex on this, and you're going to be proud, all right? Imagine a bunch of kids from a rich neighborhood who were privileged, and they have tons of money. Money's never an issue. What happens to those kids? They get spoiled as hell, all right? And they turn into a certain psychology, all right? Think about that. You know people like that. Now, imagine the trailer park where you're growing up in the hood, and it's all hectic, and people are fighting and clawing and scratching to survive, and there's divorces and there's trauma, and you have to grow up around a lot of adversity, okay? If there is a group of young, spoiled, rich kids who are coming to kick your ass, and there is a group of trailer park kids coming to kick your ass, who are you more scared of? Seriously. I would be way more afraid of these trailer park kids coming to kick my ass. So if you understand that this community, to use his example, is a bunch of trailer park kids, yes, awesome. We all pooled our money. Not a lot of us were rich. Some of us sacked $500, some $5,000, but there's strength in numbers. And if you understand loyalty, those trailer park people suffered a lot more. So they understand loyalty better. Now, that is a foundation of the community, is one level, but there's levels to this game. So what started small eventually gets more attention. Look at Twitter. All right. I just made a tweet. Guess what? Guess what was there, y'all? 1.27 million tweets for PulseChain. 1.2 million tweets for PulseChain and PulseX. So what does that mean? That means that whatever started small is now grown. It's called the network effect. And let me tell you something. We were just on CoinGecko. Then we got delisted. And guess what? There was an outcry from this community, okay? And we were relisted yesterday. Now, for anyone who's been in this game, who knows about CoinMarketCap, it's like rivals. Big shout out to Johnny Chaos, who always is calling them out so hard, all right? They just listed us. They just listed PLS on CoinMarketCap. Why? You have to ask yourself, why? How did we start as this little trailer park group that has gone bigger and bigger. And now they're listing us. I'll tell you why. It's because they know, they pay attention to metrics, and the metrics don't lie. When tweets add up in the millions, that's over 2 million tweets just for this community. And if every single one of you starts tagging all your tweets, it's going to be 4 million. All right. They are forced to pay attention to us. And when there's levels to this game, y'all, when they're forced to pay attention, you got dudes like Ben who are like, hey, I can't talk about it, I'm under NDA. But private equity holders are taking notice, and some cool stuff is in the pipeline. Think about that, y'all. The people who are the most bullish on this project, we got hated on. I'm one of them. We got hated on when there was gaps in the timeline, when things didn't come out as we thought, when the bridge gets clogged. But guess what? If you take a step back and you realize that there's so much game theory put to this, and there's incredibly smart people running this project, and what may appear to be off may not be. Then you talk about the lost opportunity cost because, oh, I missed the dip. I want to FOMO the dip and I missed it. Guess what, y'all? There's whales in this game, all right, with 2.5x multipliers that haven't done anything yet, okay? And when they recover their cost basis, you mark my words, we're going to have a chart that goes up and down for a while, and you're going to get another opportunity. So don't freak out. We haven't seen what the whales are going to do yet. And you have to remember there's whales in this game. The last part is understanding the foundation, understanding how the network effect is taking place, understanding that the coin ranking sites can no longer avoid our cries of unfair gatekeeping. They cannot. There's too much attention. We're going to expose that they're frauds, and they don't want that. Why? Because ultimately they're a business. And if they fall out of public favor, they tank. No one will trust them. The minute no one trusts them in the mass populace, they go down. They know this. There's people who are smart at these companies. So what we have done, starting with HEX, okay? Starting with HEX getting smashed on and gatekept, we've turned to PulseChain. Now PulseChain's blowing up the scene. PulseX is blowing up the scene. Number 4 DEX in 4 days in the whole world. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, y'all? We are blowing up. And this is what? We're 5 days old. We're not even getting started. You mark my words. Wait till the private equity fund come in. Wait till private investors realize this is legit. Wait till there's a dip in the chart. Watch what happens. There's going to be whales who sell. And when that price tanks, they're going to rebuy. Are you kidding me? Of course they're going to rebuy because they know they're holding gold. What are they doing? They're just covering their cost basis. So if you follow this chart and you keep a bag and you DCA to hit the bottom, remember HEX. HEX launched and it did a 150x, okay? At the bottom, it did a 10,000x. Remember that. Learn from the HEX chart and you're going to crush this game. Telling you, people know this. People like Ben know this. I know this. I'm in the Silicon Valley. I'm setting up meetings with big dogs, all right? And I'm talking to two of my favorite people in this community who are at the top. And we're all going to go attack it. Why? Because I have the fire inside. I know I'm on the winning space with the winning ticket, and I want to spread the love so that we can change this world for the better, because we truly are the best community in crypto. And I had to get that out from what you were saying. I held it back, but boom.
You hit the nail on the head there. And I mean, it's important to draw a definition or I guess highlight the difference between an institutional investor and a retail investor, right? The institutional investments aren't going to happen until we have a larger sample set. If you hear the likes of even some of the original kind of VC groups, like, the Panteras of the world, talking about, the facilitators that they want to put into action on this chain, or and other chains too, but on PulseChain. I mean, these are all a lot of projects, a lot of catalysts that will invoke a lot of engagement. Just from a straight investment perspective, there's no such thing as, or rather, there's a very different attitude to looking to buy the lowest dip. There is a more of a proof point and a optimism when looking at something around a 5x or a 10x, for example. Even though this is the crypto space, even though we're very early, and every man and his dog from a retail perspective wants to get 1,000 to 10,000x, that simply doesn't happen with institutional investments because they're seeking and sourcing a lot of funds. There are so many checks and balances in place, as you would imagine, that are required for that entity to go through in order to group these funds together. And so what we're going to see is that, a lot of this big institutional direct purchasing is probably going to, 12 to 18 months down the road. That doesn't mean that we're not going to see some real monumental price movement in the interim, because there's enough money in the game from a retail perspective. And certainly a lot of these institutions will break their funds down into, individual investments. But quite simply, those, the big millions that will be coming into this project, even more than we were anticipating, I think, is going to take place once those checks and balances kind of pass through the litmus test, which, for us, it's easy to assume that that's a litmus test that's very easily going to be passed, because we have faith in the community, we have faith in the founder, we have a lot of use cases that have already taken place in, the blue chips, the Bitcoin, Ethereum, even the Cardanos of the world that have kind of gone through the ringer. We know what unique selling points resonate the most, certainly from a retail perspective. But then when we start veering into transactions, when we start looking at really what that network effect is going to have with new companies, new projects, the ease and the expense involved in facilitating a lot of that stuff, this is all very, very appealing to big institutional purchases. And so while I think the initial investment from these groups sounds to me anyway, from a lot of the conversations I've been privy to, are more from a development perspective. Again, there's some, and it's hard to put this into context without trying to give as much detail in some of this, the sentiment that I'm hearing, but it really falls down to creative ways of circumventing some of the SEC stuff, as you would imagine as well. So a lot of that is falling to development of projects of various other kind of facilitators on chain that itself will bring in capital, and therefore indirectly is going to have that knock-on effect to direct pricing with PulseChain, PulseX, for example, and HEX. But I really do think that it's only a matter of time until it's seen as a direct asset purchase, which is rare right now in crypto. I mean, it is rare. We don't have too many of these institutions buying anything really, apart from the VC groups that are doing their initial investment from a way different perspective. The traditional money, they're hedging with Bitcoin, they're hedging with Ethereum. That's pretty much where it ends right now. And I really do think that for the first time in a long time, since those two major blue chips have come to market, we have another budding blue chip that is presenting itself very, very nicely for that direct investment too. And so there's so many variables over the next 2 years even, right, that are going to play a massive impact on just how much this economy grows. But to me, and I've said this a million times, but the writing is on the wall. The conversations are happening right now in all the right ways that we want to see. And I see it a case of pulling a lot of market share from Ethereum, pulling a lot of market share from Bitcoin, because with this vertically integrated kind of environment that we have a store of value, we have a facilitator coin, and we have a DEX that's hopefully going to continue grabbing more and more of that swapping trading world as well. And so it's very bullish. You're right. It's very, very bullish, and that's everything just completely aside from the excitement we're seeing on Twitter right now, strictly from a retail investment perspective, which is far bigger than anything that I've seen. Albeit, I guess Ethereum came to market at a time where everyone was a lot less crypto savvy. There wasn't such a huge, world in general when it comes to, building, developing, all of that stuff. But we're seeing that these conferences and events are getting bigger and bigger every single year on their own. And that's mainly driven by, a lot of the retail interest. So yeah, I mean, there was a ton, and I'm so excited, and I'm the same as you, I'm kind of chomping at the bit here to talk about a lot of really exciting stuff that, I'm really hoping, and the aim was always for my channel, especially to kind of come to the market and fill that void between traditional finance and the crypto space, which is shrinking. It really is. I think that all of the things that we've seen going on recently with, huge inflation, we're seeing a lot of these banks going down. It's all playing into the same narrative, and that is that crypto means more control. It means means a better investment asset class, to be quite honest as well, and it's also there's a lot of selling points right now that we knew were in place. We knew the importance of decentralized finance. We knew the importance of your own keys, being in control of your assets. But now, as a silver lining to a lot of the shitty stuff that's happened, we do have a lot of world events that are playing more and more heavily into those selling points. And so it's all boding well. And that's, again, and so much stuff going on, but we have the global reserve currency in flux as well. So, if Russia, China, and the rest of the BRICS get their way, then we're definitely going to see a change up. And, whether you're a proponent of these centralized tokens or not, these centralized banking scenarios that we're looking at, it does ultimately probably mean a big push into crypto for many folks. And so there's always positives to be taken. And while it may seem to a lot of people who are kind of getting stuck on the veneer of the news that we're seeing right now, digging a little deeper, getting in the trenches there, I think that a lot of this does bode well, however it comes to fruition for crypto. And that's kind of what we care about right now. We're not going to have the same opportunity in 5 years, 10 years. We're going to be in a very different scenario. But right now, for anyone looking to get involved, certainly in the ecosystem we're all a massive fan of, it's one of the best opportunities ever. Yeah, it sucks if, 5 years' time, someone wants to come to the crypto space for the first time. It's going to be diminishing returns as always, but I think that's going to probably be rapidly kind of evolved, just due to the fact that, entities like the SEC, and they're not going to be the only ones, other countries are going to jump on the same bandwagon, but they're going to want to bring control. They're going to want to push their own narratives. And so now is kind of that sweet spot, in my opinion.
Yes.
We have almost
2 years.
Storm.
Yeah. This is the chance. I think this is the last, not the last, but this is the a time when we go into this next bull market, the gains, it's diminishing with every bull market, right? The amount of gains you can make because the ship gets bigger. So it's harder to, it'll be so exciting to be a part of it this time. I think the next time and the next bear and then into that bull, there'll be even less opportunity. But I think that, and it's not only timing, but just also the projects launching with PulseChain launching. I think that this is probably one of the most exciting times to be in crypto and definitely to be a part of this ecosystem. And I think that in 5-10 years, you'll be at parties and people want to talk to you because you were a part of this launch. Literally, because I was at an event with the Serpentine Museum with like all these, crazy art people and fashion people and finance people. And I met a girl who got into Bitcoin at, I don't know, $5, or I don't know if it ever goes that cheap, but she was in really, really, really early. And she's obviously she's a billionaire, and everyone was just clamoring around her, wanting to be her friend and wanting to be around her because she was so early into Bitcoin. This is like during the bull market. So we are a part of this, and we're a very small group who are a part of this, and it's going to be, we are making history. And that's what I think is just so, it's incredible.
It's so motivating talking to other people who share. I can't believe I've waited so long to start streaming, because usually when I'm having these conversations, they're either very work related. And so obviously you try to go home and unwind, and it's very rarely purely done through passion or interest. And then I have my other group of friends who are very traditional financy and less inclined, or have traditionally been less inclined to talk all things crypto. So you feel like you're in a bit of an echo chamber. But it's so good when you jump on streams like this and everyone kind of sees the same vision, because whoever's not seeing that vision right now is going to get left behind, whether they know it or not.
Crispy, do you have anything to add? Because I am holding my fire back. I need to stream with you, Ben. You ignite me, and we need to stream. Crispy, lay it at it, because I got some fire I'm about to spew.
I need some of your energy, man. I'm way too laid back.
Screen's about to explode, Lit.
I'm like, oh god.
It's like I'm feeling. Oh, it's this way. I'm feeling the heat coming.
I got the neck vein.
Yeah, it's coming over. I can see you vibrating in your chair. Well, I'll just say this. I'm hearing what everybody's saying, and I also believe that we're going to see this. Go ahead, take it away, Lit.
All right, let me break this down, y'all.
First, let me jump in really quick. Yeah. What I want to say is that the Bitcoin conference is getting ready to get out. Okay. And that means that there's going to be like 2,400 people looking for their next live stream to be watching. So probably in between now and maybe like 10 minutes from now, we might, we might get a chance to be speaking to not only ourselves and people who understand the value of PulseChain and PulseX and HEX, but even a larger audience than that. And so, I'm excited to hear, all the hype and energy you're going to bring. That's all I had to say.
Okay. I really appreciate you doing this, because you've done these conferences where it's all us, and you have broken out the box. You're now going to mainstream crypto conventions, and that's one of the things I brought to the table is like, hey, why don't we go to these other conventions, have a HEX booth, and really put the best people there, the best representers of our community. Let's get them there. Maddie literally is making it a reality, and the community fills in behind him. I saw Funding Jim there. I saw, are these top dogs in this game doing this? Ben is here. We're all on stream. And I just want y'all to know that is like a huge step in the right direction. Okay. And we're only going to get better at that. And now I want to respond to Ben because I've been holding this back and I'm like burning up inside. Okay. First PulseChain channel, y'all. I spoke to HEX OGs. That is the only people in the community when I showed up. And guess what? I want to explain what happened in this community because I've been watching it in slow motion. All right. First, it was Serena Alonso. Okay. She's the first HEX channel. Then you have HEX. You have you have Hexo. You have RG3. There's Quant Gang. There was tons of other channels. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting any right now because I'm all fired up. But these channels, okay, existed. And what happened is they would put out the most incredible content, dropping alpha, just knowledge bomb after knowledge bomb, just exploding into this community. And guess what? They'd have 200 views or 500, maybe 1,000, maybe a couple thousand. Okay. Maybe. I show up, no subscribers. I start blowing up this PulseChain HEX game like a savage, just boss level flexing, videos every day, working 14-hour days in front of this computer, responding to every single comment because I'm a coach and I decided I care about these people. I want to let them know that I'm here. I never copy pasted one response. Go look at them. It's all unique. I know every one of you by your YouTube name, not in real life, but I know your YouTube name and I know the energy you bring to my channel. So imagine my perspective when it's only HEX OGs and I see people joining. Then what happened is PulseChain channels started popping up, okay? And these PulseChain channels started getting hectic. This is where eventually we got K for K, who was a PulseX channel. And when he started breaking down PulseX, the community went crazy and he grew so big. And what that showed me is something amazing. It showed me the old HEX channels had a certain reach, okay? And imagine that reach is like this. And then I show up and I have an even bigger reach. And my channel just started getting crazy. Then we have other PulseX channels that are like this. And look at the growth trajectory. Why did it happen like that? It happened like that because the quantity of people in the community, when there's this many people, more views can go to those videos and we blow up. So now I'm seeing something new. And I made a video a long time ago called the dandelion effect. And if you know how dandelions grow, first they root, okay? Then they shoot up a plant and eventually they put that disco looking ball and it's full of seeds and the wind blows them and they go everywhere. And wherever they go, they can float for miles, okay? Then they land. Wherever that thing lands, it creates a whole new root system and it spreads again. We are experiencing the dandelion effect. So these old HEX channels first put out their seeds and it grew. Then I put out mine and it grew. Then K for K puts out his and it grows. Now, what are we going to see? I'm going to tie this to what Ben's talking about. All right. Because I've been here for a long time watching this happen in slow motion and I see it as clear as day. That is turning into the network effect. What does that mean? That means that little dandelion that sparked here with all the hexagons and then started with me in the PulseChain channels and all of our beautiful PulseChain channels, now all the PulseX channels, we have put off so many seeds into the atmosphere. There is no stopping us. And guess what happens? Mark my words. This is recorded. Mark my words. What's going to happen is so many of those seeds are going to take root. It then becomes impossible to be ignored by the big dogs. And that's what we're seeing. That's why CoinGecko delisted us and relisted us because our network effect is so big. That's why CoinMarketCap has now listed us. Mark my words. Everything Ben said is going to happen. These institutions need one thing. They need empirical data to base their decision off. If they don't have empirical data in the charts, they're not going to invest in this opportunity. All right. So what he's saying is that I can't talk about it yet. We have NDAs, but there are plans in the works that are going to get hectic. That's what he's saying. He's saying our community is the first few dandelions, but when those things have spread enough, the institutions are going to come, and we're talking money you will not believe. And I want to lay this at your feet, all right? March 20th, 2020, during COVID, go to the Federal Reserve website, and you're going to find one obscure line. I'm a research guy. Like, I get hectic on research. I found this. This is 100% truth. What did they do right when they announced COVID? Okay. What they did is they announced they're changing the rules to finance. We now live in a zero reserve currency environment. And if you guys know Keynesian economics, it's essentially loaning out money that's at interest. Okay. So $1,000 is not a $1,000 loan. You have to pay $1,050 or $1,100. There's interest. There's money created out of thin air that you have to pay them for taking their money. That's Keynesian economics. If you understand that system, you are going to understand the reserve system, the fractional reserve system. Then you get to the very base of it and you go, whoa, they de-linked the reserve to their money printers. What that means, focus, y'all, focus, all right? What that means is that they no longer have to have any type of reserve currency in their bank to keep printing. It's completely de-linked. What does that mean for crypto? What that means is you have institutional big dogs who run the world. And what are they doing? They've de-linked the dollar. They can print it as much as they want. They're turning to cryptographic assets. All right, Ben, you're going to back me up on this if you know what's up. These big dogs are going to be getting into this crypto game. And I want to tell y'all, we've had a shift, okay? The shift was from us marketing, us onboarding, us spreading the word, us digging roots in as strong as we can to grow our dandelions, to broadcast seeds out that lie at people's feet and then grow their own. We are flipping the script. And guess how we do that? We do that with the tweets. We do that with over 2 million tweets for this ecosystem. What happens at that point? What happens at that point is we no longer have to onboard. We no longer have to market. We're not on our soap stand anymore. What happens is we flip the script and we become the market. We become the market. And let me tell you something. These institutionals hire professionals to find markets. Then they need empirical data. Then they need NDAs with all their people. Then they strategize. They watch the chart. And I'm telling you, if they're looking at a 5 or 10x, that's nothing to them. They know that they're still early. So these big dogs are going to be watching this game, and they know we're creating the market. All right? We flipped the script. I am so lit up. I'm telling y'all, it's going to happen in slow motion. Is that Hod Pearl? What's up, girl? You sexy beast.
Unmuted. What's up, me amigo? I'm glad I'm on here. I kind of jumped on a little last minute, but I get to show off my PulseX hoodie that would have green if I didn't have a green screen behind me.
I really like it. I like it.
Please imagine that that's a green diagonal. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Hod Pearl. Thanks for jumping on. I know that you were into Bitcoin early on, and we're vampire attacking, or I guess just friendly streaming for 48 hours with the Bitcoin conference going on in the background. So yeah, welcome to the party.
Hello, everybody. Hello, DeFi people, Bitcoin maxis, Bitcoin semi-maxis. I love Bitcoin as well. I have not forgotten my roots. I also love Ethereum, even though we Richard hard forked it for a reason to alleviate gas fees and among other things. And yeah, it's a fine time to be in crypto if you have the temperament of a diamond holder, right? If you don't just look at the price and freak out, if you look at the politically what's happening with pretty much all fiat right now, the banks, everything, even precious metals, what's going on there, and I'm a fan of all for their own purposes, but what a time for crypto. What a time now. What a time to be both excited and wrecked and new. So many things are happening right now. Be careful and be excited at the same time. use your best judgment, but this is a very volatile time in cryptocurrency. Even if you were to take Pulse out of the equation, it's a very volatile time because enough people are realizing that the blockchain as a ledger isn't a way to obfuscate, or it's a way against the obfuscation of how much currency is in our system. You can see it. It's visible. It's visible to everybody on the internet, online. So it's a wonderful time to be in crypto in general, and specifically in PulseChain. There are so many threads on Biz, for example. It's all over Twitter. It's all over the place. PulseChain. It's awesome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Totally agree. And I'll say too, I mean, one part of my my attraction to HEX initially, and obviously the PulseChain community, was the potential network effect. I think you mentioned this earlier on. I think we're on the same page with a lot of this stuff, but you know, the way I'm a traditional kind of VC head, right? So when I'm looking at something like this, even if we don't necessarily have any of the revenue numbers, any of the kind of hard data sets yet, you're still able to draw conclusions from, you know, the potential network effect. You look at the leadership, you look at the circulation, in terms of community engagement, you look at kind of all the different avenues that a potential brand footprint can go down, and then you see kind of where we can capitalize. A lot of these guys, a lot of these traditional finance guys, still are looking at it that way too. And I'm seeing in the question in the comment section here questions on why this would be, you know, this ecosystem would maybe right now be chosen over a Bitcoin or an Ethereum. And I think a large part of that is the still unrealized network effect that PulseChain, PulseX, HEX have. It has had some astronomical price action, you know, certainly in as far as HEX is concerned. And, you know, we have a big community in relation to a single coin. But in terms of the whole ecosystem, we're just scratching the surface. And I think that a lot of the appeal right now is simply the unexplored potential. And that sounds pretty general, but when you look at something with all the fundamentals of a ecosystem that should be able to open up some of these opportunities, because we can base a lot of those opportunities on previous ecosystems that have worked, it's a no-brainer, to be quite honest with you. When you have this starter community, and it is still a starter community that's a lot bigger than most other projects out there, well, it's probably, you know, you use some common sense and it's going to dictate that there's a bright future ahead for this ecosystem. And so I think that's part, as simple as that sounds. I mean, often, you know, the simple answer is the best. And I think that in this instance, that potential, just because of I guess how new it is, you know, it's coming with a cult following, and it is a cult following, and it's nothing wrong with that. It's fantastic. A lot of like-minded people who want to make some money. I want to see the ecosystem flourish. And I'm much the same as you. You know, I love Bitcoin too. I love Ethereum. I was one of those folks who got in very, very early in Ethereum and regret selling very, very early. I got in, you know, right at the start and thought I was great for taking away some of the returns that I managed to get from it. And I was happy at the time, but in hindsight, it was a big mistake. But obviously, hindsight's key here. No one really knows what's going to happen so early into, you know, the whole crypto landscape. But we have the luxury right now of already having seen that picture being painted. And so, you know, again, a lot of those same selling points, those same unique selling points and more are very prevalent now. And I think that, you know, again, we are very, very lucky to have been made aware of this right now, to have gotten involved or plan to get involved as soon as we can. And there's a big, fruitful runway ahead of us.
I want your guys' thoughts on this question, all right? You know my dandelion analogy, how I explained everything in this community, how I've seen it for 2 years happening in slow motion. I want you to take that over to the crypto world in general, starting with Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin kicked up a lot of dust and started it all. Much love to the OG Bitcoin, all right? Then we have ETH. Then all these other branches of EVMs spin up. Now we have PulseChain. And if you think about the HEX OGs who started their channel, and they were the first groundbreakers, and then you see the first PulseChain channels, that's Bitcoin and ETH, okay? Then you see the PulseX channels that exploded. That's the PulseChain launching mainnet. And what happens, just think about our community, all those analogies I just shared. And I want to hear your guys' thoughts. The world in general has Bitcoin, okay? They're the ice-breaking ship that goes through the Alaskan tundra, crushing the ice. Then ETH has a path to go because the Bitcoin ship crunched through all the ice and the seas have opened up. Now it's summertime. The snow's melted. The ice is thinning. The PulseChain train comes flying through with thousands of crazy hexicans, pulsicans, and pulsexicans flexing out on fire, ready to get this money and help the world become a better place. And guess what happens? That network effect is real. Tell me the truth. When people realize, Richard Hart, big shout out to you, brother. You're the first person who taught me Bitcoin did a 6 million X, okay? ETH did a 14,000X. And these big numbers that people were saying about PulseChain, I think they're 100% possible if you expand your timeline and truly understand what's happening. Those first ships that crushed the ice allowed so many more people to go through. By the time PulseChain gets in front of mainstream eyes, there's so much empirical data to show. Look what Bitcoin did as an L1 blockchain. Look what Ethereum did as an L1 blockchain. Look at the potential of PulseChain as an L1 blockchain. And if you understand that, all these crowds can funnel and funnel. It's like an amusement park when they first open up and the rides are there. Only a few people ride it. But guess what? When you start texting your boys and you're like, dude, I got to take this fire chick in here. This is awesome. I'm going to go on a date with her. Now you start spreading the word. More people funnel in. And then when dudes go to like these fairs and they see all these hot chicks everywhere, they're like, bro, you got to get down here. This place is lit. Now, guess what? When it's all packed, and now it's become the spot. All right. Now it's the spot and you're blowing it if you're not there. That's what PulseChain has done. It's the network effect. And all these people who missed Bitcoin, missed ETH, they have a chance right now to get in this PulseChain HEX game, baby. Let me know your thoughts.
So I've definitely witnessed major network effects just today in this live stream. Look, this live stream, it was put together last minute. I asked many of you minutes or hours before to come on, and I thank you so much for being available and willing to go on stream. Earlier today, when the Bitcoin conference was going on, we had 1 in 2 people watching crypto YouTube were watching this stream. Okay, we had 500 watching here and 1,000 watching on the Bitcoin stream. So I guess it's 1 in 3, right? And right now there's still like a 1-to-5 ratio of people watching, even though they have their headline speaker on right now, Jack Mallers. And so I think it's really incredible because if you think about what the ratio is of how many people in the general public have heard about Bitcoin compared to how many have heard about HEX, I would probably say that those ratios are skewed even more in the sense that not as many people have heard about HEX, but the people who do hear about it end up building this amazing community. So yeah, really cool to see the network effects at play even as we speak.
I think I couldn't agree more, Maddie. I think what would be interesting then, if that's the case, that there are people watching who maybe don't know much about HEX or much about our ecosystem, I think maybe Ben is the best position to speak because you come from a traditional finance background. What is your way of speaking to people who come from that world about the Richard Hart ecosystem?
Sure. Well, I mean, one important thing to mention also is the fact that I think the mentality around fiat currency is changing dramatically, which is an easy thing to say because we've seen it kind of trickling in the right direction, or I guess the crypto direction for a while. But what I think is easily or more easily understood by some of these more kind of tenured traditional finance folks is that where a retail investor will come in, even to an ecosystem like this, whether it be HEX, PulseChain, PulseX, they will look at buying and then kind of it's a countdown until they can get the biggest return and cash out. Yeah. I think where it's a lot easier to sell in more of a long-term mindset to some of the traditional finance folks is that they understand fiat currency storage is not the answer. And so when looking at something like HEX, they're not looking at, or PulseChain, when they're looking at this ecosystem in general from the get-go, their mindset is their store of value will remain in the ecosystem potentially as well. So whereas you see on Twitter a lot of folks that are coming to the table saying, oh man, I got to wait 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, those mentalities are going to change whether they know it now or not. And, it's always the folks who are in the know, the folks certainly from the traditional finance realm and the crypto realm who really understand where that store of value is ultimately going to end up, because that's going to dictate what currencies are exchanged, and again, where savings accounts are held, where you're investing from. And as we start seeing a lot of these kind of crypto-esque or crypto-friendly banks coming to the table, like a Tower Bank, like an FV Bank, like, some of these other newer entities that are taking on, that hybrid role between, sharing your bags, whether it be in fiat currency or cryptocurrency, their bank accounts are kind of facilitating that mindset a lot more. That is the biggest difference. And so when, I think it's important to understand for a lot of folks who are, who don't have any kind of financial or crypto background, who are coming to this, the first thing you have to bear in mind is changing your thought process on where your ultimate horizon is. It isn't in cashing out in US dollars. It probably isn't, or whatever currency you're coming from. The store of value could very well and probably will be situated in a lot of these blue chip ecosystems. And in my opinion, PulseChain is definitely going to be one of those, because again, you can look at so many of the indicators in play right now that show kind of where this trajectory is going to go. And we already have a real kind of well put through the ringer store of value in HEX, and now we have 2 of them. And so I think that kind of last stop, if you will, has a real good chance of coming to fruition in the next 5 or 10 years, providing, how these global currency conversations go. But even taking a step back from that, I think that for anyone new coming in who is more of a retail mindset into PulseChain, ultimately, they're only going to really care about making a good return on the money that they're investing. And to be quite honest, and, again, none of us here are financial advisors, or some of you maybe, I don't know, but I'm certainly not. I mean, but you don't want a financial advisor in this instance. You want people who can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. And if you are simply getting involved into an ecosystem, a project, a coin, because you want to make more money at the end of the day, you're not going to be presented with better opportunities, in my opinion. You may find the 1 in 1,000 meme coin that really goes to the moon, but hopefully you've only allocated a very small percentage of your investment portfolio to that, because the risk versus reward ratio on those things is way out of whack. And so you always want to hedge your bets the same way you do it in the stock market, the same way if you're a VC company, you're looking to get involved into some new investment avenues, some new companies, startups, whatever it may be. You take a look at the landscape, you kind of figure out where the bar is, risk versus reward, that you're comfortable with. And, right now, from most people's perspective, I would imagine, when looking at the unique selling points involved, when looking at the potential reward that we're looking at, and the amount that one would need to invest in order to get some life-changing wealth, this looks to be one of the opportunities of a lifetime. Some would argue that it's an even better opportunity versus, a Bitcoin or an Ethereum, even when they launched, because we now have a way longer proven track record of this ecosystem flourishing. And now we have a bit more of a green light as to where it's going. So that's probably the best way I would explain it, because I do understand that, no one's really in it for the tech. It just so happens right now that we have an ecosystem that could very well give birth to a lot more creative asset classes, let's say. And that's probably the safest way to categorize them. They will be asset classes that hopefully, at least initially, are going to be towing the balance between what is kind of financially doable against the SEC and all the regulations that come with, versus what's in cowboy land and doesn't really have any of the checks and balances in place to be able to go anywhere that we need it to go. And so right now we're in a sweet spot where we're finding that path, but it's only a matter of time before that sweet spot closes. So I know that was a lot of sporadic answer to your question, but that's kind of how I would break it down to. It's a retail investor versus someone who may be a little bit more open-minded to the fact that you don't necessarily need to pull this stuff out into fiat currency at any point, because in all likelihood, if that fiat currency isn't worth a darn side less anyway, there are certainly going to be as usable ways to store those funds.
I thought it was
I
a great
just want
answer,
to.
but
I just
think your
want to say.
perspective is very important. Your perspective is so important because of the people, because the world you come from and the world that you're in. You know, so that's. Thank you.
And I can say, you know, transparently that I'm hearing these conversations firsthand, weekly at the very least. I mean, this week probably isn't a good sample set because it's been very, very crypto heavy. The majority of the conversations that I'm having with, you know, a lot of the VC groups or the private equity funds that I'm primarily involved with, or at least introduced to, they see this. You know, this is, and it isn't, again, it's not just this ecosystem. This is one that, if anything, during some of these conversations, I'm kind of pushing the narrative there. But it's an easy sell. It's not a difficult sell at all because of all the proof points that we have right now.
Okay.
I just want to tell y'all, these ladies down here, oh my God, my cheeks are hurting looking at this panel. Are you kidding me? I'm frothing to get these girls. Oh my God, you are the collective brain power. The collective brain power below me will enter the building like there's gasoline that's been soaked in the carpet and the fumes have turned to vapor and all the windows are closed. These ladies, their IQ is like the spark that absolutely blows the doors out the building. If y'all aren't following these ladies, you need to get your stuff together. These are some of the highest IQ, most amazing people in this community. My cheeks hurt looking at this panel, y'all. So stoked you're here. Amazing work, ladies.
Absolutely. And welcome to KDP, who's joined us now. Thanks for being here. You're one of the top experts in the world on PulseChain and PulseX.
I wouldn't give me that much credit. Hi, guys.
Oh, my God.
Katie, you know what we all want to know. Portal X. When is it coming out?
When?
We're syncing nodes right now. Multi-chain is starting integration, and then obviously we have to integrate multi-chain and PulseX and other things, but the integration started, so ETA is just too hard, because if I say 2 more weeks or 1 week, people will hold me to it. So ETA sometime very soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Awesome.
good. Soon
Can't
is good.
wait.
And Crispy Man, thanks for joining us. Where can people find you?
hexfire.io.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much for being here.
Simple. No, thank you, Maddie. Thanks to everybody for joining. This has been pretty good. I've been watching almost every hour and trying to catch up. And now I can't stop smiling because of lit. So I don't know. Need more.
I can't stop smiling from all the fire chicken in the room. Oh my goodness, y'all are amazing.
These dandelions are on fire.
It took me a while to figure out what fire chicken was, but I got it.
Well, think about it. Think about it.
There you go. I'm going to start saying y'all. All right. We'll see you later. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. So where to go from here? I know that so KDP had a run-in with Eric Wall the other day on Twitter Spaces, and he embarrassed all men by saying some terrible things that I definitely did not agree with. But don't worry, he made a fool of himself today at the Bitcoin conference, and I was there to support him with a wizard hat on. It was wild. I don't know if you guys know who Tiffany Fong is. She was like the one who was reporting on Sam Bankman-Fried and like getting into his DMs and stuff, like kind of exposing part of the FTX scandal. But I got a picture with her today, and if you see it on Twitter, it's like BitBoy jumped in the shot, but then Altcoin Daily is looking super creepy. Like he's not invited into the picture. You can see it. Like it's so perfect. It's a dream come true to have Altcoin Daily like left out in the side. So we've been having a good time. And of course, there's tons of Hexicans here who are all really enjoying being surrounded by people who love cryptocurrency. That's, that's the bigger idea than just being in one tribe of Hex or PulseChain or Bitcoin, is like there are a lot of people who have a lot of things in common here in the crypto world. So definitely thankful for this community for sure.
Yeah, I think these ladies are truly an inspiration, and I'm not blowing smoke. I 100% believe it. We live in a slave system, and a lot of people are seeking to find their power. I coach a lot of people. I have to hear a lot of stuff as a coach. And truly what people want is they want to be inspired. They want to feel valuable. They want to feel like they're a part of something, and they want to know that they're creating value for others. And these ladies here, they really do that. Like, especially KDP, your tweets are literally like, they go so big and they have such a far and wide reach. And the content that you accumulate, the facts that you stack against each other. When I retweet your tweets, I'm like, this girl did her research. And I've seen people go against you. And I remember commenting, you don't even know who you're talking to. This chick knows more than 90% of the dudes in this game. And Hodpearl is one of the most incredible coders. Are you kidding me? Don't you know a technology that only a few people in the world even know? Like, she gets hectic. Same with fashion, same with crypto stylist. Absolutely amazing work, okay? So I just want to tell y'all that these ladies inspire me, and they are an incredible role model to all the young girls out there, all the teenage girls, all the girls who are adults and are feeling lost and not sure what to do. Come to this PulseChain Hex Game community. DM these girls. Say, hey, I want to get involved. How do I learn more? We will send you resources, and they are leading the way. So I just want to say thank you so much for being an inspiration to myself and all the women out there to onboard into crypto and take your example, because it's really inspiring what you do.
Well, thank you, Lit, and let's go ahead and have Crypto Stylist and Lit and Ben will tell us where people can find you so people can subscribe. And then let's have Katie P and Hodpearl go ahead, and maybe you two can have a back and forth and explain to people what your crypto journey has been and why being in Hex and PulseChain is something special. So Lit, why don't you go first?
You can reach me right there in my tag name, Lit Up My Life is Awesome. You can find me on YouTube. My Twitter handle is LitGains, LIT_gains, capital L, capital G, because I'm all about those lit games in this PulseChain Hex game, baby. On
Twitter, I'm Crypto Stylist, so it's like it's spelled in the on screen. And I don't have a YouTube channel at the moment, but I do stream occasionally. Guests, sometimes I go on Coffee's channel. Sometimes I stream with Axis. Maddie, we need to stream together. Ben, I'd like to stream with you and Lit. And yeah, everyone here, Hodpearl, Katie, we have to also, I want to stream with everybody. So I do want to get out there more, but I just don't have my own channel.
You need to get one.
Love to stream with you.
Me too. I'd love to stream with all of you guys, obviously. Ben Cage, at Ben Cage, Twitter and YouTube, as it's spelled on screen. Love to have you all over. And I'm working on some stuff now that is in that realm of kind of drawing together crypto and traditional finance. It's not a paid initiative or anything like that. Simply something that's going to give a lot of insight and context to just how these worlds are colliding, as well as potentially be a platform for a lot of these guys to speak on as well. Because while it's all very well me talking about my network and some of the conversations that I'm involved in, I understand that that's probably going to get pretty frustrating if I'm not able to bring any of these guys to the space as well. So I'm really hoping to bring in some big VC names, some big traditional finance names that I know, that I work with, to give you their 2 cents, just so everyone here can, who's watching us now, can get excited about just how excited these guys are about the ecosystem as well.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Much love, y'all.
Katie,
Hello, beautiful.
what's going on? Cool. I'm glad I'm talking with you. This will be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I guess Bitcoin people are still watching us, I guess, but it's hard not to delve into the PulseChain happenings right now because Katie and I have been living this for how many hours? At least 72 hours of hardcore research and watching on the bridge. Yeah, you probably know more about it than I do, and you guys are doing your whole thing as well. But just the bridge right now alone, what's happening beyond the other side of the bridge, everything is so fascinating to me. How this liquidity is trickling in. I mean, it's not really trickling. There's a lot. It's just very congested. It's almost at 90 million in this bridge right now, right?
Yeah, it's pretty insane, to be honest.
Yeah.
Elves don't normally launch with this much demand, so I don't think many people are really giving props to PulseChain right now. It's just nitpicking at the small things versus just how massive the launch has been so far.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, even though the bridge is congested, it's not necessarily that the bridge is bad. It's just there are 88. All right, I have it right now. $88,423,181 being bridged in at 43.5%. And so the processed is $38,457,187. So that's amazing. 43.5%. And people have kind of slowed down their putting into it because they know it's clogged. So they're going to kind of wait a little while, but that's a lot of action on a bridge. And I know that immediately some of the validators needed even some pulse to help out with that movement. So it's incredible. It's that many people want to get into the pulse chain.
Yeah, I mean, like Ben's right. Most people are here for gains, but I personally like the tech as well. So
yeah.
Like, the bridging platform having some issues is kind of like my wheelhouse because people are actually interested in what's going on with the bridge. So I'm like, I'll teach you. Okay. So like, I really like
it. To Power City, like, what's going on, guys? How's your projects? when portal, so bullish.
Portal X is going to be a bit of a game changer, but again, like, it does aggregate pulse ramps, so we do need pulse ramp to be successful as well. But we do bring multi-chain with us and other bridging. Yeah, I mean, the validators in the bridging platform had a few issues to start with, but those issues have been resolved. So they had like kind of like what you've seen with the validators in PulseChain itself, how they had gas estimation issues. Well, like kind of back on V4, and they fixed that. The validators on the bridging platform had gas estimation issues. That's part of the reason why it got a backlog to start with initially. But now they fixed that.
Okay.
Yeah, they fixed the problem in the validators, but now it's just, so backlogged. It's going to take a little bit to get through it all. But
real quick, I'm having microphone issues. Am I loud?
I can hear you.
Is this fine? Okay. People are saying it's a little loud. I just want to make sure that I just needed to back the mic up. Sorry, guys. Let me know if there are any other issues because there's a bunch of orange. I'm like, oh no, I'm wrecked. Yeah, and I know that Richard did a sort of a switch to V4 just to do some transactions, and I don't know if that was the issue they were looking at or whatever, not on mainnet, but on V4 and then to go back to mainnet. But I mean, it seems to be working. It's, these transactions are going through. There's just so many of them. And, it's, if you're anything like me, and I know you are, and probably more so, you're just staring at this because it's addicting to look at what's going on. And not only just the bridge. So people have put liquidity in already that have gone. I'm guessing it's a linear system with the validation or the movement of this these funds of, okay, let's say you're on the ball, you're a type A kind of HEX Pulsican, and you've moved your funds immediately to the bridge. You're probably in the front of the line if it's like a stack, There might be people with significant liquidity on some of these tokens and some of the coins. So it's when people don't know much about liquidity pools, be careful of the liquidity amount and what a price could mean of something. Watch it. Watch who's doing it. Watch what's behind it. If there's not a lot of liquidity, watch slippage. And if you don't know what that means, you might want to hold, or you might just want to pick something that you don't plan on trading and just sticking to it. Don't do trade games before this bridge has significant liquidity in it, because there are games people are playing on the other side of the bridge, as there would be, right? I mean, that's the nature of crypto and what's going on. But whew.
I was watching DEX Tools last night, and it's safe to say there's a lot of people getting good deals, but there's a lot of people getting wrecked. Like the liquidity is that thin right now. If you just put a $5,000 buy in, like, you're moving the price almost like 3%. Like, it's insane. I think a little bit more liquidity has been put in now. I think it's probably like 0.5 that you're moving the price, but like, it's, you know, your price impact is kind of like your average buying price. And I don't think many people quite understand that. I think they think that it's more how much they're going to shoot up the price versus their average buying price. So a lot of people are just fingering it, fat fingering right now. You know, the FOMO is real because you can see it, but the liquidity is that thin. Like, I know I shouldn't promote it, but if anybody ever played on DEX Tools and you watch the new meme coins come through and everybody's putting through, you know, small amounts and then more amounts in the really thin liquidity pools, it's exactly like that right now, because there's just not that much liquidity over there. It looks like the same sort of volatility you see in meme coins, to be honest.
So don't just look at the price, look at the liquidity as well, like what Katie's saying, because that's a big part of what the price is on a token. And if you're watching, if you're not aware of it, it's new to you, if you're watching this whole process for the first time, it's a lesson in how liquidity works, right? If you see it trickling in and something that people want very badly, and really, ultimately, it'll probably increase some people's pulse positions and not others. And the numbers are astronomically volatile. So, yeah, but it's coming in. It'll be volatile when it's in.
I reckon about 3 months it's going to be volatile. Like, I don't think it's going to change for a few months, to be honest. I think the first 3 months of launch is going to be pretty interesting. But I mean, the initial 4,000 validators, 4,096, they've already burnt like 890 million pulse. And then transaction fees have burned 1 billion pulse, and 25 billion PulseX has already been burned. And like, one thing with PulseX, right? So when it was initially starting to burn, there wasn't any liquidity. It was just burning PulseX, right? So now that there's slowly liquidity coming through, PulseX is actually market buying with value. So that'll be interesting to see the outcome that it has on PulseX. So that's interesting. For me personally, that's what I'm going to start watching now. Liquidity pools are starting to come together.
It's
the guy that
crazy. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I'm just saying that it's going to be a volatile experience watching it. Right? Because again, people do make it a lot. You can do a move that'll make it, and you can not know what you're doing. And, you know, I don't want to scare people on it, right? I mean, but just those are the things to look at. And it's interesting to see it happen.
Yeah. The only advice that I've been giving even before we launched is just go slow. Don't rush it. You know, like ratio trading, for instance. I sat in a lot of Twitter spaces trying to tell everybody, you know, just be cool, be calm. You know, V3 and V4 played out exactly like mainnet, to be honest. It was almost identical. Like, it was a 1-to-3 ratio, and then some people fat fingered when there wasn't any liquidity. You know, some people were doing 1 pulse to 30,000 PulseX for a second there. Like, I mean, it's awesome for the people that profited, but somebody on the other side of that trade got wrecked because they got fat fingered. Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is. And the AMM bot only put out 1% of the liquidity, so those pools were thin as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
excuse me, camera. Oh, well, I'm blurry. Oh, by the way, fantastic space, too. The big space that you held. Richard was watching or listening, but he wasn't really a part of it. Technically, because he couldn't join. That was amazing. The people on there, the conversations, it was really I got the wrong cord. was really incredible to listen to.
It was awesome. I didn't know Richard was in the room, to be honest, and I didn't know because I would have been so
What? You would
nervous.
have been just, hi, this is Katie. I have like HEX. Like, hi. No, you would have been good. Would have been all good.
Yeah, I'm very glad my phone was glitching that day and I couldn't see the room.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. There was some Bitcoin people probably watching, like, what are they talking about? This is all PulseChain stuff. I mean, we have PulseChain people probably mostly watching us right now. And obviously our community has fun even beyond just watching the price. I mean, it's a real strategy game here. And Pulse isn't just made the fork to make money off of Ethereum. It's a different system, right? We're saving, or it's increased throughput for less gas fee, right? Which really is bullish for the tokens on the chain. Any projects people have, they're going to run very smoothly, and that's going to be really exciting to see. And you said like it's going to be volatile within 3 months or so. You're probably right about that. I mean, not this volatile probably, but it might take that long.
Well, volatility a little bit less than it is now, but I do think it's going to be pretty volatile. And I mean, when you're actually looking at it, there's a lot of people just trading right now, which I don't recommend. But I mean, you know, it's kind of an example of trying to tell people, like, if you look at any ICO that's been raised for any layer one, or even like a token that had an airdrop at the start, for instance, or a free claim, a little bit like HEX, in the first 3 months, it goes up and down. You know, sometimes the best buying prices aren't in the first week. Sometimes they're in the first month. So,
yeah,
I mean, most launches dip 80% after a couple of weeks. You know, you get the FOMO rush, and then you get the people taking profits, and then you get another FOMO rush. So, I mean, yeah, it's interesting to go back and look at other price charts on different launches, because they all really do the same thing. So, I mean, there's a lot of people, you know, worried about getting over the bridge now, but, you know, there's more FOMO runs to come yet. I mean, projects haven't even started launching. We just got some meme coins on PulseChain. So, you know, meme coins aren't bringing massive bunches of users over. So when there's actual projects and utility and DeFi tools being launched, you know, that's when things really start to ramp up. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the next few months.
It's going to be crazy. I told people, you know, I came back from traveling a little bit. I'm like, this summer, I want to be here. I'm not really going to travel and visit people, because this is what I want to do. It's pertinent to do at this amount of time, really. And that's 3 months, an entire summer, right? So, yeah. You know, to tell people that, and all the different, there's so many different tokens I've looked up over these years, and some of them are on both Ethereum and PulseChain too. So, you know, I'm actually kind of bullish on EHEX. Not a lot of people are. They want to immediately get into PHEX. Like, yeah, well, you know, EHEX has a good deal now too. You know, some people want to bridge over to PulseChain and just kind of ignore the whole Ethereum aspect. But we have a whole community even on our stuff on the Ethereum chain. So, you know, that's still kind of amazing. Trying to think of.
I'm pretty bullish on just about everything. I mean, if you actually like watch PulseX, for instance, right now, so one thing that other people don't necessarily pay attention to that they probably should is arbitrage opportunities, because there isn't bots running yet. So like if you look at USDT on PulseX, it was trading at like $1.70. Like bridged in from Ethereum, because like still Ethereum USDT, but because of the volatility and the thin pools, it pushed.
Did it have to do with the supply being stuck in the bridge?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
people ratio trading with it over on PulseX, and then price like really started to come clear, and it's sitting at $1.70. It went up to $2 at one point. I was sitting there going, that's insane. Anyone coming over the bridge of USDT literally 2x their bags, and they didn't have to do a single thing. Like, it's, you know, there's a lot of things people need to watch for, because the two sides, and it's a V2. So until there's more stable coins and a lot more liquidity on PulseChain, that's when arbitrage happens on chain and people will keep the stable coins pegged. But otherwise, ratio trading can move the price of the stable coin. I was just sitting there watching it. I was like, that's insane.
It's funny, like you'll see these things happen, and you and I know kind of deduce why they're happening, but it's some of the stuff you've thought of every sort of risk strategy, like, okay, what could technically happen to a Pulse? What could technically happen to the even the Hedron on here, even from the CASA on the PI, and then think of, oh, maybe they're stuck in the bridge. It could break the ARB on the stable coin. Okay, well, that makes sense. I just didn't think about that, but there it is. If this is fascinating, all the stuff that's going on, but I think people are mostly looking at the price of Pulse, right? Of what Pulse is going to do, and price go up as soon as liquidity goes up, but no one can really get their liquidity in fast enough. So yeah. So then it was just a bunch of people on social media that are just aggravated. How are you today? I got my stuff in the bridge. Can't get it out. You just gotta wait your turn, wait in line, and be careful. So I'm Hod Pearl, and I kind of get that because there are different people who do things different ways, right, in crypto. And I like holding, but holding isn't actually lazy. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of research. Just because you don't go and trade a bunch of stuff doesn't mean you necessarily sit and do nothing. But traditionally, the way I see a holder is holders don't really do too much of the farming, even too many ratio trades. They usually just kind of buy something that they believe is solid, that if they've put that mental energy in reading the white papers, trying to figure out the system, and just hold it for as long as possible. And that takes willpower, especially during this time, but I went, I guess, I don't want to dox myself, but I went and I'm like, okay, well, I went and I, sacrificed for both Pulse and PulseX because I've been here 2 years, like, oh, maybe I'll do some LPing, I went in there like, all right, well, they kind of do it. The number changes a little bit. I'm like, nope, I'm going to get my money. I know it was nothing. I just saw the number change. I'm like, when you go up to a river and it's cold and you put your toe in and you freak out and run home. That's what I'm like, Hod Pearl Hod. We're just going to hold this.
I did notice that Ink's minted up to like 500,000 now, which is pretty cool.
Wow, yeah. Oh, they'll get theirs back for sure. That courage will pay off. Somebody needs to have. Props to people putting in the LP. It's very important for DeFi.
Yeah.
And it's important for the system. And I'm not saying I'll never do it again. It was just funny. Like it was because it was so soon. I was like,
in the early days, it's risky. Risk to reward, But a lot of people make a lot of money LPing, but impermanent loss is very real, So your risk to reward.
When the ratio isn't what you think it might be at the end, there's a real risk of impermanent loss. You know what I mean? Like if you enter, this is not financial advice. If you don't do LPing, don't listen to me. But if you enter at a time when you think the ratio is going to be about what it's going to be when you plan on taking it out, you kind of, and there's a lot of transaction on it, you tend to not have as much impermanent loss, and you get the incentive and everything. But when you're in a point where it's like there's a lot of liquidity coming in, I think this ratio might be this, but it might not. Like it's just be careful or watch it. You could watch it like a hawk too. Like as soon as it starts, well, no, But I'm a spaz. That's why I hold too. Is that being a nervous itself to such. But yeah, what have you done during the time? You've done a lot, but you don't have to dox yourself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that because it would dox me.
Yeah.
But
don't say it then. I hear you.
At all. Yeah, no, I'm out. I have not slept much
Really?
in like the last 6 days. Yeah, I can't.
6 days, Katie.
So like most people that follow me like on Twitter, they already know I don't sleep much, so it's like standard for me, but sleeping a lot less than usual at the moment. But I find it all exciting, right? So like a lot of people are mad about the bridge, but for me it's like it's exciting, right? Because about 8 months ago is when I started talking about bridging platforms and like teaching people about cross-chain bridges. And I actually said that I really like the idea of cross-chain bridges evolving because like their technology has really been stagnant for the last few years. Like they haven't really evolved. And, you know, a lot of blockchains, if there's an exploit, they'll roll back the chain to remove the exploit, which is just, you know, like blockchain should never be rolled back ever, right? So, but you can stop exploits in a bridging platform, right? So everybody has to bridge out of the chain to go cash in. Everybody takes it over a bridge the second they exploit something. So if a bridging platform put in like a small latency, not 36-hour latency, but just a small latency of a couple of minutes, and you know, finding a way for the validators to have some type of coding tech inside of them that can verify transactions if it was over X amount of dollars, right? So if somebody was moving $2 million or $1 million, having a verification system in there within the validators before they process it, so it doesn't meet finality on the other side, like you can stop exploits in a bridging platform and hold the money, so to speak, so you can return it. So like I like bridging platforms a lot, and I think that their tech can evolve. So I mean, for me, I've just enjoyed watching it. Like I know a lot of people got mad about the bridge, but you know, for me it's exciting because you get to watch it and you know, get to learn a little bit more that you didn't already know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're the kind of person that does plan on holding it for a while, or I mean, I understand getting the cheap pulse. That's kind of what people are. Let me get my money, you know, or whatever. But it's amazing. I guess if you're kind of in it for the tech, it's fascinating to watch it happen in real life that's not on a testnet, because people on testnet are a little more ballsy because it's not really their money. Yeah. And this is real. And it kind of felt like a testnet before the bridge was up, you know, and I think I even went on Twitter. I'm like, hey, everybody, I know that some of you are lacking sleep and some of you haven't done this before, but I just really want you to hammer into your head that this is not a testnet, even though there's no monetarily amount set on these new pulse that you've seen before with test pulse. This is real pulse. So get ready for this to be real. It's really happening. This is human behavior on the blockchain. Both people outsmarting other people, both people being new, both, you know, the learning curve of people that have already, it's people we're watching making moves. And it's very interesting to see, because it's on there. It's on PulseX. It's on the you know, Pulse Burn site, and the telegrams. You could see how people are marketing it. You could see who's mad, who isn't, and it's such an interesting time to watch this come to fruition.
Yeah, Twitter's been a bit of a learning curve for launch as well, right? So, you know, everybody talks about psyops and stuff, and you kind of watch some influencers right now saying certain things, and you kind of step back and you're like, yeah, I have a feeling you're saying that to try and persuade people. Or like HEX Maxi's launching meme coins. I'm sitting there going, okay, this is odd. And some people that are, I want to say emotional, but it sounds mean. Some people
they're emotional
right now.
They're emotional, Katie. Emotional is exactly the word they are. There's no more polite word you could say for what it is. It's straight emotion right out of the can. Pop open a can of tears. Yeah. And excitement. People are excited when they do, to the point where they'll dox themselves. Like, oh yeah, I just thought, like, hey, shh. There's not that many people. I think Walrus had to go on there like, hey, if you're excited about something, shut up. Like there are not that many people
Yeah.
that are past this bridge doing these moves. Like you will get doxxed. So that was such excellent advice that I retweeted it. You know.
That's very true. People need to be careful, right? And like there's just not that many people on chain right now. It's so easy to find it. Like, and you know, Dex Tools and Dex Screen are already integrated. So if you go, oh my god, I just bought 20 grand worth of Pulse, you know, the order book
like it's on there.
Like the whole entire order book is sitting there, right? So if you go, I just bought 20 grand, you know, it takes 2 seconds for somebody to jump on Dex Tools and you're doxxed. So, you know, it's people are excited and FOMOing. They need to really be careful. And like some people I've seen on Twitter, when I woke up this morning, I'm going to send a couple of DMs and just tell them to delete it. Like I've seen some people in our community post their main wallet addresses, and I'm sitting there going, like, you know, that's not something you want to do. You know, not your main wallet.
A side wallet can be found. Like you think it's really hard for your side wallet to not be, oh, I ran out of ETH. I guess I'll send from my main wallet. Oh, okay. Well then, you know, when there aren't that many people on the chain and you know, it's brand new. Not that many people sacked for Pulse, really, compared to PulseX too. So, you know, automatically, if you sacked for Pulse, you've been here for 2 years. So, I mean, it doesn't take. So just be careful. It's not that there are necessarily people out there that are just doing this, you know, research of bidding Post-it notes on their wall with yarn, but I mean, some of them might. So just be careful, you know. And it's good on you not saying what you're doing at all and not doxing yourself. That's extremely smart. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, no, I'm out. I would be doxxed. So
yeah, wouldn't be good.
Yeah,
that's right.
I get the excitement, you know. I've been excited since it launched. A lot of people keep telling me to stop being so happy, but like I can't. You know, like the next couple of years are going to be super exciting. Like for instance, if you watched Phantom or AVAX launch, like I don't know how to word it nicely either, but you know, in the first week they kind of shit the bed because the consensus couldn't handle the amount of volume. Like, you know, that's just a brand new network launch. Like they just don't launch smoothly. Like it never happens, right? And PulseChain, it has some edge cases, like edge cases on the UI, like the Block Explorer, etc. You know, they're really minor nuances compared to the consensus, which is the main thing. And the consensus dealt with 600,000 transactions, which was half of Ethereum's transactions for the day on day one. Like just ratio trading.
Right. Was it 600,000? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was insane. And PulseChain just handled it like a beast. It did not shit the bed. And I was sitting there going, that is absolute insanity for a brand new network launch to handle that amount of transactions and just run smoothly. And then I'd jump on Twitter and I'd see some people going, the Block Explorer is not working properly. This is stupid. I'm like, do you guys know how insane PulseChain's being right now? Like, what do you mean?
This is a smooth launch. This is a smooth launch. You know,
this is an amazing launch.
If you mathematically know what goes on in a brand new chain that you have to bridge stuff in, it's very I think it's a smooth launch. I think it could, there's no actual error other than it's taking a while for stuff to get in. That's fantastic.
And I went on DAP Radar last night, which is like just a big giant analytic website that kind of tracks virtually everything, like everything. And PulseX is the number 7 DEX on every single blockchain. They had 100 million 24-hour volume, and it was
What's
number
that
7.
Website?
DAP Radar. DAP Radar. DAPPRADAR. DAP Radar.
.com.
Trying to get them.
Thanks.
Oh, I think it's .com. Don't hold me to that.
Phishing site. Katie, no, I'm right.
Yeah, no, it's .com. It's .com. Don't worry.
Okay.
But like,
100. Good. Thank you for telling me the site.
Awesome site.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't listed PulseChain yet, and I'm trying to get them to list PulseChain because it would be like awesome. But Uniswap, it was at $200 million in transaction, like 24-hour volume, right? 200 million, and PulseX is at 100 million 24-hour volume, and we don't have a bridge open. It's just out trading, and I'm sitting there going like, we're number 7 out of every single blockchain. Like PulseChain's killing it, and PulseX is absolutely crushing it for a DEX. And then you see some people saying like something negative. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, it's absolutely insane. Pancake Swap, for instance, right now is 260 million in 24-hour trading volume. Like, PulseX is like what? 2.5x, and we're up to Binance's trading volume. Like, yeah.
Even the hardware's going. The temperature of the earth has raised 0.01% due to the volume. I was putting on makeup before the stream, and I was just imagining myself in this like sort of RPG world where we're all stuck on a bridge and we're staring at what we're, going down on, and it's just a big sword fight with magic. Like, that's how I see this. That's how it actually is with all of these. We're looking at it through Dex Screener, right? But it's basically the stuff happening on PulseX, and just this massive fight where everyone wants to get in on the action. And there's gold, there's lightning, there's sword fights, and people are getting wrecked. There's just wizards down there. That's what I was thinking.
I like the analogy. I think it's pretty accurate.
It's accurate. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your faith in my dreams.
What are your thoughts on the ink token? People keep asking me about ink.
Maybe my instincts are stupid, but I have more faith in Richard Hart, what Richard might have up his sleeve, than I think most people do. I read his tweets, and I think that he has hard plans for making his projects survive. And I think his project I still think that his baby is HEX. I think that his main first born is HEX. He cares about pulsicans and the pulse system as well. And, especially during this time of volatility and really the words around with crypto and Bitcoin, people can say there's sort of a war on crypto now, sort of a little bit of a war on the blockchain, financial insecurity. But I do think we're at the end of a bear, which is great time for us to launch. But I think that ink token will go up in value to the extent where it's very much worth it to provide liquidity on pairs. That needs to be worth it for people to make this a very strong ecosystem, because just because they're bridging in due to hype, and it's not just hype, it's a wonderful system. It's based on Ethereum, Uniswap, and Pancake Swap already work. But for this to be the best DEX, which it really does have the chance of being the best in the world, where you could get the most return and the fastest, the least latency, the most transparency, that ink token has to be worth it. It's an incentive token. You want to incentivize people to make PulseX the best DEX in the world. So do I think it'll go up in the hands of Richard and the people in this community? Absolutely. There's no way it won't. I'm super bullish on ink.
Yeah. Before we launched, people kept asking me about it. So I went over the contract, and I thought it was really interesting that it had a public burn function, because, you can technically burn any token that you want just by sending it to a null address. But it was interesting that they went to the effort to put in the public burn. I was sitting there going, there's like a lot of things that not even just Richard, like the community can build on top of that, right? So, I mean,
Alex and
for instance,
the burn, yeah.
Yeah. like there's a lot you can do.
It's called a
essentially somewhere
benevolence
can go
fund. Right? And so you found something like that with the ink. Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching ink. I think yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as people build out and Richard builds out, because I think he has a lot more up his sleeve that he hasn't dropped yet. You know, I think he's just warming up.
Yeah, I do too. And that's why I'm really bullish on ink. I think it's hard for me to hold because I really am just holding watching this. Like, boy, I could do things that I could get richer with. And I see this stuff and I'm sort of a paranoid individual by nature. And trust me, I will do my part in the community and not dox myself while doing it. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with holding a little bit and seeing what's going down. Don't feel shame.
Very much so.
Because a lot of smart people are holding, a lot of smart people are not. You know, a lot of smart people are making good moves, but you know, don't feel like a dunce if you're just standing back. Like, okay, when should I go in? When is a good time to start getting this ink? Because I'm bullish on incentive token. Absolutely, I think it'll go up a lot.
I mean, like I think
it has.
Sometimes we all talk about these things, but other people that are listening, you know, they also have to put up their own risk, right? So if they don't have a lot of capital behind them or they only have a small amount to invest, you know, holding is the best thing that you could do versus playing riskier games. Like sometimes the riskier games can pay off, obviously, but it's risk to reward. Like what are the chances of it actually increasing your bags versus the chance of you know, losing your position that you could have just held? So I think
after 2 years of waiting,
yeah,
you know, to be wrecked on day 5 or something would be like such a drag. I'd go to Dairy Queen and cry into a dilly bar. Like I don't know. You know what I mean? But then again, I don't want to be so scaremonger that I don't want people to move on the system because they have to. It has to grow the system. And I don't want to be selfish like that either and not move with the system. I'm hoarding everything. That's not my intention either. I want to, you know, deploy enough capital to help a little bit, you know, but patience.
I'll be participating in the system, but, you know, I just want people to slow down and make the right choices because I really don't want anyone to get wrecked. You know, I've been wrecked a few times.
Really?
Back in the day when I was a little bit more degen, probably shouldn't admit to that on the live stream, but you know, it's really
me too,
funny.
Katie.
Like, yeah, you know when you put in like a substantial amount of money and you just watch it like turn to zero in like a split second, and you're like, ouch. Yeah. And, like you get that sick feeling, and you can't shake it, and you're like, fuck.
Have you ever put in an extra zero in an auction and just sadly watched it count down? I early, and I'm not going to dox myself with this. Early on, when I had Bitcoin and was doing the BTC E thing, I put was it 4.5 or something Bitcoins into Quark. Just something that tanked. I'm like, oh, damn it. And it wasn't everything, but it was enough to be like, there's something new. I was excited. I put money into it. It was a pure degen, new person move. Yeah. You know? And, you know, I was in my 20s or whatever, like, oh my God, you know, even more of a bimbo than I am now. Put all that money in there, bam, no. So it happens, happens quick. And you learn. You have to make some mistakes to learn. So,
yeah, very much so. But I mean, that's why people like us will sit here and say, you know, just don't, if you go to degen, don't do it with your whole bag. Don't go all in. You know, like there's blue chip, so to speak, cryptos, you know, like I would put our ecosystem in that. And then everything else is speculative. So if you're going to go into other things and support the system or do anything, just don't do it with your whole bag. Don't go all in.
Go degen on testnet.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, there's some hard lessons to learn in crypto.
Katie, I mean, And my friends are, it's like, I'm going to go on Twitter right now, right? And I'm going to scroll down and I have to brace myself in case someone I know says they lost everything. And I'm excited for it, but part of me is scared because I don't want to see that. And I don't know what I'm going to do when I do. And it's already happened with some people I know with different circumstances, right? And it's a part of being in a big community where you have a bunch of acquaintances, right? How many people follow you? Tons. I could look it up real quick. Do you know how many people follow you? Off the top of your head, it's a bit. No. we're gonna see. I didn't know I was gonna do this in the stream. Or maybe not. My internet sucks. Hang on. But anyway, I mean,
you said 2.5K, 24.5.
Okay. Yeah, 24.5. And you know a lot of people of that 24.5. And when you scroll down, and I don't have many followers as you do, but for me, it's a slightly smaller example of like the probability that someone's going to do something exists, and so I don't mean to be a bummer about it, but it's like, but then boy, you could have someone who went from putting like $25 in to just making it forever too. Like you could see that, or people slowly going up, and so it's a volatile time, but it's crazy to be where we're at, kind of in this. We're not in the exact same situation, but you and I are in similar situations, pretty similar, just on Twitter, scrolling down, looking at what's going on, the, last minute sort of thing where, what's going on with the bridge, what's going on with the liquidity in the bridge. And it's just been something where like you could hole yourself up as a hermit and do this.
Yeah. I mean, I get wrapped up in it. I think it's too exciting for me personally. I know a lot of people, some aren't happy, but, like for instance, PulseX being below sacrifice phase, like I know that's frustrating to some people, but, there's other aspects to it to look at, like unpopular opinion. I'm not going to say something the most popular right now, but if you have a bunch of people telling them to buy PulseX to trade into Pulse, like, you kind of set the mentality to already put it below sacrifice by, telling a large group of people to go do that type of trading,
Right.
Now like I don't know how many thousands of people were telling everybody to sack for PulseX to get PulseChain. And then you've seen on testnet V3 and V4, the community put it at a 1-3, and mainnet was the exact same. It launched at almost a 1-1, and within 2 seconds they put it at a 1-3. That's already undervaluing PulseX. Like, I'll give props to Jenkins. I think he's actually the only one that I've seen on Twitter that was publicly saying the same thing, going, it's crazy that people are trading for 3-1. Like, that, I wouldn't make that trade. You're losing out on your own value. And then when price discovery came, because people set it at a 1-3, like PulseX was devalued because of that ratio. Price discovery came over, and now PulseX is devalued, which is a great opportunity for other, like, people coming in. I think PulseX will go to sacrifice rates very soon, and I think it's going to perform very well. But you can't necessarily just be mad at the market putting it there when mentality was put into people to do those types of things. So
look at the line waiting to get in. And you know why I don't mind it? I don't mind all this stuff being a little bit low, and especially HEX. I've been saying this forever. I want really low HEX when it launches. Shut up, Podpro. No. And then everything I want is coming to fruition. So I'm happy personally, but I don't mind if, and I kind of had a theory that Pulse would go up before PulseX because of that. I mean, you're not a genius for having that theory. It seems kind of obvious. Over time, PulseX might do better than people think it does, though. If you're going to hold it, you know what I mean, or use it, single-sided staking when that happens. But I don't mind new people looking at something and seeing an opportunity, right? Yeah, we waited 1 or 2 years depending on what you put in for, but if you have too selfish of a mentality about the money and you don't ever want anyone to get another deal, because God forbid they get a bigger piece of the pie. I get that overall that's kind of the game you're playing, but why can't you be happy for someone who's able to, you don't know their situation in life. They could be in debt. They could have kids going to college, or something to hand down to their, you don't know, house full of cats, they need to kibble. So if someone's able to go in and get a decent deal on something that's going up, let's all make it by all means, because I want that crypto. It won't stay that low because I won't let it. If I was across the bridge, you know what I mean? Someone else, someone might have the gumption to see that happen. The moment it happens, go in the bridge like, hey, I only have a little bit of money compared to these other sea creatures I don't feel like I can compete with, and go in and have a good deal and have, kind of make it and trick the system, even with people that have kind of waited a while. That's part of the game, and you should be happy for them a little bit, right? As long as it's not wrecking you to death. Like, good job, man.
That's crypto. Yeah.
Yeah,
be happy seeing other people make money, because that's why we're all here.
Yeah.
There's envy and there's a bit of selfishness in crypto, and it's not needed. If somebody's making money, you're right, they're benefiting their lives and it's changing their lives, and that's awesome. Like, that's why we come to crypto. You shouldn't be mad because somebody's life just got changed. There's a lot of opportunities. For instance, like, I know a bunch of people that opened up front ends, like the second mainnet launched, and started draining some of the liquidity that was left over. I'm super happy for them. Like, those guys, were able to scoop up hundreds of millions of Pulse. Like, I'm ecstatic for them. Like, I personally wasn't going to go out and do it. I'm not mad. Not the single bit. I'm happy for them. They went to the effort. They did something. They learned how to make front ends and deploy them, and went and bought up the liquidity. That's awesome. Like, I wish them all the best. I hope they make mad gains with it. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm happier for the little guy doing it than someone who's already just accumulating everything, because of the distribution, right? Distribution numbers matter a lot to me. If one person has, or if like a couple people have everything, it's harder for the transactions to happen, right? Like, there needs to be enough people using the system to make it healthy. I mean, I love whales, dolphins, and everything. I'm not hating on anybody with a bunch, but I like to see when someone who thought they wouldn't have a chance be able to kind of get in a little bit, Yeah.
I think there's a lot of those in our community.
Yeah, there are.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Gentlemen.
You guys had a great hour there.
Absolutely. And I definitely want to thank you too for coming on stream and sharing your knowledge. I really appreciate everything that you do for the community, KDP and HodPro.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking with me, Katie. You're really awesome to talk to. I'm glad we got paired up. It was cool.
Me too. Thanks.
So where can people find your guys' content?
You want to go first?
HodPro. I'm HodPro on Telegram and HodPro on Twitter.
I'm KDP Crypto, same as on my thing too. And I'm definitely more on Twitter. I don't like Telegram.
Yeah.
Sorry, my audio cut out, but I'm assuming you guys said where people can find you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, okay. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll catch you two later.
Thanks.
And up next, we have Freddie Quotes and Hexy Bastard. Welcome.
Yeah.
What's
up, boys? How's it
How
going?
you guys doing, Briz, Maddie?
Good. How are you guys?
Awesome, man. Rocking and rolling.
Good stuff. Yeah, man. Yo, I just got back from Disney World in Paris, bro. Oh mate, it was so cool. It was so cool. Like it turned me into like a 8-year-old all over again. And that's why I'm wearing this shit. Right now.
That's awesome. What was your favorite part? Did you do rides and food and all this stuff?
Yeah, so like the whole thing was for my my son. It was his 10th birthday last Friday, so we went over. Last Saturday. So we went over to take him for that, and yeah, man, it was just more for like the kids, you know, like just going on the rides and stuff. There was one ride in particular, which was the Avengers one, which was just like nuts. And my son, he's never been on a big ride before, and we didn't know what this was going to be or anything like that. And we went in for this Avengers ride, and there was no warnings, no nothing. It was just like, oh, little kids not allowed. That's all it said. So I was like, yeah, it'll be fine. We goes on, mate. This thing goes like 120 miles an hour. It goes upside down about 10 times. It's basically pitch black. I thought he was going to be like, I tried shouting him. His name's Oliver. I was like, Oliver, are you okay? Are you okay? He didn't respond. And I was like, mate, he's passed out. I can't do anything. And then we got off. I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? He's like, yeah, that was awesome. That was so cool. I loved it.
That's awesome.
I was like,
super cool.
Do they have like a Star Wars section in that Disney?
They did, mate, and I dressed up as a Luke Skywalker or Luke Skybastard for that day that we were there, and yeah, man, it was cool. He dressed up as a little stormtrooper. I got a couple pictures out on Twitter, but I should post some more because it was fun. But yeah, it was just a great experience. The whole thing's like visually amazing, and most of the rides are just like they take you through the scene. You know, if it's like the Pinocchio ride or whatever, like you're just in the Pinocchio world for that thing, and most of it was like kiddie stuff, but yeah, it was good, man. It was good. The only thing I will say is if you're gonna go there, it's fucking expensive. Like everything is super expensive.
The most expensive place on earth, bro. Hands down.
I bought a beer and it was Disneyland in like 3 days for my friend's birthday.
Yeah. Mate, a beer was like 10 euros. A burger was like 18 euros. It was just like, and that's just like a little bit more than $1 is, I guess, at the moment. So it's kind of easy to gauge. But yeah, man, it's super expensive. Like I spent a fortune out there. I'm poor again now. But thank God PulseChain's out, so it might make some money back.
Yay.
We definitely will, man. It's exciting. There's been so much going on in the last week. It's been a week now, right? Coming up in an hour or two. It's been a week.
Yeah.
You get everything done you need to get done, Hexy bastard.
Mate, I didn't have no keys with me. I haven't even touched PulseChain yet. I've only just got back an hour ago. I haven't done anything. So I'm hoping you guys can tell me what the fuck's been going on. I've been watching from afar, like on Twitter and stuff. I know there was some issues with like the bridge is still not fully open, and couple of other bits and bobs, but man, I'm seeing people making mad gains already, especially on some of these like shit coins that are coming out. So it's fun to see. It's great.
So Hexy bastard, me and Sandy B, the dude in the chat, I'm sure you've seen him a bunch. You know, we like to razz you a little bit about your sacrifice amount. But here's the deal. You sacrificed and you actually have Pulse PLS coins. You can actually make transactions while most of the people cannot.
That's true. I'm also very lucky as well because
right?
Yeah. I know that was one of the things. So like people could bridge over. They could bridge stuff over, but they couldn't convert it. So they could buy wrapped PLS, but they couldn't unwrap it because they had no pools to do it with, right?
Exactly.
Because I was under the impression that one pulse token would last you like ages, you know, a bit like Ethereum. But I was just sadly mistaken.
You know, when it first launched, you know, the transactions were 0.02, so one PLS could get you like 50 transactions, and then something happened.
I think that's what the initial thought was, because weren't some wallets airdropped one pulse?
Yeah, all the PulseX sacrificers got one pulse, which would have covered their transaction fees on testnet. Yeah. However, fees have already gone up 100 or 1,000x, and you know, we may not get the lowest of fees on PulseChain, but we might get the maddest of gains. And so that's not the entire, design intention, but hey, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe we can have it all. Maybe we can have a high price and low fees. But I think it's going to balance itself out. I think that in the bull market, the Ethereum fees aren't going to be quite as high when PulseChain is chugging along. And hey, maybe someday PulseChain will be the hottest nightclub in town, and Ethereum will be yesterday's news.
Maybe it's going to be a lot of fun. And if it gets too expensive, like Richard said, we'll fork it.
Fork it. You know what's cool about this though is that like it's all relative to what people want to pay. So Funding Jim, I did the spaces the other day on Twitter, and Funding Jim made a really excellent point that right now one PLS token is worth like, a fraction of a penny.
0.0002.
Yeah, so that's like, what, a 50th of a penny or something, or like a fifth of a penny. So even if it is costing a few hundred pulse for a transaction, it's still only a few pennies to do that transaction. But when the price goes up, people are going to be only willing to pay a bit less for the price. So the gas fees will come down naturally anyway. It's just that right now Pulse is so cheap. It's like people don't really care about. I've seen transactions for like 8,000 Pulse, or even more than that. Like it's relative though, because it's still cheap. It's still like BSC prices.
I just did the math, and the cost for a transaction right now is about 8 cents, 8.1 cents.
Oh, that's so expensive. Oh my gosh. Oh, everyone's crying. We've had $400, $1,200 transaction fees for day one hex stakes ending, and people are complaining about 8 cents. Get over yourselves, people.
Hey, buddy, that price just went up 34%.
What are we at now? Are we over 3 zeros and a 2? Let me pull it up.
Just barely. 3 zeros, 203.
I think that's
this is the thing. Because I've been away, I just don't know what's happening with the charts or anything. I've seen that PulseX was like 4-1 against PulseChain, so I'm excited to like get on there and actually do some proper analysis of all these charts and stuff. I'm on my phone and I'm looking and I'm like, there's only so much you can do with Dex Screener on mobile, right? So I'm really excited. I'm probably not going to do anything tonight, but like tomorrow I'm going to go on there and I'm going to make some moves, and I'm gonna have some fun, because I've got a lot of Pulse X actually, but just not that much Pulse. So the aim for me is just to stack up on Pulse. And when I see all these, I'm not saying people should do this, but I'm seeing coins that have gone up like 6,000x in a fucking day. It's just going to be, I don't care what anyone says, Pulse is going to be a shitcoin casino, whether we want it to be or not. But volume is good for PulseX. Buy and burn pressure is going to be insane. People can come and trade whatever they want as long as they're using the network and it's cheap enough to do so. Everyone's going to win. If you're holding Pulse or PulseX, you're going to win. So yeah, man, I'm very excited. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what this does.
The chain will be full of shit coins and meme coins, but remember, guys, got to keep your eyes on the prize. And to me, that's PLS and PLSX and the hex copies.
PP.
Yep. And PP, yes, Freddie. Of course. And maybe a little 9-incher in there as well,
I lost so much money. I paid my dues in crypto in 16 and 17, even like 13, 14, 15 trading, and having Bitcoin, and then like dumping it into like Feathercoin and Litecoin, and getting left behind, and degen stuff in 16 and 17, Bitsy.biz, like all these scam fake yield things. So I paid my dues. So it's nice to be able to get into something. But I guess my point was, when Hex came around and when Hex launched, I swore off, meme coins and all that other stuff until PP came around. And then I was like, it's just too funny, man. I got to jump in on it. I got to jump in. So like there were not very many things that I sacked for other than PulseX or Hex. But community stuff is awesome. There's lots of people, very talented people in the community, man. And we should all do what we can to support everybody. It's pretty cool.
Appreciate that, man. Hey, I tell you what, like that PP chart got fucking hammered when PulseChain came out. It went down like 85% in a minute or something. But it's a stock split, right? I feel like everything in the Richard Heart ecosystem got absolutely decimated when Pulse came out. Even HEX wicked down to like near a penny, I see that, or something, you know, maybe even under a penny. I'm not entirely sure.
I think I saw like 1.6 at one point.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, like, so that's more than a 50% dump. And everything I was looking at, actually, even Trayvon's More token got pretty wrecked, I think, for a few minutes at least. Like, basically everything associated with Pulse it got wrecked, just at least right at the beginning. But what's good about that is that you're seeing all these tokens that basically started at like almost zero value on PulseChain. They're pumping like hell. So PP is at parity now. So even though the price went down on Ethereum, we're basically at the same price on both chains now. And I anticipate we're going to be about there moving forward. I don't know what will happen. It's up to the market to decide. But I would anticipate that they're going to be paired, and I think HEX will be similarly, paired as well. There'll only be a small discrepancy in prices between the two, and I think all coins that are on Ethereum and PulseChain, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to follow suit, and so you've basically got a double, and it's a valued double as well. So even though the price came down on PP, you've got two of them now, so you've doubled your bags. So it's just a standard dip. It's just a regular dip in crypto. So.
I've got a question for you guys, some conspiracy theory stuff. Do you think the clogging was intentional to slow people down?
It was intentional, but I think it definitely helps keep the price from pumping then dumping.
Yeah, and that's another question. Do you think that we'll see like a major sell-off? You always see like when coins launch this huge pump and then a huge dump right after. With this slow release and people getting in slowly, it's kind of interesting. It adds another layer to the launch itself.
I mean, I don't think it was intentional, but it did seem weird that so few transactions would clog it up. When I was looking a couple of days ago when we were doing the Twitter Spaces, it was completely like just not moving at all, and there was 8,000 transactions on there. I know you can count a dollar value, but that actually doesn't matter. It's the amount of transactions that were stuck, and it was only 8,000. That isn't a lot, man. I swear one Ethereum block can do like 10,000 or something crazy like that. Matty definitely knows the answer for that. But it seemed like an awfully low number for it to be stopping. You know, so I'm not saying it was like done intentionally, but there is some game theory in that like if money can't flow in fully, it's going to stop people from dumping. Because right now there's what like $100 million in the bridge. Everyone who's sending money over there, there's a good chance that they're trying to buy Pulse over there. So the guys who are holding the Pulse, who maybe would have dumped it, might just hang on a little bit longer just to see what happens with that 100 million or whatever that's coming in, because that pump it, there's low liquidity at the moment, so could pump it like crazy.
Is the website plsburn.com that shows the percentage?
Yeah. We got 89.9 million inside the bridge deposited, and about 39 million actually processed.
Man, do you think we'll hit 100 million by the time your stream is over, Maddie?
Hit what? 100 million?
Yeah, we're basically at 90 million right now. 10 more million.
Send it
in what, another 24 hours or so. Ship it. Let's go, Maddie. You're making me so bullish right now. Oh my gosh, man.
We will 100% have 100 million by the end of the week, and I guarantee it, dude. It was
payday.
What day was it? It had 45 million in it. Was it 2 days ago? 40 million as of noon on the 17th. So in 2 days, they've bridged in another $50 million.
Crazy. The thing is, though, and I don't want to shit on everyone's parade, right? I'm not being bearish or anything like that, but I've been saying this for a long time. I still think that there's going to be a good buying opportunity for Pulse. There already has been for PulseX, but I still think at some point in the near future, you are going to get an excellent buying opportunity on that, because there is going to be one fat-fingered guy when there's low liquidity who is going to nuke it, just even for a day, or something, you're going to get some chances, I think, to get in at a good rate. Whether it goes below sack rate or not, I don't know. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend to at least the guys who want to listen to this idiot here, you don't need to rush in to buy right now. There might be some good chances. DCAing is probably the way, actually. If you look at all of the other EVM chains that have come out, they always have a huge dip about 30 to 90 days in somewhere in that region. So just
send me a message the day before you tank it for me, all right?
Yeah. With my $100 sack, yeah, man, I'm gonna nuke it.
Like, one of the things that I learned while earning my stripes in the crypto world was patience usually wins. So when HEX launched and I was watching the daily payouts in the AA, it hit its low, right? And I was like, oh, it's going to keep going. And then it didn't. Like, it started to move back up in January. And I was like, okay, well, it'll get back to 1.3. I'll wait till tomorrow. And then, oh, it'll get back to like $1 million per ETH. Oh, I'll wait till tomorrow. And then it got down to 750,000. And then it went down to 500,000. And I was like, no, I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. Everything I've learned in crypto has told me just be patient and it'll come back. And the AA left me in the dust and it never came back. And then shortly after that, we had the God Whale buy. And it was just very hard to get anything over 100,000 at one point. Like, if you were getting 100,000 hex per ETH in the AA, like, that was good. And then it started dipping down lower and lower. And I was like, man. So I had an onboard ask me today. He's like, man, I'm only getting like 200 pulse per hex. Like, I want 250. I want 300. So I told him that story. I was like, man, if you wait, if you're patient, you could get left behind. It happened to me in the AA days of HEX when it launched. So one thing you got to learn is take what you get and be happy with it. And, you know, just continue to dollar cost in. Don't dump your whole bag right up front. But yeah, man,
maybe I'm just like full of copium because I haven't been able to do anything yet.
Yeah.
Like,
don't get left behind, all right?
Don't get left behind. I was like, man, all this money's in the bridge, like trying to get in, and everyone wants to buy Pulse. All these people sacrifice for PulseX, but you know, they need the Pulse in here, or people bridging in, they want this Pulse. What do you think is going to happen when, you know, you see 80, 90 million dollars in this bridge of people coming in, and or 40, 50 million, I guess I should say, if it's halfway through. What do you think the price is going to do when these millions of dollars come in? Do you think you're going to get a better return on the Pulse, or not as good? I was like, man, if I were you, not financial advice, I might just get some now just to have.
Yeah, it's definitely worth getting a bit now. I'm saying all this, but I'm going to buy some tomorrow, like, for sure. But, you know, I don't know how I'm going to throw everything in, but, you know, I'll get a bit, you know. Definitely.
I'm proud to say that in the last couple of days, I've increased one of my bags by about 10%.
Nice. What did you do?
Averaging. Just dollar cost averaging, and
nice.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about that.
That's I think I did the hot pearl strategy, and I just did nothing. I like played around with like $10 here and there, maybe $100 on, just so I know how it all works. But I haven't touched any of my stuff really.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
What, you know, there's so many guys that just like missed it altogether. You know, so for those guys, it's like when buy, sir, like when bridge, when when good rate on PulseX to Pulse, you know, because they probably got in on that. Like most of the guys I know missed Pulse, but they got in on PulseX. So it's like when trade, sir, you know. I seen it. Wasn't there like a wick down where it went to an extremely low rate versus Pulse at one point? Man, I wish I knew the number, but someone in my I have a private group with like trading bastards. We call it trading bastards, right? And someone pointed, I can't remember the number, but it was like a few thousand, you know, PulseX for one Pulse at one point. And like, just imagine that trade, like going the other way. Like most people are trying to get Pulse, right? But I'm very bullish on PulseX in the long run. I think PulseX is going to kill it over time because of the buy and burn, and that's just the most bullish feature ever created, in my opinion. So I mean, I'm looking to get more PulseX. I want Pulse, but I want more PulseX. Man, if I could have caught that, holy shit! Like, wow, a few thousand PulseX for one Pulse. God. Yeah, man. Did anyone see that? Like, I can't remember the number, but it was.
I didn't know.
There's like PulseX right now is like 4 zeros and a 6, and that's pretty much like the same that a lot of people paid for the sacrifice rate with like bonuses. So some people are upset that, you know, the price of PulseX is like at the same level as the sacrifice rate. As someone that sacrificed for PulseX, I don't care. I'm picking up more of it. I'm glad it's at a lower level.
The thing is, I think that was like inevitable. Why are people surprised about that? Like, everyone knew PulseX was going to dump a bit after launch, at least relative to Pulse, because that's what the one that everyone at least thinks that
everyone
they want.
got in. Yeah.
But it also had the most people like talking about it because it had the most people in it. And so you would have thought that that might have balanced out. However, it's just, I think a lot of people were surprised by being short PLS because you had 80,000 people in the PulseX sacrifice who were not in the PulseChain sacrifice. And they got trapped. Like they couldn't even trade for Pulse because they only had one Pulse. And it cost like 200 or 2,000 Pulse to do a trade. And so you literally had to know somebody who had sacrificed for Pulse so they could send you some. Or what else were you supposed to do? Even now, you could buy wrapped Pulse on the Ethereum side. I practiced doing that. And but how are you going to unwrap it if you didn't sack for PLS? Because the transaction fee to unwrap after you bridge it is more than one PLS. So
yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, man? People didn't think about this at all. Like, I really thought, and I'm sure a lot of people did, one PLS, you'll be able to do 20, 30 transactions.
Yeah.
Easy. You know, it's nuts. It's fucking nuts, actually.
Hodpril and KDP, they were talking in the last stream about people wicking down the PLSX for the PulseChain coin, right?
Yep.
And yeah, that was pretty good conversation. But yeah, they're just talking about, hey, you guys, they're almost saying like, you know, everybody was encouraged to buy more PLSX just to trade it for the PLS. So kind of makes
when there's a ratio like that and there's low liquidity, what do you expect to happen to the price? I don't actually think it's bad at all. I think considering everything, it's incredible. And I'm big on PulseX. I don't want to dox myself, but I went harder on Pulse than PulseX. Okay, I could say that. And but I don't know, over time, PulseX is amazing to hold. I mean, I think because of that initial discrepancy in the amount of people that were sacrificing, that you have this ratio fix. But over time, I mean, look at the tokenomics of PulseX. They're fantastic. So if you were just to hold for a long time or even buy low, like, you know, Hexy Bastard's saying, buy it when it's cheap, and that's going to be something amazing to have. PulseX is incredible.
So far, 25 billion PulseX has been burned.
Wow.
Jeez, 25 billion?
Guys, I'm telling you, man, I think this might be the
amazing.
first time ever that the DEXs outshine the actual, you know, EVM token. I think it's never happened before. I think this is the time where it happens because of this buy and burn feature. It's just fucking genius. It's genius. Volume is our best friend. Think about all them ARB bots going back and forth, just sorting out these little 1% differences here and there. Millions of dollars going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You're getting a 0.006% fee for buy and burn in PulseX. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're doing hundreds of millions of dollars in volume every day, it is crazy. And a lot of weak hands are selling right now to try and get into Pulse. They're not necessarily weak hands, but specifically with PulseX, they don't see the bigger picture with it. And I think this is really, honestly, the first time that we will see the DEXs outperform the actual chain that they're on. I might be wrong, but
I got a question for you guys. Let me know what you think. I've heard a little bit of pushback on Twitter. They're saying don't do this, but I don't see any downsides on why not to do this. And the idea is this: is that EHEX on the Pulse chain. I'm not sure exactly what it's worth right now in relation to the PHEX, but it was worth about 20% more than the PHEX. And so, I was thinking, hey, you get your EHEX and you actually convert it into PHEX, you actually get 20% more PHEX. And therefore, you can increase your TShares by 20% simply by doing one swap. And in my mind, kind of locks up the Ethereum hex into the bridge and stuff. And so that makes it scarce over there. And then you get your P hex and you're staking that, and that's more scarce now. So I don't see a downside, but what do you guys think about that strategy?
I think that's really interesting. I never really thought of the effect of how Hex, when it's bridged, is being like held up from staking, and that's kind of an interesting thing I never thought of. Very cool.
I wonder how long it'll take for TShares to find parity.
You mean in Hex terms or dollar terms?
Both. In Hex terms, I figured that the rate would ratchet up faster on the Pulse side. Is that right? Is that happening? Does anyone know?
It'll probably be about the same, like as far as we know from ETHW and everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I have stakes that are bleeding out still on the ETH side that obviously I was very easily able to end on the Pulse side of things. And who knows, they may bleed forever. Who knows? I made the mistake with one of my wallets at the very beginning to do like weekly stakes for 15 years. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, not smart. I know DCC talked about it back then too, but like it was so cheap to transact back then, man.
Yeah, I thought monthly stakes were a pain in the butt.
Thank God for PulseChain.
Yeah.
Thank God for that. You can at least unlock, and people want to do like mint hedron on their stakes too before they end it, and they're looking at the gas fee like, no, or they're just letting them bleed out.
On small stakes, it's not even worth it. Like,
might as well take that gas and buy cheaper.
Yeah, I'll still never forget when Hedron launched, because I was such a small player in the game. I went and minted it all because I really loved the product. Realized it cost me about, I don't know, $200 to mint all of this Hedron. And then afterwards, like a fucking pleb, I checked how much Hedron am I going to get over this entire 15-year staking ladder. Could have bought all of that for about $3. So I should have just gone and bought Hedron on market, held it, and then just forgot. But I just wanted to claim it all and have it all because I really liked the idea of it. And yeah, man, it's just crazy. You always see the math for those guys.
We all have calculators with the gas we're spending on Ethereum versus anything we're doing, right? Well, even in Pulse, although Pulse, I mean, people are complaining how much Pulse it costs. And it's like, well, if you were to, the ratio of Pulse compared to the amount of Pulse is way less than the gas fee you pay on Ethereum. But anyways, yeah, it's you're way more able to do things on the Pulse chain already, and considering the traffic on it right now, it's pretty ballistic. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about Alex? He has like a new idea for his ICOSA contract.
No, but it doesn't surprise me. Dude's super smart.
Yeah, he basically says, so now that Pulse is out, time to share something I've been working on. A marketplace for HSIs and WATSs where users can list their NFTs for sale at either a fixed price or an auction where the users can set the starting bid. Auctions perform just like Hedron auctions. This marketplace will use ICOSA as the token to purchase these. Fees from the sales are sent to a burnt address. More details to come. This will launch on both chains.
eBay
It
for
says this is
e-trust.
only a handful of protocols planned for the near future. So that's pretty interesting. That's bullish.
Man, I love this ecosystem.
Right?
So much going on. Yeah. I'm still bullish on HEX. I said that last time with Katie. You know.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. How can
you
not be?
know, we're still on Ethereum. I'm a big PulseChain fan, but we're still on Ethereum. You can't forget if you like low prices and you can, you know, navigate the gas fee in Ethereum. It's still there.
I have a small theory on why I think the EHEX will always have a premium value over the PHEX. And
All right.
basically, I think I'm looking at the prices, right? And I feel like we're being incentivized to bridge over the EHEX into the Pulse chain because, you know, we got 3 cents here and like 1 cent over there. And I think if we bridge over enough EHEX into the Pulse chain, I think it'll just make it even more scarce. And for some reason, I just kind of feel like it's going to have a constantly just a higher value over the Pulse chain side, even though the Pulse chain staking will be more profitable because you won't have as much fees eating up your yield. Just a theory, though.
Here's another thought too on that is what if PulseChain gets so big, which it seems like it is, according to this bridge and the volume, that it actually takes some of the traffic out of Ethereum, therefore cutting some of the price of it. Right? What if
that would be great?
You know, and some people were touting PulseChain to Ethereum maxis as this is going to help the chain because, you know, if people are kept busy on one side of it, you know, you can transact and do things more easily if, you know, throughput isn't an issue.
Yeah, let's do less on the other side.
Could be.
What happens if the fees are way higher on PulseChain than on Ethereum in dollar terms?
That would be really funny. Like, not for our
EHEX
it would be so funny. I mean, it can happen though. It's just a question of like how much are people willing to pay as a group? You know, we've already seen this, like tens of thousands of pulse for one transaction. Those pulse could be worth $1 one day, you know, but people are paying $10,000 to trade shitcoins or whatever, or mint Zen, or do any crazy stuff, whatever they want to do, right? It's just like people aren't thinking 4 years down the line right now. They're thinking like, oh my God, it's only a few pennies. So like, it's just a question of what people are willing to pay. Clearly on Ethereum, people are willing to pay $80 a transaction, you know, as a consensus. I know the little guys are not, like they can't, they're priced out, but like, maybe that's just something that's going to be relative to almost every chain, depending on what it is. You don't seem to have that problem on Binance. It's pretty cheap over there to transact, and it always kind of has been. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. But it totally could be higher. That would be so, mate. That'd be hilarious if it did.
Because you already have value copied over to PulseChain. On Binance, there's nothing waiting for you, but on PulseChain, you have your copies, and they're going to sit there until they become valuable enough that you're incentivized to go get them if you're in any Ethereum token. So I suspect, especially with it being so popular already without people having Pulse, I just think it could really melt our brains.
I mean, the throughput's higher on it, right? That's why it was forked to begin with. So it should be more quick as a chain, but you know, we're transacting in all these pulse fees. We're looking at how much pulse is being transacted. You know, yeah, we kind of have a price chart, but it's not very accurate because of the low liquidity. We don't know how much these transactions are costing. there's not really a dollar amount telling us yet, like there is with the Ethereum, where it's like, ooh, I know how much $197 is. I'm pissed, right? Or on PulseChain, we just like, because it's so new, we just see a small amount of pulse. And I mean, I know you mean over time, Maddie, but like right now, people don't really know how much of these transactions cost. Right now, it's negligible. But considering if you're a holder of Pulse and you want it to go up, then we don't know yet. We don't know how much it's going to cost. It's interesting.
Do we see $100 transactions in the next bull run on Pulse?
I mean,
if we do, we'll be rich.
The throughput
it won't be an issue.
Hell yeah.
Look, the throughput is what, 15% more? So it's not that much black space. I mean, if you had $115 transactions on Ethereum and you had an equal number of transactions on PulseChain, it would cost $100. So, I mean, 15% isn't that much in terms of black space, but I
was just thinking that because obviously PulseChain isn't like the original PulseChain idea now, is it? It's ETH 2.0 with a couple of adjustments. So it's not exactly the same. Like originally it was going to be like 3-second blocks and a shitload more throughput, but that's not how it's ended up being in the end, which I'm not saying it in any ways as FUD, but it's just a fact. Like it's not going to be as crazy throughput and with as I gotta be careful how I word this, but yeah, Matty's absolutely right. It's not a huge difference between Ethereum. So if it did gain adoption, it actually very quickly could result in quite high gas fees. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be rich either, actually, because the price could maybe go up 10x or 20x, but still have the price could stay exactly as it is now, and the gas fees could be crazy high. It just depends how much demand there is on the network. But you would assume that if more people are buying Pulse to transact on it, then the price will probably go up. So
yeah,
technically speaking, it could do anything.
That's where I'm getting my guess from. But all we can do is wait and see what happens. I think that 15% lower is significant over time, because you're transacting a lot. If you have a lot of stakes, if you move, I mean, I'm a holder. Some people move a lot. That's a whole what's it called? It eludes me. There's a tax
can of worms.
Yeah,
can of fish.
I was in a Twitter
Capital
Spaces. I was in the Twitter Spaces earlier today, and they were talking about basically minting NFTs on the PulseChain. And the lady, she said she spent 50,000 Pulse in gas fees. 50,000.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm
always kind of thinking about. I'm like, I kind of think PLS can, in my mind, I think it can hit 1 penny. So I'm just like multiplying all the gas fees by a penny. And I'm getting like 400 PLS transactions. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna pay $4, but like whatever. But hers was 50,000, and so at a penny, that's $500 transaction.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, by the time that Pulse hits a penny, though, let's say, in theory, then the amount of Pulse you're transacting per transaction would go down. So It's not going to be 50,000 then, because no one will be willing to pay it. So they'll wait for the gas fees to go down. So it would balance out in a way over time, I guess. But you're right, though. If it was 50,000, I mean, that'd be nuts, wouldn't it? $500 to send an PRC20 or something. That'd be fucking crazy, man. Matty's just blew my mind with that.
Yeah, I think that what did Sami say? Maybe he said something like there were 1.5 million daily active users on Ethereum back in the bull market. Now in the bear market there were like a third of that. And so I mean, all it takes is for PulseChain to onboard 2 million people, and then everybody who's using Ethereum keeps using Ethereum, and all of a sudden you've got 2 chains that are pretty full. Who knows? You know, or it might be a ghost chain. We don't know yet. But so far, it seems like Pulse is much more scarce than we thought it would be. I thought that one Pulse would allow me to do multiple transactions, and that's not the case.
Same.
Well, let's just say that it's the same, and then PulseChain gets that many users. That cuts Ethereum in half, the amount of users. I'm assuming that those users are going to come from Ethereum and not be on the same exact chain at the same time. That alone cuts out the traffic, even if this just forks. And if there were that many users there and here, you're not forking the amount of people using it, right? So that alone will cut the gas fee, because I mean the gas fees are based upon the traffic, right? Well, and what you're doing, you know, minting NFTs costs more than a simple transaction, stuff like that. But that alone would cut it mathematically.
I'm over on Dex Screener, and a feature I just learned about is that on the left-hand side of the web page, it shows all the networks: Ethereum, Binance, Arbitrum, and apparently it lists them in order of usage, right? So Ethereum is on the top, then it's like BSC and Arbitrum, and guess what? PulseChain is number 4, beating Polygon, Optimism, ZK Sync, and everything else. So PulseChain is the 4th most popular layer 1 right now.
It's crazy, man.
Pretty awesome.
It'll be second before we
So
know
early.
it. I think it flips BNB. Definitely.
Number 1, baby. Number 1.
I think so.
I pray for number 1, of course, but being second place ain't bad, man. Like that bag's gonna be huge.
I would estimate that all of us, at least in the HEX community, are going to do twice as many transactions now if you add up the ones on Ethereum and the ones on Pulse. Because for me, I'm still going to end all my stakes on Ethereum, and I'm still going to be clicking the button for Hedron on Ethereum, and then I'm going to do the same thing on PulseChain. So it'll be really curious to see if the rest of DeFi like wants to play along or not. But it's almost like just a matter of time. It's like how long is PulseChain going to keep getting more and more popular before people want to play along? Because it's not like your free copy on Pulse of Link or SHIB or whatever it is. It doesn't go away if you don't touch it for a year. It's like it's going to be there as long as the network settings are there. So,
which one of you guys is going to be the one to hard fork PulseChain then when that happens? We could already know it's going to happen exactly with the bridge. Exactly,
probably me. The way things are going.
I vote Hexy. Yeah.
What will I call it?
10 quadrillion total supply.
It's got to be some kind of dick joke as a name, though. Like, I can't think of one off the top of my head, man. You put me on the spot.
PP chain or something.
Yeah, penis chain.
It's called Massive Black, and it's just a rooster.
Actually, that was one of the logos we were going to use for the BBC token.
Oh.
It was just like a black chicken or like a rooster.
Oh, well, it's crypto.
Yo, that is
it's
awesome.
Crypto, sir. You could do whatever you'd like. It's a freedomville we live in here.
Yeah, man. So like, I didn't want to like shill too hard or anything like that. I mean, you guys know I'm doing this 9-inch thing. I just want to ask the room, like, what are your opinions on it? You can hate on it. You can do whatever. Like, do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's gonna bring adoption to PulseChain or to our communities at least?
Yeah,
everyone, don't go at once.
Yeah, no. I'm biased. I think it's good. I don't think that community members building on Richard's Layer 1 is a bad thing, right? I think we have really talented people in the community and we need to support them. And if it's not for you, then people won't invest in it. But if it is, then people will. And, as long as the code is good and everything looks good, and I mean, it's a fork of 1 inch, right?
Nope.
No? Okay. Shows how much I know.
more akin to the easiest way for you guys to understand it would be, it's basically the same as PulseX, but for meme coins in general. And it's more focused on yield farming and all of that stuff. So it's actually a fork of PancakeSwap and Uniswap. So it's a DEX. We just forked the name of 1inch and made it bigger.
By 9 times.
Yes.
You know, I'm not against you building. I think that's great. You know, I want to see the final product. You know, I don't know if I'm going to be using it too much because we have, you know, everything else going on. I'm just not sure how many different exchanges I just want to be like bouncing around off of. Initially, I'm just kind of looking at it like, sorry, my cat was chewing on something. Initially, I'm just kind of like looking at it like, all right, this is a big joke, you know. I kind of consider myself a little bit more of a serious investor when it comes to my crypto stuff. But with that said, I think you're a great guy, and I want to see what you come out with. Tell you the truth. So, like I said, if it's not for everybody, that's fine. But I'm happy that you're building and that we're just gonna have more options.
Yeah. So if you want to see the finished product, we've got testnet out already. It's working. It's on Sepolia on Ethereum at the moment.
Perfect.
And
I'll check it out
in
this
progress. And yeah, it's app.9inch.io. There was a faucet on there, but we had some like guy from Indonesia who was absolutely abusing it, so we stopped the faucet now. So you let me know and I'll send you some testnet ETH over.
Yeah. I'm just not much of a meme coin kind of guy, you know, like
that's cool. I mean, honestly, it's not
Yeah.
really like aimed at you guys. It's really
Yeah.
not. It's more aimed
Yeah.
at, I mean, you see all those like all those degens playing with fucking the new Doge that came out, and oh man, there was some funny ones. There was even one called Clog, which I thought was hilarious. You know, like all these things are going to appear, and they need a place to transact. And and there's also arbitrage opportunities back and forth between us and PulseX as well. So if there's plenty of volume going back and forth between, you know, say if there's a price discrepancy on 9inch compared to PulseX, the bots will do all the work. We don't even really need that many users, but we're going to benefit from the buy and burn in the same way, and so will PulseX, because there's more reason to trade back and forth because there's money to be made. So yeah. And anyway, that's my little show.
Hex Pulse win in chat. Like, if it's not for you, then don't use it, bro. But there is a market and people will.
Oh, that guy hates me, man. that guy follows me to every chat room, every stream. He hates me, and it's like, cool, bro. I'm not trying to get you to buy it. Like, whatever. But yeah. Matty Allen, have you got any thoughts, sir? You must know all about it.
Yeah, like man, I'm learning along the way, and the more I learn, the less I know. It's like, all right, well, wait a second. Is Bitcoin a meme coin? Is Hex a meme coin? Is money a meme coin? It's like,
yes.
Yeah, probably.
All of them
Probably
are.
US dollar coin is a meme coin.
Oh,
like it's
terrible.
all, you know. So I'm just going down the rabbit hole, and I'm like, wow, this I thought that there was such a thing as utility that was like different than narrative, but maybe not. Maybe it's all just a narrative, and so, you know, definitely want to get a good laugh and have a good, you know, game theory, have a good economic policy. I think that the policy of inflation is played out, and I think it's overused. And so I think anything in the crypto space that allows people to like protest the fiat inflationary system, and, you know, it's my observation. I think I'm the one that came up with this comparison that Occupy Wall Street, you know, that's what turned into Dogecoin. That's what turned into SHIB. Is like people were so pissed off. You know, that's how Bitcoin came about, was Occupy Wall Street. Everybody was so pissed at the bankers that they just said, all right, I'm going to throw up my middle fingers and I'm going to put all my money into a picture of a dog, because the dog is the most popular pet on earth, right? And it's just, it's a big FU to the financial establishment.
Dude, I can't wait for Elon to retweet PP. Like, he's done Doge, he's done Pepe now. Like, PP, that I would just. He loves the meme coins, man. He loves them, and you've got a funny one.
He does. We've got a very unique one with PP, man. Like, it's almost so unique that it's like hard to catch on, because it's like people are looking for dog coins and they're looking for frog coins now and cat coins. It was last year and all this shit. It's just like no one's looking for anything new and innovative. It's really weird how this thing works. All I know about Poor Pleb particularly is that the holders that we've got now are fucking diamond handed. Like, we've had a huge shakeout on that. It's been a rocky ride, man, and I salute all the plebs who've held through all this. You know, we've had ups, we've had downs, we're in a down now because of this doubling and everything. I respect you guys so much, because it takes a lot of balls to hold something for 8 months and, you know, make some profit but then never sell, and then you're going all the way back down again. And, you know, they just believe in the meme, and that's all it is, really, man. I mean, some charts, like some of the biggest meme coins ever, took years before they popped off, and they made a lot of people very rich when they did. So, you know,
the Richard Hart ecosystem is different than most others, man. Like, we're built differently. Hexicans are built different. We're built with the mentality, yo, we have delayed gratification embedded into our brains. So I think that, you know, the cool thing is a lot of people who are going into these other side tokens within the ecosystem here and in the community have the mentality, look, I don't need to sell this. I'm just going to hold it for 10, 15 years and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's exactly right. That's how you win. You just hold, forget you've got it. I've just been like stacking up through this bear market, loads of random stuff, and I'm actually to delay gratification on things other than necessary. Because like with HEX, you can stake it and you can't access it, right? But there are other things that I'm in that you can't do that with. So what I did is I created all these different wallets with different seed phrases, and then when I buy something and I know I want to hold at least a portion of it for a long time, I send it to these wallets that I essentially forget about. I just forget about them. And then, you know, in a few years, when we're in the bull, I'll go and get all my seeds and I'll have a look what's in there, because I won't even know. I'll have forgotten by that point. And I'll be like, shit, I'm actually a billionaire. How the fuck did that happen? You know?
It'll be like opening up a treasure box. You know, ooh, what's in this one?
Dog shit Inu went up 10,000x, mate, and I bought $100 worth. I'm a millionaire off just that one, you know, out of whatever. It's crazy, you know. But that's how people win. Like, think about the Bitcoin guys. A lot of those guys were buying it at, you know, $50, $100 back in the day. They probably just got bored and forgot about it, and then they seen one day in the news that it was $20,000. They're like, holy shit, I've still got some of them. And then they flip their house upside down trying to look for that seed phrase, find it, and they've got millions of dollars. It's nuts. That is the way.
Well, that's something too that Time Pays Me, I think, could help people out with, because you'll be able to time like any ERC or PRC20 token, and that includes PP.
You can hold your PP for as long as you want.
Can we fork it and call it Chastity Belt?
It'll drip out on a weekly basis.
It'll drip out on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Yay.
I love the Chastity Belt idea.
Yeah, just call it Chastity or something.
That's good,
like that.
Just take the Coinbase logo, Chastity Coin. You don't have to. You can't do anything. You're screwed. Well, you're not. You're chast.
No, you're prevented from screwing yourself. I like it. Yeah. Actually, there's so many memes here. There's so many.
See, we're getting you all excited, huh, Hexy bastard, with your 1-inch beams.
I've got 9
ideas.
So you can
do twisted 9 inches.
I'm sorry.
Hard decks
I'll never make
here.
that mistake again.
So you can do a.
I did that to goad you. That was, yeah.
You can do a drip, but you can also do a hard lock. So you might be able to do something with that terminology as well.
The other thing about the 9-inch exchange, it just makes me a little uncomfortable. If it was like closer to a 5-inch exchange, I don't know. I'd probably be a lot
He's
more
all in on 5 inches.
using
A little
it.
scared of 9.
Yeah, 9 is a bit scary.
Riz, you are so funny, bro.
Just saying.
You know what? You need to have nails somewhere, so you have 9-inch nails.
Yes,
that
that's like
somewhere.
one of the reasons, because I used to listen to them like a long time ago, and it rolls off the tongue very easily, you know.
Terrible lie. Ba, 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 ba.
David James said, "When penicillin coin."
when clap coin.
Dude, this is why I love the idea, because there's so many different things and so many different ways it can be memed. It's hilarious, bro. It's a meme coin that can like generate other meme coins from it. Like, it's just
Think of all the STD coins. Oh my god, we're gonna make it.
The thing is like, it is gonna be the like highest utility meme coin ever. Like 9-inch as a meme is already funny. BBC as a meme is already funny. But like, when you think about the actual utility that is coming with that, I mean, it's a DAO, for fuck's sake. You can use the 9-inch token to vote for yield on whatever liquidity pairings we have listed. So project founders are going to want to buy this so that they can get better yield for their projects. We can turn any zero utility ERC20 into a fully utilized ERC20 that generates yield. If there's plenty of liquidity and the farms are doing well, then guess what? They get added to the pools, and then you could do single-sided staking with any ERC20 as long as it's popular enough. Think about Pepe, man. Like, this is why PulseChain needs this, because like, I love what Richard's doing. I love PulseX. I think it's awesome. But is he going to list things like Pepe? Are they going to be available easily on his website? No, they won't, because he's not about that.
It brings the degen shitcoiners to PulseChain.
Yeah,
it brings that sector of people into the community.
That's what I've been trying to do for like nearly a year now, is just bring the meme coin guys to our community, because there are a lot of them. I think it's like 30 to 40% of the whole crypto market is meme coin shitcoiners, you know, and they won't know about this because the marketing efforts that us HEX guys and Richard do aren't focused their way. You just won't find it, really. It's not that they don't like it. They will never hear about it, really. So, yeah, I'm hoping that this is going to fill a big gap in the market. No pun intended, of course. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I must say I am happy, because, like, overwhelmingly, like, the HEX Pulse community are very supportive of me and everything that like I try and do. I think because they know that it's not like, I'm not trying to like vampire shit out of people. I'm trying to add stuff. I'm seeing a gap, and I'm doing what I can to bring those people over. I'm not here. Like, when we did the PP stack, I told people, like, look, don't go in hard, man. It's just a joke. You don't have to go in hard on this. And I was absolutely shocked with how much money came in on that. I really didn't think it would happen. And
you know what's going to be great? Yeah. When you go to your accountant and you're like, oh, you know.
Where did all this money come from? What?
You just, I have a big bag, you know. Okay, well, I gotta, you know, Craig, I have to pay these capital gains or whatever, you know, anything I didn't donate. Like, oh, what is it? And I'm like, PP, you know.
BBC
gains on my 9-inch BBC PP.
You bring your tax guy.
This one is an eggplant, and it's called just, I don't know. This is in your accountant's just, you know, he's kind of a Poindexter anyway, and it's like, you're joking, right? Like,
but then he looks at the amount of money that you're declaring, and he's like, "Bro, this is like 50 years' salary for me. Like, I'm in the wrong sector here. Like, what is life? You know, I went to university for this shit. He's buying shit coins, and he's making
a whole
50
bunch
years.
of receipts. If you bring your tax guy a whole bunch of receipts, and they have all these dick jokes all over them, he's gonna be, you're going to jail, bro. This tax harvesting.
No, but like, it's your job to make me not go to jail.
It's like I can't. There's nothing I can work with here.
Go in there all serious about
Amazing.
it. I need you to deal with this.
I need a serious accountant only.
You've got just a Ben Stein, like, yeah, PP coin.
You're gonna need a meme accountant pretty soon.
Hey, Maddie, have you been over to the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, I got a picture with Tiffany Fong, and
cool.
Altcoin Daily was in the back. Like, like being left out of the photo. I have to show you guys this picture. It's too hilarious. It's like the greatest thing I could have ever gotten. So so Eric Wall was speaking on the main stage,
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say,
making
did you see that?
history. He was making history because he was explaining to Bitcoiners why they need to get with the times, basically. And it was really interesting to hear him explain what the issue. Basically, he made something called Taproot Wizards, which is an NFT project that was built on Bitcoin to intentionally try to clog up the network so that Bitcoiners would have to deal with their issues of miner extracted value, which they don't really have a plan for. And Ethereum has already been dealing with this for like 6 years and like found certain things that might be helpful. So yeah, so I was wearing a wizard hat, like with because that's what Eric was promoting. And then I don't know if you guys can see, like this is a BitBoy, right? So he's pretty famous for dumping Ben tokens recently, but he also likes Richard Hart, so we give him a neutral on that. And then Tiffany Fong, she exposed Sam Bankman-Fried by like slipping into his DMs, and she's kind of like a meme in and of herself in the crypto space.
Amazing,
So
amazing.
I'm a big fan of her. And then yeah, you can see I'm like all hexed out, and I've got like, you know, my hexagon pants on and everything. But this guy, look at this guy over here who kind of got left out. Do you see him?
Wah wah.
Yeah, that's Altcoin Daily there. He looks really scared and left out. So.
What's that in your
How
pocket,
was his speech?
Maddie?
Eric Wall?
Yeah.
He did 2 back-to-back, and one was in a much smaller room. I went and sat in the front, and I could tell he started like looking directly at me once he saw I was the only one wearing a wizard hat, and then one other guy showed up, and Eric had been like promoting it on Twitter. There were 50 people wearing wizard hats in like the main Bitcoin stage where he did his second talk. But the first talk, it was much more technical. The second one was on the main stage, and really, I would say Eric beat probably the 2 Bitcoiners at their argument, at their debate. I mean, it was pretty legendary because in the past, Bitcoiners have not allowed NFT people to debate. Like they're just not welcome at the conference. So it's yeah, I've got a couple of clips that I'll play at some point for people.
I've already warmed up to Eric Wall. I didn't like him about 1.5 years ago, but I've actually warmed up to him a lot. And I know he's controversial, but I actually think he does more. He's more of a benefit for Hex and PulseChain than people.
100%, man, 100%. And
is he a secret Hex again?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not even
Of course
secret.
he is.
He's publicly said that he has Hex, and he now publicly he said he only bought it to hedge against, you know, bets that he made within the Hex community. But
yeah, bullshit. He's been against early, mate. Like,
am I the only one up here that thinks he's a total prick?
Dude, and that I'm telling you, he plays his role very well. The character. So what people need to learn is Twitter is not real life. It's not real life, right? It's not at all real life. So when you go and you meet these people in real life, things are way different, right? And I mean, you see it at Hex meetups, right? People are one way online, and then at Hex meetups, everyone's hunky-dory. I'm guilty of it myself. Everyone knows that I've had beef with people in the community, and then when we get together, you know, out of mutual respect for each other in the community, everything's good, everything's fine. But then you start to get to really know these people, and you develop relationships with them, and you realize that everything they do online is just a character, like Andrew Tate. That dude, he plays a character.
Freddie, he's trying to hurt you financially. He's literally trying to hurt you.
Bringing so much attention. This is what I mean. Right.
He's hurting me so bad financially. Right. He's hurting me so bad financially. He went on Peter McCormick's podcast and talked about Richard Hart ecosystems for 45 minutes. The first 45 minutes of the entire thing.
What was he saying? Was he praising it? Was he saying, "Oh,
doesn't matter.
So good"?
You have to have controlled opposition. You have to have the naysayers. You have to have that. Okay.
No, he's lying.
You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
All he does is lie and fucking spread misinformation.
I don't think he actually lies that much. It's funny
No,
because I'm
he's
saying this
very
and it may be
intelligent, too.
controversial.
He
In the
lies
comments, I'm seeing
about
people
Richard not
I'm
being able
dumping
to
all
come
my
to
PP
America.
now and all this shit, and it's funny.
He's
But
trying to get me to dump my bags and extract all the money out of
Dump
the
your bags
community.
by saying he was out publicly offering people 1.5 times their sack price for Pulse and PulseX. Publicly. He said, anyone wants to dump, I'll pay 1.5 price right now.
So?
Telling people he wants to buy.
He's a masterful troll, guys. That's what
he
you
is
gotta
a troll,
understand.
and anyone who doesn't
trying to
understand
hurt
that
you
and
guys
sees that is
financially.
literally
He's not.
playing to.
He's
And just
playing
because you met him in person, you're
I
like,
liked him before I met him in person.
You're a good guy now.
No, before I met him in person. I've been talking to Eric for years in DMs, literally years through DMs. I liked him before I met him in person. That's how I got the invitation to go to his party in New York, was because we were friends. It wasn't because I met him in New York that we became friends. I got to know the
He
guy.
lies about Richard Hart. He says Richard can't come to America.
Dude, how can you not see through that?
bro?
How can you not see through this? He is a character playing a role, bro.
It doesn't matter. There's
you
people
fooled.
out there that don't know that. There's no coiners who think he's a serious person.
Yeah, but bro,
And
like,
the people
I
that
can't,
won't ever
enough
invest
time
in
to. I
Richard
should have
Hart
been gone half an
because he's
hour ago.
poisoned their mind. There's
I
people
could
out there
talk
that
about
hate
this.
Richard Hart because the little piece of shit like Eric Wall has poisoned their minds against Richard Hart. So I fucking hate that guy. He's a fucking liar. I
don't know, man. Like he's just a troll. He's just a troll.
He got
and I think he
Briz
brings a
all
lot
in his
more
feels.
attention. He brings so much attention to us, man. Like, yeah, he says bad things about us, but it's masterful the way he does it. Like Freddie
He
said
says
earlier,
good things about us too.
He does. He says a lot because he says things like he paints it as a negative, but it's actually a positive. So I remember one of the things he said on the Peter McCormick podcast is that he was saying like, yeah, it's a giant cult, man. It's just a cult, you know. His followers are so dedicated. They're so loyal to Richard, and he was saying it like it was a bad thing. But that's one of the best things you can look for in an investment opportunity is a cult-like following. It's honestly, bro. Like you got to look past it. Like just look past the initial stuff with him.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he's 100% trying to pump Hex or anything, but he's definitely invested, man. I'm telling you, he's funny. I really rate him actually now. I used to be just like you, Briz.
Yeah, me too, Briz. I hated him. I danced on his coffin for fuck's sake. Oh, sorry, I literally danced on his coffin in a music video. Yeah, I made the top. I made the hex top, everybody.
Freddie made the top on the day.
Coffin,
Freddie,
right?
tell me the truth. Is Eric a good kisser or what?
I don't know. You'd have to ask his girl. Couldn't tell you.
But this is so funny that Freddie was dancing on the coffin of Eric Wall, and now Freddie is taking his side. I have exactly the same view on that topic. I'm a fan of Eric Wall by now. Brisology, have you seen the documentary Hexicans and the Time Value of Money by Tom Gillespie?
Sir.
There, Eric Wall is making his case, and obviously he is like basically shooting against Richard Hart because Eric Wall is the bad cop in the good cop, bad cop situation.
100%,
we need Eric
100%.
Wall to be the smart guy to stand up against Richard Hart, who still loses, but still it looks very good for the overall crypto space. Because look, Eric Wall was just speaking at the Bitcoin conference, and probably Eric Wall every once in a while is mentioning Hex to the people because probably they even mention it. So that's what Eric Wall is saying. Like he actually wanted to take some time off from the Hex community, but the Hex community would not let him. They would go after him. And that's why it was just become naturally that he was the main opponent. That's how he called it in the Hex community. I think he became a very, very great character in our community. And I like what he is doing. Because here's one thing to understand. He says that Richard Hart uses Eric Wall for his cloud. He made it so that Eric Wall is basically now working for Richard Hart. And Eric said that he is aware that he is bringing attention to the Hex community. And basically he cannot do anything against it because the Hex community is coming after him and makes it a big topic on Twitter all the time.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Like that first interview that Richard did with Eric said He wanted me to shit on the project. That was the point all along.
Yep.
It was the
From
point.
day one, Richard. Yeah, from day one, Richard said that about Eric.
Because he's a
So
smart
Hexy
guy.
bastard, do you want me to be your Eric Wall and just want me to shit all over the 9-inch?
Do
and
it,
just
mate.
get everybody to not
Shit
fucking
all over
do
9.
anything for you.
Shit all over the
Like,
You're gonna
you
get
want me to
so
be your heel?
many people to go to it, bro.
Like, hey, if you guys
Talk
use
about it
9-inch,
all
you're
day, Briz,
going to
all
get
day.
scammed. If you use 9-inch, you're a trailer park community. If you know, like, is that the
That adds to the
promotion
meme.
that
That
you
adds to the
want?
meme.
Brisology, like it's crazy how right Hexy Bastard is. I was thinking about something like this, like how about the poor Pepe and the poor whatever Ben token? I don't even know what other tokens are. They would never get one single incentive by Richard Hart, and you know somehow we want to give them incentives so they come over and play in our ecosystem. And Hexy Bastard does exactly that. He provides this opportunity for those people to come over and play in this amusement park, which is called PulseChain. So thank you so much for what you're building, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. He gets it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be wonderful. With that, boys, I'm going to have to bid you all farewell because I got to go. I should have left about half an hour ago. But thank you, Matty, for inviting me on. Really appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
Here's Hod Prill. Never spoke to you before, Hod Prill. Been a pleasure.
What's going on, amigo?
I'll hit you back on that DM soon. I've been away, so I haven't been able to. I'll bet. Nice to meet you as well, bro. Take it easy, guys.
Appreciate you.
100%, brother. Have a good one.
So I think Abit wanted to come on here and like shill Hex
Guess
to us or
what?
something, which is
Yeah.
like that's
Abit is
like
so
half
good at
of
that.
the that's
what?
half of the equation, isn't it? Is like supply and demand is like how much supply of Hex is out there. So I don't think you could be talking to a better group of people than a lot of people who like Hex probably hold a lot of it, and if they stopped selling it, then the price would go up.
I have news.
Yeah.
We have hit $90 million at the bridge.
Ooh.
And how many percent is that? Do you know?
Okay.
So I guess if it
43.2%. So that is processed 39,278,400.
Is Richard gonna stream if it hits 100 mil? That'd be nice.
Eventually he will then. Somebody made that point yesterday that I think it was 7, that basically PulseChain has not fully launched yet, because the launch is when you present it to the world, when you do the stream with Crypto Banter, with Ivan on Tech, with BitBoy, and so on and so on. When Richard Hart, the founder, with Matty Allen, of course, maybe he starts today, right? Like Richard Hart could maybe come on the 48-hour stream. I would love that. So Richard, please. Present PulseChain to the world, and then it would really be a launch. But for that, I think we will have to wait a little bit more for the bridge and for some things to settle, and then Richard Hart will take action, I think.
I got a question for you guys. I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard Richard might be streaming as soon as maybe Monday. I want to hear your guys' predictions. Do you guys think Richard is going to reinvent himself? And if so, how do you think he's going to come off? Is he going to be humble Richard? Is he going to be back to my dick is the size of a Red Bull Richard? Is he going to be wearing a t-shirt or a $3 million Gucci suit? What do you guys think?
I'm going for black t-shirt.
Black t-shirt would be cool. Before you guys get into that, I'm going to hop off real quick, Maddie, but I can definitely jump back on later for some coverage tonight if you need.
That'd
I think
be great.
I messaged
Yeah.
you, but appreciate you having me on, brother. I really do.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, thanks for coming on, and we'll see you again a little bit later.
Hot Pro, great to see you. Briz, always a pleasure, brother. Abit, I'm going to go listen to this shill for Hex while I eat my dinner. And everyone go check out the PulseChain Anthem, Scott V, Black KC Crypto, and Pretty Hexagon artist and I. Pretty Hexagon girl put out this new track. It's pinned to the top of my Twitter _Freddy Quotes _, and I will see you guys later. Thank you.
Peace.
I really hope Freddie is still listening, even though he is not here, because my presentation will be directed to people like him. Obviously, everybody in the HEX ecosystem can do it. Everybody who has sacrificed HEX or USDC, anybody who can do transaction on the PulseChain can do it. But it's just even more interesting for players like Freddie, Brisology, Hot Prill Matty, or me. Like our community, those 1,000 people that sacrificed that are in HEX and also sacrifice PulseChain. This is what you want to watch now. Why HEX is so damn cheap in the PulseChain ratio.
Wait. We have to talk about whether Richard is going to brag about his PP.
Oh yeah, let's do that too.
And then we can go into HEX. Brisology raised the question. So Richard just tweeted in the past hour or two. He was in a tweet storm. And it looked like he really wanted Bitcoiners to know that PulseChain is better. Okay. That seemed to be the general theme. He was just pointing out all the flaws in Bitcoin on the same day that they're having their yearly conference, right? And I'm not going to lie, Richard sounded a little bit more, let's just say, confident.
Aggressive.
And he did brag a little bit about the Pulse price being up 7x from some sort of low. So do I think he's going to wear a black t-shirt? Yes. Do I think he's going to be on his throne? I don't know. Maybe he'll still be traveling. Maybe he's still setting up his museum. But yeah, I think that we'll get a middle, we'll get a version of Richard that's maybe in between the two extremes.
I agree with that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. There's a lot to think about with his outrage marketing, when and why he started it. I believe that with everything going on in the banks and fiat and everything and whatnot, I think that we might be at the end of the bear, which is great for launching a new crypto token. I think it's perfect. I think that a lot of what he was doing was marketing in the bear market, right? Because what else are you going to do when nothing's pumping and you're trying to get people to get into your token or your fork, or this token and fork at the same time? Go and act like a rich person, unlike everybody else in the bear market. Go and say the gains you've made and just do viral marketing, right? Right now, I don't think he has to do that as much, because not only is the bear market over, it's bridging, it's happening, and he doesn't have to posture as much. He doesn't want more people putting even money into the bridge at this point, maybe, right? So why do that? And or maybe he does, but you know what I mean? I don't feel like it's attention grabbing at this point, because since PulseChain finally launched, that already has a lot of attention. All of the forums all over the place. Crypto forums have PulseChain all over the place. People are talking about it. And also, in the beginning of a token fork like this, when they're coming in with the bridge, there are going to be a lot of people that make good moves and some people who don't. Some people are going to get wrecked. Some people are not going to know how to ratio trade. Some people are going to feel the impermanent loss. This is a time of volatility. So I wouldn't mind either way. I kind of agree with what Maddie says. Like, yeah, it finally launched. You could take a keenly excited feel of it, and I would accept that. That's awesome. We finally launched. There's money coming in, and it's a smooth launch. People are just impatient with the bridge. I think the launch has been smooth. Everything's working correctly. Minus a few stupid typos or whatever. It couldn't be better, and the timing couldn't be better for when he launched it. So I think he will be a little more humble. I guess you would say humble, compared to him doing the whole peacock dance and everything. But I think he will be more genuine this time, since his product's already out, right? There's already $90 million in this bridge.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a pretty strong flex.
So I
It
like to
is.
go to hexsearch.io and ask Richard certain questions about this or that. And this is why I just naturally watch a lot of content from him. And the last 2 years, he was talking a lot about pre-bridge, about PulseChain, about this or that, right? We're talking about 2 years about that topic. And now I think Maddie has tweeted that Richard was not online for over 130 days, something like that. And he was doing interviews, yes, but did he do an old-fashioned stream like in the old days where he sits in his castle and just interacts with the community, where he reads questions and answer them? No, and this is exactly what I'm expecting. Him just interacting with the community, reading out loud the contract address for HEX, what he did back then, for example, to do something similar for PulseChain, where he just explains to people how to not get wrecked, how this is the biggest opportunity, how everything is working, give us an update, and then just go through the community questions. That's what I'm expecting, really. Expecting is really obviously the wrong word here. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, all right.
For sure. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I think that so far the community is standing on our own super well. We're competing with the Bitcoin magazine numbers of people watching their live stream. I mean, I'm blown away. I think I saw YouTube said there were 22,000 people that tuned in to the first segment of this live stream. And remember, that's with like putting it together at the last minute, inviting everybody like a day or two ahead of time. They've been planning the Bitcoin conference since last year. And I think I saw that had gotten about 36,000 views. So that's insane to me. That's really cool.
And you were talking about the ratio of, look how old Bitcoin is, how many people hold Bitcoin, how many people know Bitcoin, and look how old is HEX, how little people know HEX. And you made there the ratio of how many people know a cryptocurrency with Bitcoin and HEX. And you see there is a ratio. This ratio is off, because if I'm looking at the viewers here, there is proportionally so much more viewers in HEX right now for our stream that we have going on compared to what is going on in the Bitcoin conference. And Matty, I'm drawing same conclusion or similar conclusion when it comes to my point why HEX is so cheap on PulseChain. Maybe I bring it out right now what the point is, because the last time I was not able to do it, right? Like I was talking for 1.5 hours, not bring out my point. And my point is that right now on we Hexicans here, we have a great experience on the Ethereum blockchain with our HEX that is staked, right? Yes, we have some liquid HEX, but most of HEX is staked. We earn the yield. We have a great experience. And my claim is right now that the yield that we are earning on the PulseChain network should be the same. But if we go into the calculations later on, we will see it is not. There is a off the ratio, like it just doesn't fit, right? And this is why I make the claim. HEX is too cheap on PulseChain right now when it comes to the PulseChain ratio, just because the yield we're earning on Ethereum is so much more compared to what we have on PulseChain. But Maddie, you know, it is a hard system fork, and the TShare rate to 27,000 is the same. So where does this difference of a ratio come from? It comes because the market cannot value HEX correctly yet, and the value will later in the presentation, I will show that.
So yeah, I think HEX on PulseChain has a lot of potential. Is it because the bridge isn't fully functional that, and because there's a disproportionate number of people who are who basically have enough pulse to transact? There's this minority of people right now that even has enough pulse to transact, and that's the PulseChain sacrifice set. Those are disproportionately people who really believe in HEX. But I think a lot of people like have more HEX coming out in the future, but you don't have more pulse coming out in the future, which is why I think that they're both being valued incredibly well. When Bitcoin forked, was it what did it get up to? 30% that the copy was worth, and now it's down to like what, 1%, less than 1% is what Bitcoin Cash is worth. HEX, what, it's worth 80%. It's worth even if it's worth 50%, that's crushing it. So I think that people are already valuing HEX. I think if you actually put in new money, I think people would be buying up HEX, they'd be buying up Pulse, and they'd be buying up PLSX. But with the bridge, with on the Ethereum side, I don't know the contract address for PulseX. I'd be I'd be throwing Ethereum at PulseX right now with a huge amount of force on the Ethereum side, just because I'm so paranoid of going over to the PulseChain side and screwing up which USDC I'm playing with, right? So I think that there's like a lot to come, just in terms of even the network participants that we already have, let alone the new ones that are coming in. If as somebody who is very like knowledgeable, I would say, about Pulse and PulseX compared to the average crypto person, but I don't know the contract address of what wrapped PulseX is on Ethereum, that seems like there's upside for HEX and for these other ones.
And one very crucial part to understand is that we have a new ecosystem, PulseChain. Now we have to shift our mindset of thinking that we do not really want to talk about dollar values anymore. The only thing that matters to us Hexicans now is to compete to all the other cryptocurrencies like PulseChain, right? Like Ethereum, like Polygon, like all the other, Bitcoin even. We want to make more gains, and that's why we park our assets somewhere where it appreciates the most. And today I'm talking about,
Can I make one more point that like led me to your conclusion? Because like the part that I just said was like kind of, I would say, was kind of neutral on HEX, but the thing that really like led me to what you're talking about is how incredible it is that even though I have more HEX coming out in the future and I don't have more Pulse coming out in the future, you know what I don't have more of coming out in the future is TShares. And that's like the really beautiful thing. That's like, well, I know TShares, they're built with a pumpamental I'm familiar with. You know, they don't conflict with my use case of I want PulseChain to have low fees, so much so that like, you know, maybe someday I would be hoping that the OA started selling a little bit. I know that's super unpopular to say, but like I really want low fees. So that's why I think it's like, it's really incredible that HEX still has its primary use case as a store of value, because TShares are so much probably more deflationary than a PulseChain. What do you guys think?
I think that's exactly the point. It is the TShares that why I came to the conclusion that HEX is too cheap, because you can first try to look at the dollar value, but there is no dollar value. There is the bridge problem. It will take a long time. So you can then maybe look at PulseChain. But then once I looked at the PulseChain ratio and I saw, oh man, it's just too crazy cheap. At the third step, I looked at the TShares, how much yield is this generating to me? And that's when it really made click to me, and I realized this is a trade of our lifetime that we can do right now. So I totally agree with you. It's the T-share that makes it valuable. And it's
hey,
that
Hodprol, thank you so much for coming on. Can you tell people again where to find you?
I am at Hodprol, exactly Hodprol. Here we go. On both Twitter and Telegram. So thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Rock. We're all going to make it.
Hell yeah.
And keep an eye on that bridge. It's exciting times.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Will do.
Have a good
Take
day.
care.
Thanks.
Bye.
Night. Yeah.
Are you guys upset that before the PulseChain, TShares were more rare than Bitcoins, but after the PulseChain, there's actually more TShares than Bitcoins now?
It's close enough.
Well, I've not even thought about that. Yeah, that's so funny. Like back in before PulseChain, we were always saying, right, T-shares more scarce than Bitcoin. But now, yeah, you're totally right. Now there are more T-shares. But you know, we are burning them like crazy as well. I remember just a couple of months ago, we had over 10 million T-shares in existence, and now, well, we dumped under this number. With the fork, obviously, you make a good point. It's double the amount now. But it's also in two different countries, right? Today, I will make a thought experiment that Ethereum and PulseChain is like two different countries, two different tax systems, two different citizens, and so on and so on. And this yield that we are earning is in two different ecosystems. So will be interesting to digest everything. And Maddie now jumped off the stream. I guess Brisology know that is the sign for us to go through the presentation. And you and I, we did already the first part yesterday. So you know exactly how I behave here with sharing my tabs. I'm very wild and very quick. You have to click. Here I'm sharing already the first picture. Because here we are at the stream from Maddie Allen at the 40-hour
Who are those handsome fellas?
And here I talked the first time about this topic here on Maddie Allen's stream. If you are interested and you want to dive deeper into it, look at this. Let's see what hour it is from the stream. Let's look at hour 7. There I went through the topic with Brisology for 1 hour, but I assume today we have different viewers, right? So maybe I have to go through, give a very quick elevator pitch of what is the presentation about, right? What do you think about that?
Okay, yeah, I'm down.
So this presentation is directed to everybody in the HEX ecosystem, to everybody who sacrificed, and ideally you sacrificed with your HEX, right? And I'm now looking, okay, in what situation are we in? What happens in the market? Can we take opportunities? And first of all, I want to present some charts, because these are the charts that I'm looking at, and I'm sure you guys love them as well. The PulseX, PulseChain chart, not too important for the things that I'm doing. It's just something that you want to keep in mind, how the ratio is here right now. Very interestingly here, what we can, what I want to teach right now is, if you have something nominated at the first place here, PulseX against PLS, for example, then it means if you see green candles, the PulseX goes up in value. If you see red candles, PulseX goes down in value, nominated against PulseChain. Right, and you see already, guys, I'm not talking about dollar values at all anymore. Here we have the HEX chart, for example, and here it's, for example, 1.2. What is the ratio? So 1 HEX right now buys us more HEX on PLS. So this is how the ratio works. But now we are coming to the chart that's actually really interesting to me, and that I'm looking for since PulseChain come out, because we sacrificed, we got a lot of PulseChain, and we sacrificed with our HEX. So we naturally can ask ourselves, how much PulseChain do I have to pay in order to get my sacrificed HEX back? And this is exactly what we were talking about with Brisology yesterday. Today, the price is 111 in order to get 1 HEX. So the same thing obviously also works with Hedron, because everybody who is in HEX probably also loves Hedron. And the funny enough is, if you just take the middle of this blue line here, for example, right, we take this price point and we just measure to today, you would have made it 50% more gains if you have changed your HEX into Hedron at this moment here, for example. With this, I just want to show the opportunity that you can take with this new ecosystem PulseChain that we have here. And this, just to complete the charts, it's the PulseChain chart versus DAI. Normally, I never talk about dollar values anymore, but it's just really interesting right now. Here at this blue line, we had the sacrifice price, and we are already up. Everybody likes to see that. So how many percentage is that? Let's see. So this is already 100% up against the sacrifice that we did. I think that brings very good.
Sacrificers are winning.
Exactly. And here we have the presentation. Like I said, if you want to really dive deep into and see all the points that I made before, in part 1, go to the video from yesterday. Today with Brisology, we will talk about this last step here, because obviously I want to make the case. Why and how is it that HEX is too cheap? But just so you guys have a good understanding of what we were talking about, I think I should just open up everything so you really see how deep we went into the things here.
Into the rabbit hole.
Into the rabbit hole. So very quick, these 3 things are the most important things that you have to understand. And I went and asked Richard Hart, what do you think about that? First, Richard Hart said, what is a good ratio? If you know what is a good ratio, well, then go ahead and play your game theory right. The next question is, what effect will the opening of the bridge have? And we will look at this topic a little bit in a second here. And then Richard Hart gave us a nugget. He says more demand once bridge opens. So he says that once the bridge opens, more demand comes in, and he assumes prices to go up. And obviously we can also ask Richard Hart and look at his face, what PR20 should we buy, Richard? And obviously he's saying that he likes HEX, we should buy HEX. So this is exactly what we're doing. Let's open this here as well. So any questions so far, Brisology? Because this is something that I added just today. Yeah, this was not in part 1.
No, not yet.
So what you guys can do, go to hexsearch.io. Here I have the site, and just put in interesting play, and this will bring you guys to this video here. And here he says it's an interest. Should we click on it? Yes, because we have not shown it played it yesterday. We will play it today, because I don't want you guys to just take my word for it. I want you guys to take Richard Hart's word for what I'm showing here to you guys. That's actually a really important point, that you see it and hear it from the man directly. So let's bring up the screen share.
Oh, I can't hear it.
So you'll be able to trade PLSX, which people are doing the sacrifice phase now, for PLS at whatever the market rate is. The market's going to decide that before the bridge is open. And you might be able to get a better deal before the bridge is open. Because once the bridge is open, I think you're going to see buy pressure, and you're going to see a USD dollar value as well. So it's very interesting. It's an interesting play that you can get PLS through PLSX by trading it before the bridge is open. You could trade it after the bridge is open, but I think that you'd have more demand then. Yeah.
So he says exactly what we were asking ChatGPT yesterday. He says then once the money can move freely, he assumes more demand, which translates into higher prices. And this is exactly what I make the claim as well. Right now, yeah, we see dollar values already, but because the bridge is a little bit clogged, the dollar value that we are seeing right now doesn't really matter. And that's why I'm saying, like, this chart, PulseChain DAI, for example, doesn't matter to me at all, because look, the liquidity here, $5 million. This is just as much as HEX had in the bear market, for example. Yeah. Exactly. So
I noticed that. I noticed that. I'm like, those liquidity pools look awfully similar.
Very good. I like that you have already had a peek at this liquidity number here, because remember, at the presentation, we will look at liquidity again, because it is crucial to understand what sets the ratio. And Richard Hart just in this video said as well that the ratio is set by the market, right? So let's open up some other tabs. So we have those 3 questions. What is a good ratio? I will answer that. What will be the opening of the bridge of an effect have? Richard Hart says more demand. What PRC20 to buy? HEX, obviously. So should we trade? No. If you are new, you should not trade. It is dangerous. Traders get wrecked. They buy the top, buy and sell the bottom. The price is going up, then they cannot re-enter the market. And I just rushed through here now, because we had discussed that all yesterday for a long time. So what is next here? So what is a good ratio, right? This is what we have to answer. A good ratio is fair, is reasonable. The market sets the ratio. And how is this ratio set? It is set on Uniswap, USDC, Ethereum. Any financial energy can go into an asset and the prices go up. If people sell an asset, the prices go down. And now we can look at all the different liquidity pools. And here you see it. The liquidity pool right now from HEX on Ethereum, $5 million, just as much as we see on PulseChain right now. This is just like a little indicator of how small the liquidity right now is. And the point really that we have to understand is that these liquidity pools that you see here right now, they set the ratio. In these liquidity pools, people are buying and selling and set the ratio. The ratio for HEX USDC, for example, is 0.02. You heard correctly. The dollar value of a coin is really also just a ratio. And now we can go to the ratio of HEX Ethereum, for example. Here you see this little number, and for Bitcoin, it looks even different. And people trading in these pools, they will make exactly that. They will make for a fair price. The market will set the ratio.
All right.
And now, Brisology, you already know from the problem of yesterday, in the real world, we have an example where we have sometimes a situation that money cannot flow freely, and this sometimes occurs then in a not good grow of economy B. And economy B in this case is here our PulseChain, right? So we asked ChatGPT what analysis does he give us, and ChatGPT says once the bridge opens, the money can flow freely and investments can be made. Country B can flourish, basically exactly what Richard Hart was just saying here in the video as well. And look at this, I again forgot to open up this tab here because this represents the bridge right now and how the bridge is clocked. Everybody is in traffic line, wants to go over to the other country, PulseChain in this case. And what do you guys think? What will happen when they are finally opening up? People will rush home, people will rush to work, and they cannot wait to deploy their capital. Because if you stay in traffic for a long time, you just want to arrive. And KDP also says liquidity changes everything. The bridge is open now, but the bridge is not at 100% capacity, right? So let's click on plsburn.com and see at what percentage the bridge is right now. So 43%. I'm talking about this topic since the bridge just opened and there's still a lot of opportunity there. So once the bridge is open with 100%, then we can talk about real prices. But right now, it's really all just ratios because the dollar prices to the cryptocurrencies have not been set yet. Why? Because the big guys did not buy yet. The big guys did not sell yet. It goes in both directions.
Over $45 million stuck in the bridge.
Wow. Exactly. And all of this has to find a new coin, a new home. So look at this, guys. This is all what we discussed in the last stream, in the part 1. And now we want to go into this last segment here. And there has actually also been some things happening because X is Alive tweeted out that he basically agrees with me. And we will look into this in a second. But first, let's look into my claim that I'm making. I'm saying, and this was, let's see, May 14th, right? And the situation that we have right now is not too far away from the situation that we had in May 14. So what am I saying here? How the F is nobody talking about this? I bought millions of HEX for dirt cheap. Why? Because I can stake HEX and share price will get me a lot of juicy TShares. I value TShares already without seeing a dollar price for them. How about you? And yeah, then I make the claim that this situation that we have right here, right now, will end once the bridge is open. And let's see what else I have.
What does that yellow line represent?
Oh yeah, the yellow line represents the fair value that I claim. What do I know what the fair value is, right? It's just really in my heart because I have understood how much yield I'm earning. I will close my point with that specific point. So here you see the yellow line at 300. X is Alive talks also about the line, but he draws the line at 200 here somewhere. So I will show a picture in a second. But
why is Axis trying to FUD us?
Right? He is always going for fair value for something that is realistic. And when you will realize what 200 means, it is crazy because now you make 1x in PulseChain and the best asset in the world. So 200 would already be crazy. But we can obviously overhype and just overshoot. This is totally possible. So let's go back to the tweet here. I said, what was it that made you understand this unique opportunity that HEX is too cheap right now? So because somebody else came to the same conclusion. And I said, I bought my HEX back that I had sacked for. So this was the first thing that I did. I wanted to have my HEX back that I sacrificed. And what did I get in order for the sacrifice? PulseChain. And now we can just trade our PulseChain for HEX. And I calculated how much PulseChain do we really need. The second thing is, how about all the liquid HEX that I'm holding on the PulseChain right now? I can also buy that. And the third thing is, why don't I just buy my staking letter also? And now I have all that liquid HEX, right? All of this we will be calculating here now in a second. Because we want to do something like this. Brisology, Freddy, me, or so many other hexagons made 10,000x with HEX in the past. And then at one point there was the sacrifice. And if you sacrifice, for example, right, I'm just making up some numbers here so we can calculate. If you have sacrificed 600,000 HEX, which had worth back then of $100,000, you got 1.4 billion PulseChain, okay? Which Today is 90 million PulseChain. So let's calculate that. What would the ratio here be? So you divide 1.4 billion divided by the price of PulseChain, what it would cost today in order to get your hex back, and it's a 15 ratio. You divide that by 100, and you have a 6%. So what does the 6% here really mean? If you use 6% of your PulseChain to get hex, you got back your sacrifice. And I think that's huge. And 6% is basically nothing, right? Because most of us have hex already, have also PulseX, right? Have other bags. And what I'm saying here, you can also do that with PulseX, obviously.
That's true, because you spent 100% of your sacrifice money to get your entire pulse bag, and then you turned around and spent 6% to get back all of that money back.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty smart.
You made a very good point here. You basically looked at it on like how much X's did I basically do already on my X. That's why Brisology remind me later in like at the end of the stream to also show what the KSB line has to say about that topic, because he agrees with me, but he views it a little bit from a different angle.
Who's it? B-line?
KSB Lion, yeah.
Oh, KSB Lion. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly. So, so many of us are dolphins, right? They were able to sacrifice that much for PulseChain, and wouldn't it be nice to become a dolphin again? You are a dolphin already, and you just double your experience that you have. You just double the yield that you earn. And you see how interesting this topic is to all the hexagons, because just Stoic Host, for example, was tweeting about a week ago that now the minimum shares required to be a dolphin is 1,000 TShares. And this was before PulseChain, but full system fork, it means everything is the same. The same situation is in PulseChain right now. In order to be a dolphin, you need 1,000 TShares. How do you get those 1,000 TShares? Well, it's not enough to just buy hex. You need to also stake it. And here we have a minimum and a maximum what we can stake in order to become a dolphin.
Real quick, I got a question. It just says now you can be a dolphin with 1,000 shares. Like, what was there a difference before?
Yeah, I think this.
Did you need 2,000 before?
Number fluctuate. It should not be 2,000. It was always around this this ratio, but it fluctuates a little bit because more and less TShares and more and less people join the pool and leave the pool, come into the positions, leave the positions, and so on. So this number is just moving.
Okay.
But there are two ways that you can do it and become a dolphin. But before we go into that, like this is true. What we will calculate here in a second for everybody. If you're not a dolphin in hex, if you are a squid, for example, obviously you have sacrificed less and now you have less PulseChain. But still, now you're not going to buy a dolphin position. Now you buy your squid position. Now you buy your dolphin position, whatever it is. But there is really huge opportunity here for dolphin, for sharks to do what I'm saying here right now. So there's two ways to get to your goal of the TShare, right? The minimum stakes that you can have and the maximum stakes. So right now, the minimum stakes is if you stake 3.5 million hex for the maximum duration, you get 1,000 TShares, which then is a dolphin, right? And we can now also see those 3.5 million hex, how much PulseChain would that cost in order to get that? And now we can see from our sacrifice that we made, if we had 1.4 billion tokens, how much of a percentage would be 3.8 million token be? And this is 27% here. So 27% of your sacrifice, if you pay that in PulseChain, you get your entire dolphin position back if you stake it max term. And you can also max it out even more and get more hex, which I like a lot. So if you do 10 million hex, for example, which is also possible, and we will now calculate how much PulseChain you would need, and you only stake it for 10 days, you also get 1,000 TShares and you are also a dolphin. But now you're staking short term, and isn't that interesting? And you see here right now, 10 million hex, they cost 1.1 billion tokens. And you can also calculate that. Like, obviously, 80% sounds scary, to put 80% of your PulseChain back into hex, but this would give you a dolphin position that you can now stake short term.
So what was that? 1.1 billion to become a dolphin size in PLS, perhaps?
In PulseChain. So
Or
we want
PulseChain,
to
yeah.
become a dolphin sorry, we want to become a dolphin in HEX. And here's the minimum amount of HEX that you would need to stake. And here's the maximum amount basically that you can then stake short term. These two viewpoints I have here. And this 10 million HEX really makes a lot of sense to me, because we can now compare here the yield. What would somebody earn in yield? 10 million HEX on the Ethereum side, 10 million HEX on the PulseChain side. And here then it really will make click for you guys why I'm so convinced that HEX is just too damn cheap right now. So we go to go.hex.com and we put in our 10 million HEX for 10 days, 71 TShares. And we calculate how much HEX does that pay us? 24,000 HEX in 10 days, right? And first, I wanted to ask myself, like, I have no dollar values. What can I judge this ratio on? Obviously, I need to take Pulse. 24,000 HEX, they give you 2.3 million PulseChain, right? And I thought, okay, that's pretty good already. Let's see how much DAI you would get for your HEX, for example, on PulseChain right now. 24,000, the same number, $500. We just ballpark it here, okay? The same amount of HEX on the Ethereum side, $830. So like 40% more yield that you earn on Ethereum right now compared to PulseChain. And Brisology, we are in HEX for 3 years. We bought it very cheap. It went up 10,000x, but it also went down 96%. We sacrificed a lot. 2 years we were waiting for PulseChain. So we had all of this experience, right? And you know what thought experiment I do now? Do you think it is fair that somebody is able to come in and cut in line? We are waiting in our favorite grocery store to pay. We are waiting patiently, and somebody is just cutting in line. Do you think that is fair? And obviously the answer is no, right? And what I'm saying is here with my conclusion that I'm drawing, that right now the opportunity is there that a smart player, a rich guy, comes in, grabs a couple of dolphin positions, grabs a couple of shark positions, and then, set a new ratio for HEX and PulseChain. And this is exactly what I'm claiming. I'm claiming it should not be that I am able to get that many HEX and that many TShares for just so dirt cheap if you are in the PulseChain ecosystem. And I said it yesterday. Right now, it's a kind of okay-ish, right? Because the bridge is not 100% function. The money cannot move freely. An outsider and a Bitcoin guy and Ethereum guy cannot come in right now and just take the position, right? And just grab all the T-shirts. But an insider like a dolphin, a shark, a whale in PulseChain could do that for sure. And once the bridge opens up, I believe this opportunity will close up.
I see. Would you say that the only reason why they can scoop up that dolphin position is really only because of the price of HEX, correct?
It can be two things. Either HEX is too cheap, or PulseChain is just too expensive. So what is it? We don't know. Is PulseChain too expensive? We can look at the dollar price. We can look at the dollar price for PulseChain right now. Let's click here, and we are 100% up compared to the sacrifice. Is that already too expensive? No, I don't think so. But remember, the dollar price that we are seeing is still not correct. So I'm assuming it's the other side of the route, that HEX is actually way too cheap. And look at that. Cassius Bridges, for example, one of our community members, Johnny Chaos as well, they're all agreeing with me. And he's saying, I can swap 5% of my PulseChain back for the whole amount of my sacrificed HEX. At this point, I'm up 20x, despite all the FUD and so on and so on. But this year is truly amazing. X is alive. I don't know if he has heard me making this claim, but he's basically explaining the situation right now and how markets set the ratio and Hart's law, how everything goes up and down together with each other. We understand the situation. That's why it's so clear for us. So let's look into this picture here, and I will explain.
This looks like one of those puzzles where it's like a shoe's worth 3, a cow is worth 9, and an iron is worth one. It's like, what are these combined? And they're just
So
sorry, go ahead.
Access Alive is talking here about their base ratio, and he's saying, look at all of this money. This, because of Hart's law, will make that all the tokens pump. And I want to connect that with what I have shown here, where I was explaining the ratios and how the market sets the ratios. Because remember, these markets, there the people trade and set the fair price, right? And now we go to Access picture here. We have like the base ratio 1-to-1 here. He assumes it, but I think he's damn right to assume something like this, because we can go to the EHEX HEX pair, and yes, right now EHEX is more expensive than HEX, and the ratio has not been set yet. But look at this; it really looks like the market wants to go to the parity line. So this is how I call it. And when the price reaches this line, then we have this 1-to-1 ratio. And Access Alive says that one hex should be 200 PulseChain. One PulseChain should be 3 PulseX. And what is the dollar price of PulseChain? So now we go into this picture here. Access Alive says that all of this money here, Tether, DAI, UCC, here you could also put in Ethereum or any other coin. When this goes into this hex here, or into this hex here, or into this PulseChain, into this PulseX, into the incentive token, it doesn't matter, because they are all binded together with the liquidity so strong that if everything goes into PulseChain, then everything else will pump as well. And now I'm saying, guys, I think it is okay to take some of your hex and put it into your PulseChain. And why do I have the feeling it's gonna be okay? Because I have this picture here, and I understand that when the money comes in with the bridge and everything goes to PulseChain, everything goes to PulseX, HEX will pump too. So my only objective today, since PulseChain is out, is not to make any dollars. I want to make more PulseChain.
With before you leave that screen right there, I'm over on the plsburn.com, and it's showing how much each coin is up for the day. Yeah, so if you scroll up a little bit, yeah, right there, you can see PLS is up 25%, PLSX is up 36%, and HEX is up 23%, and even incentive token is up a lot more. But you can see those three, PulseX, PLS, and HEX, you can see they're moving, it seems like, in similar ranges, right?
Exactly, because the liquidity is bound together, and this is Hart's law that we are seeing here playing out. Where is the money invested right now? Do people buy PulseChain, incentive token, HEX? I don't know if we can show that somehow. I guess smart people are able to extract that data, but I'm making that point that because the liquidity is bounded so strong, it doesn't matter too much. If all the liquidity goes to PulseChain, HEX will pump too, because it is set in the ratio. So that's very interesting.
You don't think they're going to? You don't think HEX can pump as much as like PLSX and PLS as a brand new coin, right?
That's interesting, right? Like, what is cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is all about narrative. PulseX has the best narrative. It's the new shiny object in crypto. It has the buy and burn. That is crazy. PulseChain already a huge success with number 4th place in volume on the blockchain that you cannot fake. So somebody was saying it. I think it was Hexy Bass, that maybe PulseX is going to be this new narrative that hits crypto just right. 100% correct, and this is the coin that will outperform everything, even though HEX was designed to do 10,000x, and it did it in 1.5 years. HEX was designed as a certificate of deposit where we can stake long term. And Brisology, when I was on the 5555 tour, you heard me saying how many people really got rich in Bitcoin. Only the people that were rich already and were able to hold on to the Bitcoin, because also Bitcoin dropped 90%, 95%. And if you sold, then you got washed out by the market and you were not able to get your position back. But in HEX, we staked for 6.5 years. We stake for 10 years, 15 years. It's crazy, right? Brisology, let me ask you one question. I remember 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago when I met you, and we were just talking about PulseChain for the first time. we were asking us, like, what do we do with all these gains that we do in PulseChain? Has your thought changed when it comes to this thought? What do you do with your gains from PulseChain?
Yeah, so my plan was to become wealthy enough to where I can financially back multiple small countries and then corrupt their politicians for my bidding.
And how would you do that? You would probably use
Paying
your
them all
gains.
off.
Exactly. You need a lot of money. So you would probably take your gains from PulseChain and you would probably stake it with HEX so that this yield is paying off the country, right?
Exactly.
No, like 2 years ago when PulseChain launched, not PulseChain was just an idea. We were all talking with us Hexicans and everybody was saying, we will put our gains from PulseChain into HEX. And I think this narrative will come up again in the near future.
No, but really, we want to help people. We want to help all the people around us. I mean, heck, isn't that why we're doing this conference right now? It's because we want to help reach as many people as possible. You've been lifted up, out of your poor situation. I know I've been lifted up in my own way, and we both see these benefits. And I know I want to just it's almost like a religious thing where you're like, oh my gosh, this thing helps me, I want to help other people find this thing. So that, the overall thing is about helping people. But yeah,
I'm 100% with you. I sometimes make this thought experiment. It feels to me like I have found Jesus. And if you found Jesus, you have to tell your mother and your brother, right? You have to tell your friends that you had this experience. If you would not, this would be selfish. And with crypto, I have the feeling I found this one thing that I really need to talk. And I can make an impact in this world. And that's why it is so beautiful what we're doing. So bring up the screen share again. I will bring it back to the most important point. The most important point why I had the feeling HEX is too undervalued in PulseChain is because I saw that I earned so much less yield in dollar terms compared to the Ethereum network, what I earned with my HEX there. And that's why I realized, wow, in dollar terms, HEX is undervalued. In PulseChain terms, it is undervalued. So let me do all of these things. And now Brisology, it's the perfect time to open up this here. And let's watch 2 videos. We watched this one here from the last time because there I think I concluded it perfectly. And what I want to also show is the video of KSB Lion. And now I do not find it anymore. Oh yeah, we have it here already. So you guys know that I'm saying the fair value of HEX to PulseChain ratio would, for me, be here at 300 PulseChain per 1 HEX, right? X is alive. He says that he would like 200 PulseChain per 1 HEX. And let's see what the KSB Lion is saying here, because I'm talking with my buddy here about this topic for a couple of days now. Sorry, Brisology, I need to take the screen share down again and bring it up here with this other function. So let's see what KSB Lion is saying, and then I will finish up my presentation because I'm seeing we're already over 1 hour.
And Avid has made the argument many times that this is a great ratio, a great opportunity to get in the HEX. And I have heard you explain your reasoning behind it, what you think the potential, the future ratio will be. So just touch on that a little bit, because I think that's great, Alpha.
Yes, of course. So first of all, I calculated how much Pulse or Pulse X I got for sacrificing 1 HEX. So what you need to realize, folks, is most of the people who sacrificed for Pulse or Pulse X were Hexicans. So the biggest volume also were sacrifices in HEX. And those people can easily calculate like how much Pulse they got per HEX. And those HEX were like much more expensive back then. And right now, and usually, so the average sacrifice rate got 1,000 pulls per hex, and the best one, like the top 5, they got a rate of 3,500 pulls per hex, like a huge amount of hex. And right now, the ratio is like a little less than 110 pulls what you need in order to get a hex back. So that's like between a 9 and a 30x of gains in this ratio for people who sacrifice. And I am assuming, and I'm also seeing it in the chart, then that always when this ratio goes under 100 to 1, I see people, the hexicans who sacrificed, putting this ratio back over 100 as soon as possible. So the first day we saw it that everybody was like waiting for new people to buy Pulse, and then they put it up to 100 again, it went down a little, they put it up to 100 again, it went down a little, and so on. And now in the last couple of days, it is already 100 is already the support line, and once it goes down, it switches back up, and it's we already saw like 130, 140, 120. And I guess for all the people who love Hex out there and sacrificed for Pulse and Pulse X, you have a huge opportunity here in front of you in order to get back your Hex with just a few percent of your sacrifice back. And now I want to give you.
So this is already it. And KSB Line has a different perspective here. To me, for example, he said, well, Corey Costa, for example, if you onboard new people, in what product will you onboard the people into? Hex on the Ethereum chain or Hex on the Pulse chain? That's like the first question you can answer here on the stream today. How's it going, Corey Costa?
What's up, Abit? What's up, Brisology? How you doing? This is my second time on here. I'm glad to be here.
Welcome back.
I actually ended up doing my hair.
Nice.
So you're asking me out of the 5 assets, PHEX, EHEX.
No, only 2. If somebody wants to buy Hex, what Hex would you recommend to him? The Hex on the Ethereum side or Pulse chain side?
Okay, can I give you an explanation on why I chose my answer?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Okay. So EHEX for now, and I'll tell you why. Because right now, onboarding novice investors through a bridge that even the most experienced individuals in this space may not be adept, and they may find some trepidation, and they may just walk away. So when you have individuals that you're looking to onboard, you want to onboard them in the most seamless way possible. And right now, for what I'm seeing, until we maybe have PHEX on an exchange, or we have PHEX on, or the bridge becomes more seamless, where people aren't freaking out over waiting for 6-7 hours, because I know a novice investor. I know when I first got into cryptocurrency and I waited 7-8 hours for a transaction, I was freaking out. So as of right now, I would be very focused on onboarding people into EHEX. However, down the road, 3 months, 5 months, 7 months, when things start to die down, PHEX would be the more sentiment. Would be a higher sentiment.
And I would assume that all the hexagons would agree with you here. They would say in the future, PHEX is the way to go. PulseChain was designed to help Hex. And this is the reason why, like, there should be some parity, right? Why should my Hex on the Ethereum side not be as much worth at the PulseChain? Why should my yield not be just as much? Why should we not value it? And right now, nobody's valuing Hex for shit on the PulseChain. And there's a huge opportunity here. And right now, what is the problem is that everybody who sacrificed for PulseChain or PulseX can just scoop up those TShares. And I make the claim it's not fair, because Brisology, we were waiting for 3 years to have this position. We were protected by the TShare price only going up. We were protected by the price of Hex going up so much so that it was not obtainable for the people to just buy up so many TShares. And right now, if you buy Hex with PulseChain, it is like buying Hex in the early days. You become an OG just like that. I say that's not fair, and I want the Hex community to act here right now. First, get your SEC back of your Hex, and then later just see how much Hex you want to get. Because I assume once the bridge opens up and all the demand is there, that the market will set the fair and reasonable ratio. And the reasonable ratio is where you cannot become a whale, a shark, or a dolphin by just click on a button.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100,000%. I agree right now that, like you said, it's not fair that people are not becoming dolphins or sharks simply because they're not able or they're not adept into understanding how to get PHEX. However, right now, the disparity between Hex and PHEX as much as there is a distinctive difference between the two valuations, one can presume, because of the amount of stakes on Ethereum, that HEX will still prosper. However, with the economic mass from the PulseChain and Pulse and HEX community, by the way, I bet your presentation was fantastic. You guys should have gone longer without me. The presentation was fantastic. With PHEX, however, it's evident right now. I was doing some calculations yesterday, and I was looking at Dex Screener, and there's 120 million 24-hour volume on PulseChain, the fourth largest exchange in 6 days, and it's also 13,000 validators, which makes it more decentralized than some of the most prominent blockchains out there. AVAX, for example, Binance, Optimism, and many others. And my point being here is that it's evident that people are finding massive interest in PulseChain. Everything comes back to community. So I do believe wholeheartedly that an individual has a larger opportunity to garner much more HEX on the PulseChain side. But I guess the question is an individual basis is, and this is not risk in buying HEX. The risk is, do you have the risk appetite for using a bridge that you may not be adept with? Do you have a risk appetite using wrapped contracts? What is your risk appetite? So that's the only reason why I'm conveying right now that HEX right now is setting a precedent for now. But down the road, 5-6 months from now, I can guarantee that the majority of us, including myself, are going to be simultaneously focused on PHEX, because PHEX is where I personally believe the economic mass is going to go. However, I don't think HEX is going to be left in the dust. I was just on a stream prior to this, and they asked me, like, in the order of PulseChain, PulseX, HEX, PHEX, what would you think is going to be, if you only had to choose one coin out of the four, what would you choose? And I chose PulseChain personally. And the reason I said PulseChain was because the layer one coin, if we look at, for example, Cardano, Ethereum, Bitcoin, AVAX, Phantom, the layer one coin does, especially with the amount of volume and the amount of adoption PulseChain is seemingly going to get with all of this adoption, I'm going to make the assumption that PulseChain will probably perform the best, in my opinion, not financial advice. However, the fact that this community pays homage to HEX, and this community is alive, and this community thrives simply because of HEX and PulseChain, because of HEX, because of that, I do believe it's yet to be seen if PulseChain and HEX, which one will do more, which one will perform better. I'm very curious, but I do believe this cycle, PHEX will outperform HEX. I'm not the one to believe, and I'm not the one to think that maybe parity will last. Do you think parity will ever occur?
Parity is a must. Parity will happen because I said so. Right now I say it so funny, but I have understood the value of HEX. I have understood the TShare. So it has to be some kind of a parity. If it will be a floating parity or like a fixed parity, this we will see. It depends a little bit on how much liquidity you will have. But Corey, I want to ask you, like, if you say something like this, like HEX is too cheap or HEX is too expensive, what do you value it on? In the past, I believe we have always valued it on the US dollar amount, right? HEX is worth 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents. Very easy to understand. But I believe now we have to shift our mindset, because we do not care about the dollar value anymore, because we care about how much PulseChain do we earn. So here's my question. If you say that PulseChain will outperform that, or PulseX will outperform that, what do you mean with outperforming? Do you mean outperforming in dollar terms or outperforming in PulseChain terms?
Oh, I mean it in dollar terms. I mean it in dollar terms, personally.
You mean in dollar terms? And
yes, that's what I mean. Yes.
I make the claim, if we talk in dollar terms, it's a little bit hard to distinguish what actually outperforming means. Maybe outperforming in dollar terms is not the same as outperforming in PulseX or PulseChain terms. And I have shown all these charts, and you can invert these charts. You can look at the charts in various ways. And then you at one point realize, wow, I have done crypto entirely wrong the whole 3 years. Like for me, for example, it was like this, because I was always looking at trading dollars and here and so on, but it doesn't make sense. If you have HEX, what you want to have is more PulseChain at the end, and not really more dollars.
No, that's a very good point. It reminds me of like that's a very good point, because we have to look at it from a different economic standpoint. Because I remember having this conversation with a few friends of mine where his main goal, this was back before HEX existed. This was back in like 2017, 2018, when we first got into cryptocurrency. And I would talk about how I wanted more dollars. And his main goal was he wanted more Bitcoin. And he was like, well, are you talking about making more money in fiat value in USD? Or are you worried about or are you more focused on garnering more Satoshis? And I'm like, well, I'm more focused on fiat, because as much as the dollar is incredibly, has a high inflation rate, if you're able to time the market, which is very difficult to do, it's very difficult to do. If you're able to do that, and then you're able to garner more Satoshis at the bottom of this 4-year cycle, then it kind of works in this cyclical fashion. But I do understand what you're saying, though, in the distinction between dollar value to PulseChain. So that's why I do believe that. That's why I said that it's yet to be seen whether or not PulseChain, or PHEX will perform. I'm genuinely curious to see in regards to dollar and PulseChain value how that will perform. It's a very difficult thing to it's a very difficult distinction, I'd say. I'm not sure. It's yet to be seen.
I want to make a thought experiment here. Brisology, can you bring up the screen share again? Because I want to show the 3 different liquidity pools that we have here right now on the Ethereum side: HEX USDC, HEX WETH. And right now the liquidity is $5 million, right? So we have $2.5 million in Ethereum, in HEX, and $2.5 million in USDC. And right now, Brisology, we went to PulseX as well, right? We see the liquidity for PulseChain, for example, is also $5 million in liquidity. But let me ask you guys, do you think it would be reasonable if PulseChain to DAI has a liquidity of, for example, $100 million? It would totally be reasonable, right? It would be maybe reasonable to have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Richard Hart just liked my tweet, so I was kind of
awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So, what did Richard say?
I'm having Roger Stone on my channel tomorrow. He's an American political consultant. He's worked with 4 different presidents, including Nixon, George Bush, Trump, and why am I missing the other one? Reagan. So I'm having him on tomorrow, and I know Richard Hart saw it and he liked it. So I'm kind of happy about that.
Awesome. Congratulations. I loved it when Richard Hart was liking or retweeting my stuff in the past, so I know how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
So, I'm sorry, Corey, who'd you say your guest was?
Roger Stone.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Don't ask me how I get these. Don't ask me how I
Yeah.
get these interviews. I have no idea. But
Wow.
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Laura Loomer helped me out with that.
Awesome. Congratulations. So back to the topic right now here. Pulse against DAI is, for example, 2 cents. Look how beautiful it looks. Everything is green. And wouldn't it make sense if this liquidity pool of Pulse and DAI is something like $100 million? Right now it's $5 million. And I think $100 million, 200, 500 million, whatever, would also be reasonable. What do you think about that? Yes or no?
Do I think
this liquidity pool, PulseChain, should actually be $100 million? That's the claim that I'm making here right now. It's very, very tiny. So what will happen when we have the situation that Access Alive is drawing here? When the liquidity pool of PulseChain is huge, or the liquidity pool of PulseX is also huge. But the liquidity pool of PulseChain, of HEX, will probably always remain very tiny. And now when this huge monster PulseChain moves with its liquidity up, because it will pump 10,000x, it will drag its little sister and brother PulseChain HEX with its because of Hart's law. And I think liquidity is really something that DeFi has taught us, and is something that really everybody has to look into, because once you realize those fundamental topics, how they work together, then you can make better strategies for your crypto portfolio.
It's very well said. I agree with you 100%. I guess my presumption is I just can't believe what we're seeing in the last 7 days. That's something that astounds me when I look at Dex Screener and I make comparisons surrounding 24-hour volume. And we talk about, I know you just brought up liquidity. 24-hour volume. When I looked at Ethereum, and there was $950 million worth of 24-hour volume, and then Binance was around 650, and then Arbitrum was 240, and then PulseChain was like 120 million, and I'm like, it's been 6 days, and you're telling me we already have 1/10 of the 24-hour volume of Ethereum? That astounds me, and that's why I'm very. If that's the indicator of long-term success, and it's been 6 days, well, I'm very excited to see all of the Richard Hart coins prosper. When I look at PHEX, when I look at EHEX, when I look at PulseChain, PulseX, I know the dark horse for many is the incentive token. You need that incentivization measure, obviously.
Come on, Corey. Did you ever doubt Richard? Come on, Corey.
No, I never doubted Richard. I used to. I'm going to be honest.
So you say you underestimated them?
I have messaged Richard sometimes. Like, I remember one time there was a picture of him, and I'm like, I miss the old you, man. I wish you stopped outrage marketing, man. And then one day, I was like panicking because like 10 people messaged me. They're like, Corey, Richard's live streams are gone. Can you message him? I know you talked to him on the phone because of his friend. I don't have his number, by the way, but I spoke to him on the phone. And I was like, bro, what the hell's going on? Where's your live streams, bro? And then I was too stupid because it was 6 o'clock in the morning and I didn't sleep, and I was like so sleep deprived. And he puts out a tweet right after. I actually laughed at it. And he's like, for all the morons out there that didn't realize that my live streams are in a playlist now. I'm like, oh God, damn. Oops. But I never doubted Richard at all. I was just at times very adamant about. I understood the outrage marketing. I just wasn't. I'm glad it stopped. Let's just put it that way. Humility is an honorable thing, and this is why I've been so adamant about seeing, and so happy to see him go back to his roots, because the first time when I was watching Richard in 2017, I went back a couple of days ago and started again watching his like first stream, and I read a little bit of Sci-Vive, and I like the historical context. In some cases, I gotta go back and read that again. I've only read like a chapter or so, but I like to finish reading that. I really wish I could go back to 2017 and actually like been able to follow him and his journey like many of you have, because I was only interested. I only found out about Richard in September of 2021. I remember looking at his Twitter during COVID, during like March of 2020, April of 2020, because I remember somebody bringing up HEX, and I should have, would have, could have, I guess, but I'm glad I'm here now. I'm grateful I'm here now. That's what matters.
We're glad you're here too.
Yeah, I'm grateful. I mean, like I said, this community, and I say it all the time, and I say this to every HEX and PulseChain streamer out there, including myself. Do not leave your roots. Do not alienate your base. Your base is what gives you a voice. And for me and many other streamers, it is this community. It's this community that has given all of us streamers, whether it be me or, I don't know, Furu Finance or Crypto 7 or RH Max or Fashion Coder or Hexologist, like our community is and our base is the Hex and PulseChain community. And like the opportunities that have been bestowed upon us is a result of this community. And I think that the thing that I believe and hope is that our streamers, all of the streamers, the hundreds of streamers, they don't forget their base, because it's a, I don't want to say the word, I don't want to say it strongly and say it's a stab in the back to the hand that feeds you. I don't want to say that, but I want to say it's disrespectful. And I think that it's very important to understand that we have been given a voice in crypto as a result of this community. Like, I would not be interviewing Roger Stone right now if I did not have the 80, 100 subscribers or whatever the hell I have as a result of this community. I would have not been able to interview BitBoy or Charles Hoskinson or Bruce Fenton or Dennis Porter or Bram Cohen, or I don't even know how many people I've interviewed, because of this community. And the value that brings is a sentiment that I hope streamers, as they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, do not forget. And I think that's I think it's a very valuable sentiment that I really hope that all of us stick true to, because as the Hex and PulseChain community grow, we grow. Hex Pulse Radio, that's funny. I wish. We need to look at that from a perspective that our value as community, I'm reading the chat because I'm also a moderator, and I think it's hilarious. I think what he's saying is hilarious. I think the value derives itself from this community. And like Matty Allen said to me, last night when I was on here, he was like, Corey, actually, Patreon match, I have seen Richard Hart's live stream with Bruce. I have.
Corey, before you go on to the next point, you were saying it is kind of disrespectful if somebody grew up in the Hex community, got the name for himself, and then he starts chilling other stuff or starts maybe thinking differently, for example, right? But no, I don't know if I agree with that too much.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I do that. I have interviewed Phantom. I've interviewed Cardano. I've interviewed, I'm an ambassador for Syscoin. There are ways of doing things, I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
that because for you it's very clear. You have been outside of the Hex community, then you came in. For you, it's totally okay to talk about all the coins in the crypto ecosystem, and no question asked. For somebody like me who was a Hex maximalist in the past, it's some kind of a spicy topic, because then I opened up, right? Eventually I opened up, and I challenge every Hex again right now to open up your mindset, because with PulseChain, I also realized, wow, we live in a new ecosystem. I could make the argument right now that the Hex price is so much trash because you guys don't believe in it, because you don't value it right now. And if you were true Hexicans, it wouldn't be like this.
Actually, Abit, the price of Hex is trash because Eric Wall convinced me to sell.
The price of Hex is trash right now because the market cannot see the value, because only the true Hexicans can feel the value in their heart because of the TShare. This is the point that I'm making. But as soon as the market opens up, the money comes in, the situation will be not there anymore.
That's a very good point. Like, I know that you have garnered some backlash because you have been interested in other projects, and I think that's unwarranted, because you've traveled the world. You've done a lot more than me. You've done a lot more than me and many others. You've traveled the world, which I can't stomach traveling. So you've traveled the world and onboarded so many people in Hex and PulseChain, and I don't think it's beneficial that people would kind of attack you on the basis of your interest in other projects. And I've said this since the beginning, that with PulseChain, there has to be this ideological understanding that we need the old Hex maximalism ideology, because that is the foundation that Hex has prospered and thrived and grown to this community. That's exactly why Hex has survived. That old order ideology is the foundation of this community. However, and I've also conveyed this as well, that with PulseChain, with a new layer 1, we've seen new projects come in. And I'm not saying that you have to, not to you, just rhetorically, you don't have to embrace every single project out there, because many projects on PulseChain, just like BSC, just like Phantom, just like Ethereum, just like AVAX or Polygon, whatever, there are going to be scams, going to be rug pulls. They're not going to work out. They're going to fail. But I would be remiss if I didn't say to be open to new people that may be more dynamic in their approach. Like Mason, for example, Mason V. I don't know his last name. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I think it's Greek or Italian or Spanish. I don't know. But a lot of people embraced him. Yet there were some people that were attacking him. And I don't think that's warranted, because the guy has hundreds of thousands of followers. And we want to make our community look inclusive and welcoming and open. And without that, we stay in our own echo chamber. So I agree with you 100% that I think that it's important that we kind of give HEX and PulseChain streamers a bit of leeway if they want to explore outside ecosystems, because that's how you create cultural and ideological diffusion. So I agree with you on that. I think that you have gotten unwarranted backlash for no particular reason.
No, but I was so happy that it happened, because then I could show the community how it's done correctly, and I had the feeling seriously that afterwards the idea of the community, how it should be approached, became differently. But also now PulseChain is out, and this is why we can totally have a different approach, because if you're just a Hexican and you just make your 10 stakes and then you just go on with your life, there's no action on the blockchain, which means no PulseChain being burned, right? And no PulseX being burned. And we want all this ecosystem to thrive. And therefore, let's bring all in the whole circus of NFTs, of meme coins being traded left and right, making a lot of transactions. This is exactly the ecosystem that I want to create with PulseChain, where we all have a lot of fun doing things that we love and getting rich while we're doing it.
But do we have to worry about dilution if there's not enough adoption?
I don't think so. Because I think economic natural selection will play its part. I think that the only people who are worried about economic dilution are the ones that don't believe in the project enough. Because if you believe in a project, I'm not saying you, I'm not saying anybody. I'm just saying, if you believe in a project enough that you presume that this is going to be mass adopted anyway, the economic dilution will not affect HEX. And I know that many people have been angry about, have been a little bit disgruntled. I won't say angry, it's a strong word, disgruntled at the numerous sacrifices that have happened on PulseChain. But just remember that and again, I'm speaking rhetorically, Italian, New York, talk a lot. So rhetorically speaking, these sacrifices for these projects, if they're able to onboard people to PulseChain by proxy, they will be introduced to HEX if they really get enthralled with this ecosystem. So I don't see anything. I don't see a problem with economic dilution, because if the project is going to be mass adopted, a few million here and there to another project, it's not a big, at least in my opinion, it's not a big deal.
Corey, we have also a new situation, because now we have all the coins on Ethereum, right? We see, when we go to CoinMarketCap, for example, we see Bitcoin, Ethereum, we see all the other coins. And if you go to DEX Screener, for example, you can see all the coins on the PulseChain side, right? And we will probably also have lists on what coin performs best on the PulseChain and so on. And now, right now, I'm asking myself, do you think the African priest will allow that HEX is not outperforming everything long-term on the PulseChain compared to a paper, for example? Do you think it will ever happen that paper outperforms HEX on the PulseChain? That would be an interesting thought, right?
I'm so sorry. Can you, like, paper? I'm so
like
sorry.
this frog coin that just came out, a meme coin.
Yes.
Do you think it would ever be possible that such a coin would outperform HEX on the PulseChain?
It depends, and I'm gonna say no on PulseChain, but any other chain, yes. I'm gonna say no on PulseChain, but it comes back to the notion of community, and it comes back to the notion that meme coins do whether you like them or you don't, whether you degen into them or not. They do something that I think layer ones don't do as well. Well,
100%.
What they do the best is rug pull most of the time. But
they have low liquidity, right?
Yes.
Low
Yeah,
liquidity,
I was gonna
pump very
say,
hard. And that's
I
why for
think
1 or 2 days, I can see a coin like this outperforming HEX. But long term, I see HEX being number one in
Yes.
PulseChain.
Yes.
yeah, I was gonna say I can see these other coins totally outperforming Hex and everything else on the Pulse chain, but it doesn't mean that it's sustainable.
Agreed.
So it's like, yeah, Pepe will do 350,000 X for like half of a person. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
so
Exactly.
like Richard is actually like made actual like many millionaires, versus like Pepe makes 2 or 3 guys rich.
I agree. And that's the thing. Like when we look at meme coins, for example, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not saying the meme coins that I aped into I haven't done it in the last. I went into it because I was annoyed because I missed out on Pepe. I'll be completely honest with you, but I don't show meme coins in public because I know how risky they are, and I'm not going to tell people, oh, go into this, so that it pumps up and then it collapses and then I feel bad. I'm not doing that. I have a shred of consciousness in this space, However, people get rich left and right from meme coins because of the fact that they're able to capitalize on community through familiarity, but it's very short term. I don't foresee. I'm in a Telegram, like a subscriber thing, where it like shows me. I forgot what it's called. My phone's dead. Every ERC20 that launches, and it's like one every single like 5 minutes, and like the stuff that I see on there, it's like it's pathetic. And you see the same thing happen. It launches. They get a Twitter. They get up to like 1,000 followers. The market cap goes from like 15K to up to like 2 million at most. And then I don't know where it either rugs or it dies. And most people end up being exit liquidity. You don't see that in other long-term projects because meme coins, generally, mostly, meme coins have community short-term most of the time. Layer 1 chains, or for example, like HEX, for example, they have something that meme coins do not, and that is long-term community. The community is here for the long term, which it makes a larger value proposition for those who are here for more of a safe return instead of investing in prolapse nipple booby Inu coin. So there's a distinction to be made there. So but one thing I've noticed between meme coins and the HEX community that both do very, 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 very well. And I'm not comparing HEX to a meme coin by any means, but HEX knows how to garner a community. What meme coins know how to do is they know how to garner a community, but it's only for a short amount of time. What HEX has done and what Richard Hart has done is what Richard Hart has done is created a community that lasts for the long term and knows how to grow it. I believe Richard Hart is a master marketer. I have to give it to him. As much as I've said, like I'm not the biggest fan of the outrage marketing. It worked. It worked. And now his humble personality, going back to his roots, is working again. He's gone from 300K, I think, from February to 326 in the matter of 3-4 months. So it goes to show that he knows how to market. The community knows how to market. The community's not going anywhere. And there's this stickiness with PulseChain that is very, 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 it's a big anomaly. From my experience in cryptocurrency, I've only seen 6 or 7 sticky communities, and this is not in any order, but this is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Cardano, HEX and PulseChain, and XRP. I don't see any other big sticky communities out there. I really don't. Maybe Doge and Sheeb, but like 8 out of 23,000 coins.
What about Harry Potter Obama Inu? What about that one? What about that community?
Well, yeah, of course, for like 5 minutes, and then you get rugged, and then you're like, oh shit, I might as well just go play Hogwarts Legacy instead of investing in Harry Potter Inu nipple coin. So there's a big difference there, but
I always
that's-
say that the memes, you have to play them, right? Sometimes you are in them for maybe a day, or you make a couple of X and you exit them because they are not long-term games. Like you say, Corey, I totally agree with you. And people are getting rich on them because they have low liquidity. They're able to pump very short-term, and stuff like this. But HEX, PulseChain, PulseX, here we really have long-term investment. I think in our community we have always advocated for basically like setting it and forgetting it. Right now, I think it is the wrong approach. I think right now it's a big opportunity for cheap hacks on the PulseChain. And that's why I want to say, guys, sometimes it might not be the right situation to just do nothing. Maybe it would be right to defend the HEX price, because I think it's not fair that anybody can come into the market, scoop up as many TShares and just become an HEX OG like this on the PulseChain. I want my HEX and my TShares to be protected. So spread the message. HEX very cheap on the PulseChain. And I want to sign off now, guys. I'm very, very hungry. Amazing what you're doing here with Maddie All in Brisology. Thanks for being the host of this 40-hour live stream. Is so long, such a dedication. I just love it. Corey Costa, you with your stream, you're such an asset to the community, and it was a pleasure to meet you on the golf tournament. It was. I really, really love that I am able to say, hey, I like Corey Costa, I want to be friends with him, and then I meet all the Mexicans in real life to check out how they are. So
it was awesome.
I'm very, very happy to be friends with you guys, Brisology and Corey, and now I'm signing off.
Thank you, Abit. Thank you for
being
being
man.
here.
You do well, brother. Thanks for all that
Appreciate
you do.
it.
Bye.
It's funny because I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, if we can just go back to the last subject for just 1 minute.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to say, can we just rename the word meme coins to what they actually are and just call them pump and dump coins?
It's what they mostly are, to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I went into 6 meme coins because I missed out on Pepe, and when my strategy, which sucked, 2 weeks ago, because we started really hearing PulseChain news, and I didn't say this publicly because it was none of anybody's business, and I was not going to promote meme coins publicly. I'm just not going to do it. I tried to go into numerous different meme coins, and did I do well on any of them? Nope. I got wrecked on every single one of them. And I know that my strategy has been great in most cryptocurrencies, is play the long-term game. And I was an idiot. And I was like, damn it, I missed Pepe. I'm going to go into these coins that attempt to imitate it, or I'm going to go into these other coins. And I'm like, damn, well, I tried to get some money. And then people see me in these Telegram rooms, and it's weird. It's very weird when you go into a Telegram room that's not HEX or PulseChain or communities I've interviewed, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's Corey. Can you do a video on us?" I'm like, "No, I'm not doing a video on you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that." And there wasn't even a thought to do it because every single one that I was in went to zero. And I know this with meme coins. They're pump and dump coins. What they are mostly.
They're just trying to get people to chase the green candles and then use those people as exit liquidity. So it's just I've always said, the whole thing about crypto is that any coin can do a 10,000x. Literally any coin can. The difference is that what keeps people holding on to the coins after they did that 10,000x. And with HEX, you have the staking mechanism, which helps lock it in. But the whole reason why people want to hold on to HEX after it does a 10,000x is because it provides the APY, it provides the yield. You can keep your money locked up and keep earning more money versus something like Bitcoin or Litecoin. It's when it pumps up really high, it's okay, why are you still holding on to it? Why are you holding on to $1 million Bitcoin? Do you think there's more adoption coming, or what's the reason to hold on to it? And most of the time there's no reason to hold on to something after it's pumped up, but besides you think more adoption is coming. And that's the thing I kind of really like about the whole Richard Hart ecosystem now, especially with like PulseChain, is that there's so many paths and possibilities for earning yield. I think this is gonna be something truly spectacular.
I agree with you, and I know that many people have been critical about me because I've had very bad experiences in the past with staking cryptocurrencies. I wasn't able to get out in time to profit in the way that I wanted to, but I have been very much considering, and I'm probably going to execute it soon. I don't know exactly when, but I am going to execute it soon, probably when the bridge calms down, or maybe not. I don't know yet.
Maybe when Portal X opens up.
I'm going to say this right now, that and again, I'm not endorsed by Power City. This is not because I'm close friends with KDP by any means. I believe in an interoperable future. I believe isolated blockchains will get left behind. I really, really do. And I believe wholeheartedly that Portal X will more than likely be the most important product that launches on PulseChain. I really do, because it's going to get 63 blockchains interconnected with PulseChain. I think that is the most valuable prospect that I have seen from a third-party project launching on PulseChain. I'm not saying that again.
It's great because, you know, it really allows people to get assets from basically anywhere to anywhere. You know, one of the biggest problems, especially with PulseChain right now, is how do you get actual PLS coins from a fiat? How do you go from fiat to PLS? And right now, there really is no path other than finding somebody that actually has some. And so, you know, until Portal X opens up, until like Trust Swap opens up, until these centralized exchanges offer at least PLS for Ethereum, you know, until they offer that actual bridge of assets, it's very, very difficult to get people into the Pulse chain, especially, you know, no coiners. You got to have.
Yes. And that's what I was explaining. That's what I was explaining to a bit, that like when he asked me what hex would I be focused on onboarding people, and I said EHEX, is because it's much easier to onboard people into the EHEX. I could literally just say, all right, go to Coinbase or go to Gemini or whatever you use to get Ethereum, send it to a MetaMask, make sure to connect a hardware wallet, whether that be Ledger or Trezor, whatever the case may be. And then just use Uniswap and swap it for EHEX. It's that simple. It would take me literally 10 minutes to show somebody to do that. However, if I were to use the bridge right now, it would take a very, 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 very long time to get somebody into PHEX. And then I have to worry about them without me even being around, thinking they became shit rich, and then they trade into stable coins that have no value. And that's what I've seen many people do, is they've gotten wrecked. And they've gotten wrecked because they thought they became shit rich overnight, and they sold their PulseChain or PulseX or PHEX, whatever, into useless stable coins, and they thought they were valuable, and they ended up not being valuable. So, you know, this is why for now, I think EHEX is right now. If someone were to say to me, Corey, how do I get into HEX? I would focus on EHEX right now until the bridge is unclogged, until also, and once PulseChain starts getting on exchanges, that's when I'm really, if I'm going to onboard someone, I'm going to say PulseChain first. I got into this community because I was focused on PulseChain. To be completely honest with you, for the first 2 weeks, I had no idea that when I got into it in October of 2021, I had no idea that PulseChain or PulseX were even synergistically related to HEX. I had no idea. I was just in the PulseChain chats, and I'm like trying to figure out what this is. And then I started realizing, you know, the different HEX and the PulseChain and HEX were synergistically related. But once I start seeing PulseChain on exchanges, I'm really hoping to see PulseChain on a tier 1 exchange like Qcoin. I know Coinbase is very, very expensive, and I don't know if the community is going to want to fundraise that. And even then, you have the vetting processes, and I guarantee you they're not going to do it because, RH is the boogeyman of crypto, even though he's not. And I don't think Binance is going to do it either unless there's an unstoppable amount of volume that they're really like, okay, kind of similarly what happened with CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap, where we basically, I don't want to use the word broke down the door, but we kind of did and said, we want to be on CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap. And we showed ourselves through the power of our pockets. And you have 120 million 24-hour volume on PulseX, and you end up being the 4th largest blockchain in the matter of 6 days. Well, you can't deny us then. You can't deny the 4th largest blockchain a place on your watch list when you can list anal bead prolapse coin that came out 5 minutes ago. It ain't happened. So, that's what I'm saying.
Let me see if I can pull something up real quick.
I talk too much. I'm sorry.
No. Here, because you mentioned CoinGecko, right?
Yes.
And so I don't know if you know what happened and why they listed PulseChain, but this is actually this is what happened.
They delisted it at first, didn't they?
They delisted it, and then Hexo, the Hexo was going down the CoinGecko HQ after huffing about 14 pounds of smelling salts to go ask their IT guy why PulseChain was delisted for a few minutes.
Now we're talking.
What? Immediately they relisted it.
I mean, that's a good one. Now we're cooking with some butter, and that's what you need to do. Your voice. It's almost like when people say democracy doesn't matter and my vote doesn't matter. Like, your voice matters. Like, when you have, let's say CoinGecko were to delist us, and then the 470 people watching this right now went on to CoinGecko on Twitter and said, we want PulseChain listed. Why did you do this? You think they're going to ignore us? Probably not. And if they do, there's going to be a lot of outrage. And when you outrage the HEX community, it never ends until you rectify your mistake. And that's a good thing, because it means that people hold to the principles of their passion. So
yeah, you said something earlier. I wanted to bring it up, but we were just talking and
sure.
about Richard reinventing himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
And I asked this earlier with a couple of the other guys, and I heard that Richard might be streaming pretty soon. And
you're
so,
a nooner?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering, what is your prediction on Richard's comeback? Is he going to be the same brash dude? Is he going to be Mr. Humble? Is he going to be somewhere in between? Is he going to be wearing a $3 million Gucci tracksuit? I want to know your thoughts.
I think Richard Hart understands the complexity of human psychology in a market, especially one that's watching his personality. And personality types people follow. And the people who despise him and people who don't like him are easily going to say, oh, he's on Rand Nuna's podcast with his $50,000 Gucci jacket or whatever, and he's acting abrasive and belligerent again. How does he reconcile that with his new image on Twitter? I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's too smart to understand how can I paradoxically play two roles now? You play one or the other, unless he's trying to assume formlessness. I had this discussion a couple of actually I had another stream. In the 48 Laws of Power, which is one of my favorite books, one of the laws was assume formlessness. Basically, in English, what that means is a man or a woman is able to weave in and out of crowds on the basis of the topics that they find interest in, even if that person doesn't find interest in it. So, like, if I didn't like snowboarding, but I wanted to get in touch with 5 people snowboarding, well, Richard Hart was not interested in snowboarding, but 5 people were, but he wanted to get to know them. He would go over there, maybe just look up 5 minutes of snowboarding stuff, and he would assume formlessness and start talking about snowboarding. I think it really depends on how he wants to assume his form, but I think 2 juxtaposition approaches right now, when he has conveyed last month that he was not happy about how people were hating on him for his new humble persona. I don't think that I refuse to believe I don't think that he would now do a complete role reversal. I don't. I think that would be. I don't think that would make sense for the outside crowd unless the main goal here is lack of predictability, which could be, but I don't think that's the case.
I've always had the idea that Richard wanted to do a redemption arc.
I agree. I think that's exactly what he's doing. I think that's exactly what he's doing because he knew it. He knew it. And again, even though I've said many times that I wasn't the biggest fan of his outrage marketing, he even said it on live streams numerous times. Like, I have to dress up like an idiot and I have to dress up like a clown to get attention. And lo and behold, it worked. It did work.
Yeah, it's true.
So, but I do think that the man is writing his own story, and he's writing he's writing it in a way that is empirically. I don't want to use the word obvious because then it makes me sound condescending, but empirically apparent for those who are watching his persona.
Everyone who's really watching and reading between the lines, I think all of us can see what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. So, yeah, man, I can't believe we're at the top of the hour already. I've been here twice now.
Yeah. We got Craig coming up pretty soon, HEX. And it's the top of the hour, but you don't have to take off if you don't want to. We got I think Wales Only coming in, and I think you guys would have really good banter too.
Yeah,
hey,
we've had discussion before.
Hey guys, what's up?
How's it going, buddy? Long time no see. How you doing?
I'm alive. Corey, good to see you, man. How you been?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
He's alive.
Yeah.
That's right.
I know.
Well, all right. So can I would you guys mind if I brought up a security PSA?
Go ahead.
It's gonna be a little funny, but at the same time, it's actually pretty serious. I mean, I think it's like you guys got to use your head when it comes to security, right? So let me share my screen. And I woke up this morning and I saw this. And so I thought to myself, I'm like, oh no, they got a hexagon. I'm like, it sounds like she got a hexagon. And it says a woman allegedly drugged a Miami man she had just met and stole more than $600,000 in jewelry off him, including 2 Rolex watches. The police are asking for the public's help in identifying her. Sounds like she got Richard Hart. Not gonna lie.
If you did, Richard's been hiding it quite well.
Right. But this literally happened like 20 hours ago.
I don't know what Richard would see in her.
Yeah, I concur. I agree.
But I just want to I
those boots, come on.
All the guys down there actually down at the Miami Bitcoin conference, like, guys, I know it's fun to be flashy, but please be careful. Even if you're a dude, cover your drinks.
Yeah, for real,
you
man.
know what I mean? I was me and HEX were in Las Vegas, and I heard there was a male at one of the nightclubs who actually kind of got maybe roofied.
Yep.
And I think they tried robbing him. I don't think they got anything from him, but
but
he was very
You got to think that regardless of how blatant you are about what you're worth, jewelry or your vehicles, or even what you say out loud to people, you never know who maybe can hear you, like at a restaurant or a club. You never know who that person you're talking to, if you don't know them that well, who they might know. And you should take that in consideration, whether you're worth 10 grand or 10 million,
Agreed.
because they might not know what you're worth, and it might be too late, and you might just not just get robbed,
It's true.
You might have the most valuable thing you own is some watch you bought, and you're wearing it to that HEX meetup or something, and somebody might think that that's just a fraction of what you own. So.
Our buddy
Wales.
Hey, Wales, how you doing?
Wales.
What's going on, guys?
What up, man? How you doing?
Our buddy KSB Lion. Sometimes I think he has this like giant necklace, and I'm like, just please be careful. Like, don't walk around, especially in Miami of all places, right?
Yeah, you don't want to walk around in inner cities, any inner city. I would say it doesn't matter. I wouldn't vaunt anyway. And even on crypto Twitter where people are like flexing their bags. Like, I know you can't technically be hacked just by people knowing your wallet address, but at the same time, you're in the most avaristic industry probably in the history of man. Do you really want to flex your wealth to people who you don't know and don't really give a shit about? I think that's ridiculous. I think it's an ego stroke.
If you can afford $600,000 worth of jewelry just to walk around town with, you probably could afford some part-time security.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't know what that costs, but if you're going out on the town for the weekend, you're in town, I'd say it might be worth checking out. I'm sure Miami's got plenty of places that you can hire somebody to watch your back.
But guys, I gotta unfortunately head out. I hear my dog crying and nobody's home except me, so I gotta walk him. But
all right,
I really want to say thank you so much for inviting me on for a second time, and for the HEX community, for those who subscribe to me and those who follow me on Twitter. I can't thank you guys enough. And I'm looking forward to serving this community more and more. Catch me tomorrow. I'm having Roger Stone on at 4 p.m. EST. If you are an American conservative or libertarian, you're not going to want to miss this stream.
That's awesome. Hey, thank you, Corey. And quit chasing those shit coins. And
yeah. I do it in silence.
It's why his dog's crying. His dog's tanking right now. All his coins are dog bought.
Yeah, that was actually a I don't know what it's called. I don't know. Yeah, it's an analogy. It was an analogy. It's not really my real dog, but no. I'll see you guys later, Wales.
All right,
guys,
have
be
a good
well.
one. See you, man.
Nope. I tried to remove him, but he.
I'm sorry. Were you guys going to have an adult conversation? I need to step out for a second.
Yes, please. So, guys, how's it going, man? How you guys been?
Living, bro.
How you enjoying this launch? I like your shirt, Craig.
Thanks, man.
How you enjoying this launch? Have you?
I feel good. I'm not losing my mind or anything. I feel good. I feel like just another day in the life of being stoic and learning how to be patient and pacing yourself and not doing something spontaneously and wrecking yourself. You just gotta stay in your lane. If you don't know crap about liquidity and liquidity pairs and permanent loss and stuff like that, then stay in your lane. Let other people do it and just sit on your bags and wait for the smoke to clear.
We got breaking news, boys. Freaking price of Pulse HEX is going crazy. Did you guys see this? Look at this. I just saw it jump up like this is Pulse HEX right here.
That's interesting because EHEX is 3.5 on Gecko anyway.
Yeah, I see it at 3.49.
Almost parity.
And that is PHEX, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Hex on Pulse. Yeah.
It says 167 PLS underneath it.
Yeah, right. That's crazy, man. That just shot up, so that's pretty interesting.
I just wanted to clarify something real quick too, Briz. A week before PulseChain launched, actually before Richard even mentioned within the next 7 days it was going to launch, Toby came to my town and we went to a concert and we were talking and decided I was going to start streaming again. And we streamed last Saturday. And just so happened, like whatever the day before, whatever that, or a few days before, he talked about Pulse launching, and then it came out. So I just want to clear the air that we didn't start streaming in just because Pulse is here. You know what I'm saying? I took time off. I took time off just dealing with real life stuff and work stuff and the streaming and the YouTube crap, all that
don't
stuff.
even worry about that. No,
But we're back.
Yeah, we're just happy that you guys are back.
Yeah, we have fun.
Marcus Malingering. This is plsburn.com. plsburn.com.
I was at work earlier today and I was trying to catch as much stream as I could.
Ooh,
and I heard Wells, I heard you on there earlier, man. It's good to hear you.
Thanks, man.
It's been a while.
Yes, sir.
PHEX is just running off. It's taking off without EHEX. All right.
Think of it like a seesaw. Right now, that's a preferred hex. That's all. It's all the same, right?
And just a few minutes ago, we had Abit and Corey saying that they were going to put people into EHEX.
I mean, you got to understand. Right now is the time to take advantage of optionality. Now is not the time to be acting like you know what you're doing. Now is the time to quote unquote diversify, because this is the one place where that actually makes sense to do, because you ain't losing regardless.
So. I was thinking earlier of an analogy. Like Maddie's got the DeLorean, right? And just make believe for a second, but if you could send a message back to your former self, whether it was for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex at the beginning, Polygon, Matic, BNB, any of these tokens when they first came out, or when they first had value, if you could send a message back to yourself and say, hey, Hex is going to be worth this many thousand times more in this much time, or Bitcoin's going to be worth this much money at a certain time, you would think that your former self would do everything in their power, right? Work a second job, a third job, sell the kids, sell the house, sell everything, buy up as much as you could, but then also would have to realize that, okay, wait, I'm buying it now while it's cheap, but my future self told me it's going to take, 2 years or 3 years to be worth this other crazy amount. You would be more than willing to work your butt off to buy as much as you can. And you would be more than willing, as stressful as it would be to do, to wait, to have patience and wait for that to climb and get to that point, right? So it's kind of like the same thing now. We're in this early, whether you sacked or not. And, people that thought that PulseChain was going to launch and they're going to become rich tomorrow, the day after, just keep that in mind. When Hex launched, it took a while. Even the all-time high took a couple years. How long did it take Bitcoin? How long did it take Ethereum? BNB, on and on and on. So even if you had inside baseball and knew that token was going to eventually become something, it still takes time. So any of these people that are being impatient and fudding because they're not, all of a sudden, they put $5,000 in and now they don't have $5 million a week later. You got to remember, even if you're on the right track, it's still going to take time for everything to, mature.
Exactly. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what's hard for people to wrap their head around. That's why I always send people to my first video, because it explains it really well. Regardless of the market, any brand new market, that's how it evolves. It starts at zero, then it crawls, right? Then it walks, and then it runs. Then it could do everything else after that. So everything takes a little time, but then once the time is burnt, it was time well spent.
And if you're dollar cost averaging in, you're good.
Yep. You can't take an L when you're doing that, because you're averaging in. You're ability to purchase these coins, right? And here's something I've been telling people lately, like, you know, you got to know what part of the cycle you're at, right? Like, we know right now this is not a bull market, or I'm sorry, this is not a bear market anymore, right? So does it make sense to wait to buy? Probably not, right? You probably want to actually do your buys when you get your capital in hand and not wait, unless you got some type of insight that makes you wait a week or whatever. But point is, you don't want to wait for something that doesn't make sense to wait for. You know, like a lot of people were waiting for a cent, Hex, and that shit, it came when they didn't expect it. It came the other week, right? Not through 2-3 months ago when everybody was waiting for it.
You remember the famous video of the guy? Oh, I sold my Hex. I had
Yeah,
16.
yeah.
Yeah. So even in his video, he's like, he's got the one website up, and he's like, and I was gonna buy back in here, and I didn't, and then it went up again. I was waiting for it to come back down, and it went up
Right.
again. And that's how it is. Like if you're trying to guess bottoms, and wait to buy in a bottom,
Good
you
luck.
might just miss out. And
Usually how it happens, yeah.
because you know, like when you're paying at one time, let's say you're paying $2 a gallon for gas, and then all of a sudden some craziness goes on in the news, whatever excuse they need, and all of a sudden now gas is $3.50,
Right.
and then it drops down to $3.05, and you're like, oh man, thank God gas is down to $3.05. It's like, dude, 6 months ago it was $2. So sometimes it goes up and down, and you're thinking it's better as long as it's better than it was yesterday. But had you bought that Hex 6 months ago, or whatever, you know, so if you're DCAing in, whether it's what's up or down or whatever, you're still collecting more Hex. You're still collecting more Hex instead of waiting to hope it goes down to a penny to get a whole bunch. You could have 10 times as much by just DCAing in for the same money you were able to get it. So, the other thing that I found amusing is it's been almost 2 years. It's been about 2 years since Richard announced the PulseChain sack, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it happened. So for 2 years since PulseChain, we've been waiting, and people have been around the community enough to know it happened or was involved in it or not. And then PulseX, and to talk about, you know, Pulse Swap that turned out to be PulseX and all this different stuff. And then the testnet came out, and the different versions of testnet. And there's people that have been in the telegrams and sit in the streams and want to criticize Richard and the devs and all this stuff. Didn't fucking touch the testnet, didn't test the bridge, didn't do nothing. And then they're the first ones in Telegram screaming, why are my coins showing up? Why is the bridge? Where's my money? What's going on? You know, it's like there's going to be those kind of people, unfortunately, that want everything done for them, have expectations of the work of others, which how many times have we heard not to have, you know? And there's FUD. I've heard lots of people seen different stuff, you know, this is horrible. What a failure. This launch, the launch is fine. The bridge has had issues, but PulseChain's working as Richard predicted, you know? That's like planning a trip to Florida Christmas week, and then a blizzard hits New Jersey or something, and you're stuck at the airport. Your flights are canceled. It takes you 2 days to get on an airplane. You finally get to Florida, and then you tell your friends, man, that trip to Florida really sucked. It's like, no, Florida was fine, man. The airplane, the airport, the airplane, that's what sucked, you know? So don't blame PulseChain for what issues has happened on the bridge, you know? I've used bridges before. I think I did back when I first got in crypto, before I even found Hex. I was doing BNB to Polygon, I think. And sometimes it's scary. Your money goes bye-bye, and you're sitting waiting for it to come out the other side, and it doesn't. It takes a while, and it sucks. And I don't blame anybody for being like kind of freaking a little bit when it got clogged up. But you can't blame PulseChain for what the bridge is doing. Can't blame Richard for what it's doing. You know, you just got to be patient.
I think that people will be best served by, first of all, educating themselves in what they're just about to engage in and not just assuming that it works a certain way, because that's easy to do, right? Because it's online internet stuff, and the presumption is that it's instant, but the reality is that nothing is.
Yeah.
So
And
fix that expectation ASAP, because nothing is instant, even online.
yeah,
Just rectify that expectation.
It's almost ignorant when you see people
Well,
say that stuff. You're just
yeah, it
like,
is ignorant. That's the
what did you
point.
think, man? You think it was going to launch and like 2 days later it was going to do 1,000x? I mean,
You got to realize people presume that's how it works because by the time they hear about it, that's how it happens to them in their mind.
Yeah.
Even though that's not how it happens, right? Like, give it 60 days, bro. Chill. Like,
Well,
wait a little bit.
I mean, it might be easier for me and other people to be a little prejudiced about the situation because we did SAC and we do have something on that side already, you know. But I'm hoping to get a little something shipped over there and try to buy up more of it while I can before it ends up being a 10x or a 50x or whatever. You know, I want to load up on as much as I can now because when the SAC happened, I just didn't have enough liquid cash to SAC more
Well,
at
that's
the
just
time.
strategy, and everybody has to have their own personal strategy and plan, and they just have to execute it. So that's a whole nother story altogether.
Mm-hmm. But I really appreciate you guys. Briz, I know you're like more of a sidekick. You don't have your own channel, well, that one channel, yeah, but OnlyFans doesn't count.
I got videos.
Yeah. But still, man, you're a solid part of the community. People know you. Some people like you. I don't know many of this, but no, I'm just kidding. I like you, man. You're a good dude. And Wales don't like to. I know I don't want to make him mad by complimenting him. I like you, Wells, man. You're a good dude. I really appreciate you. I appreciate you. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad. Don't hit me, man.
That's funny.
and it's nice talking to you, man. It's been a while, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate Maddie. I always try to say this because I haven't, except for some of the like in Vegas and the one meetup here in my city when I met Maddie. Maddie's always doing something. If you guys haven't noticed, he's always in the middle of something, doing something, arranging something. He don't stop, man. And as far as I know, and not to get in his business, but Maddie could probably walk away from all of this tomorrow and never have to work another day in his life and be just fine. And same thing with a lot of these people that you see a lot of in the community. They don't have to be here anymore. They did good on HEX, man, or whatever they were into before HEX. So give shout out to those streamers and these people that stick around. Even I mean, Briz's cat probably got more HEX than I got, but that's another story.
Well, let's lay something down real quick, because while that's all fine and well, it's a simple fact of the matter that this is crypto. And in crypto, people do what they want. Nobody is beholden to anybody else. So
Exactly.
if people are deciding to do that, it's because they want to.
Right. No, I'm not saying they're forced to. I'm just saying I appreciate the fact that
no. I'm just laying out a fact. I'm not making any statement in relation to what you said. Mm-hmm. It's just important that the average person that doesn't know crypto understand that. That's why I'm saying it. Because people like to have expectations. And here in crypto, in real crypto, we don't do that. If somebody decides to just stop doing what they've been doing, then that's just that.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I appreciate it, man. I mean, like when I stream, it's just, we're sitting there just kind of chill, just talking about the latest stuff that's going on, just community type, just trying to have a good time as a community. And you guys know, you both streamed with us before and stuff, and just to be a positive conversation, hopefully weekly, versus all the FUD and all the stuff, and it's just the community, just to be part of the community. That's why I started streaming. Is I don't do TAs. I'm not a economy major or something, but I like people and I like the community, and I'm been part of this community since I found Richard Hart and since I found HEX. I've tried to be a part of it. So I just want to give credit where credit's due, and somebody earlier today was streaming. They were talking about all the high IQ men and women, hexagons, and
So
for what
they
it's
weren't
worth.
talking about me.
Well, I don't want to say nothing, but no, it's nothing I've ever said or done. I don't think physically moved anything, but I feel like just being a part of the community and trying to another brick in the wall of the support of what a community needs to be, and trying to be positive and trying to fight the FUD. And you know how it is. It doesn't matter. I mean, we could have all the receipts for everything. There's always going to be some peckerhead in chat.
Well, that's why you stick to the facts and you just ignore
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, I guess, be realistic that there's always going to be people that are just negative people. Whatever. You could be showing them how much money they made, and they still complain that it's, they needed $2 more.
Could you imagine having this brand new ecosystem? It's literally a week old. Richard has just been like working his little tushy off, trying to make this like nice, and people have the opportunity to get in here at ground floor levels, sacrificial levels, and people are just fudding it and trash talking it and being like, I don't want to like be a part of this. It's just, it's so, I kind of feel bad for some of these people, but some of these people are also major jerks, and so I don't really feel bad for people who are very rude. Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know. Like with chat, I don't know if maybe I'm not making my point or whatever. I'm not condoning people. That's the beauty of crypto is your wallet is your business. You could sell everything. You could buy the dip, buy the top. I don't care. It's your wallet. Do what you want. So whether people stuck around or didn't stick around, whatever, I'm just saying I appreciate the people that are here, that are here because they want to be here. That's the best way I guess I could say it. So however you take that, I'm just thankful to be part of a community, and the people that are in it, I'm appreciative of the other people that are in it. That's what I'm saying.
All right, guys, I got a question for you. I need you guys to help me out a little bit. You guys know that I run. Now I'm letting the cat out of the bag. Now everyone's gonna know. I run the $1,200 stimulus paycheck Twitter account. Right here, actually, let me present the screen just so people can see it. Boom, bada, bang, and add screen. And so, holy moly, almost a year ago, literally 11 months ago, I said that when PulseChain launches, I wanted to rebrand this Twitter account. And it's mine because it says Bitcoin in there. and I said I wanted to have this track, PulseChain information. So what do you guys think I should be tracking, so people can look at the price of PulseChain later on and be like, oh my gosh, that's what
So
the
hold
early
on.
guys did?
You telling me you had a whole year to figure it out and you still haven't figured it out yet?
Wait, weren't we just talking about you a minute ago?
I kind of
Didn't
forgot
Didn't you try
PulseChain was
this on the
coming out.
test on the Twitter test net? Isn't there a test Twitter? You could have been tweeting this.
Right.
Right.
Damn it, Briz.
I just, I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, should I?
You teed that up, bro. I'm sorry.
This means that he hasn't talked to Wales in a year, and he's been waiting a year to ask Wales how he should do it.
Basically, yeah.
He finally got his chance. He's like,
then he thought I wasn't gonna remember. I remember the motherfucker.
I saw this one. I thought this was a pretty good suggestion. How about $1 equals 10,000 day one sack rate price performance? I don't know how to.
If I was you, I just make the $1,200 divided by the opening price and then track it.
Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking maybe just like a good solid like $1,500 worth of pulse.
I mean,
worth this much.
Could you do the math each day and just be like, if you sacked for Pulse with $1,200, your $1,200 would now be worth this many Pulse and this many PulseX?
Well, it depends what day you sacked and all that. So that's not that.
Yeah,
crazy,
he's never
bro.
going to have an exact number.
Yeah, that's why it's like just pick a number and go with it, bro. Nobody cares. it's gonna be ridiculous anyway in 10 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
pick one and go with it.
The great thing about, the $1,200 stimulus is that kind of like everyone has a social anchor to the stimulus. But yeah,
there'll be a time where you forget one of the zeros on the end of what it's worth, and nobody will even notice because we'll all just be like,
right, we know the number. We were there.
Yeah.
We
were there.
Let me do some minor math. So
I paid off Gammy's house with 10 PulseChain or PLS.
So back in the day, you could get 2 million hex for a $1,200 stimmy check.
Wow.
But because PulseChain is here, that's double now. So now you actually would have gotten, oops, gosh, 20434.
It costs like 200 million.
4 million.
It costs like either 200 million or 600 million PLS to get 2 million hex now. I don't even remember the number, but it's something like that. Hold on. It's some crazy shit like that. Go ahead, though. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No. Yeah. So I'm just going to double that 2 million and multiply it by, I'll say 3.5 cents. So that means right now, if you would have put that $1,200 into the stimulus check back in April of 2020 and just held on to it until right now, not even staking, it would be worth $143,000. Thank you, Richard Hart.
Boom. So 2 million hex on PulseChain is 319 PLS. Or 319 million PLS, excuse me.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, hex is not cheap on PulseChain. Just in case anybody thought it was. It is not.
So, just for the sake of conversation here, have either of you done, and only if you want to answer, of course, any kind of swapping, trading, anything at all yet on PulseChain?
Yeah, about like 10 minutes ago. I mean, not while I was on stream. I mean, no, I've actually been dollar cost averaging a little bit, just a little bit every day. And, I've actually increased my bag by almost 10% over the last like 3 or 4 days, just doing a dollar cost average. And, it's I've been watching the ratios, and it's like it keeps going. Like you get a little bit less, you get a little bit less. I'm like, oh man, I should have FOMO'd in right here.
It was kind of close, almost 4-1 at one point a few days ago, wasn't it? Wasn't it pretty close? 4-1 PLSX. Now it
went way past 4.5.
Yeah, it's closer to 3 now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Again, when you say DCA, where you mean your copied stuff, you were swapping in for that, or did you bridge over? If you want to say it's none of my.
I did bridge over a little bit, but that's actually been in limbo until like just very, very shortly ago.
It did show up, or it's come over.
It did come over. It took roughly like 40. It took a little over 50 hours, I think.
That's what the only reason why I was asking. I was just curious if you'd bridged, like how long it took, because obviously we all know about the bottleneck and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I just wonder if anybody's done it more recently. Is it gotten a little quicker? Maybe anybody in chat?
No, man, it's a bridge, bro. That's pretty, that's standard, straightforward shit. It's not going to be quicker. It's not going to be none of that. It's a bridge. I don't understand why this is complicated for people.
It's not complicated. I'm just
No. I don't mean because of you. I don't mean because of you. I'm sorry. I just mean like people are really acting like this shit is not supposed to happen, and I'm like,
I just want to explain something to you.
This is
five out of 4 people in my family are bad at math.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
You know what?
So,
you know what I really like about this bridge is that when people go, Bitcoin is too slow. Oh yeah, Mr. Bridge Boy, Bitcoin is slow.
I'm trying to remember. Like I said, it's been a while, but I think I tried to send something from Binance to Matic one time, and I think the one site that you would use, I could have swore it said something like it could take up to 7 days for it to bridge.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
The bridge from Binance to Polygon. I could have swore there was something on there one time that said it could take up to 7.
I remember back in the day, and I think I maybe
I'm wrong.
said this before, was that I remember when the hexologist in RG3, they bridged some stuff over to like either Polygon or Matic, or it was maybe the same thing. And they were playing with it for a minute, and then they're like, you know what? I want my money back on Ethereum. And so they bridged it back over. And I remember hexologist was kind of pulling out his hair because he's like, like it was like hours and hours and hours. And he's like calling up RG3, hey man, my money's not showing up. And but eventually it showed up, and it just seems like bridges, you know, it's not like it's a simple wallet transfer where it's going from wallet to wallet.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
mean,
That's why that's why I don't like. If you're new to crypto, I get it. You just don't know. But if you're not new, what the hell is your problem? Seriously.
Well, I'm not new, but I still don't know any of the intricate details.
Well, you
of
should know
bridging.
because you didn't just get here. So the expectation is that you don't sound like a retard.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
that should be the expectation. Because why are you here? I mean, like, I just don't get it. You know, people need to take their money a little more seriously because it's fleeting nowadays. Like, things only cost more; they don't cost less. So every move you make with your fiat, you should really be diligent about it because it's not just gonna come back to you. It's not like a boomerang. Like, so really be cautious out here when you're making these software moves because they don't just get refunded. You know, you can't just flip a reverse switch. Once you do something, that's it. It's done. So please be diligent, be cautious, and exercise patience when you're doing these transactions and any type of money movement. You don't want to make any mistakes. You don't.
Yeah, like they say, there ain't no customer service in crypto.
No, there ain't.
Hi, I sent all my whatever to the
whatever, not to where it was
origin
supposed to
address.
go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, imagine, and a lot of us, I've done that where I just wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to go 100 miles an hour, doing a million fucking things, and I click send, and it didn't go where I thought it was gonna go.
When I first got into crypto, I bought some 1-inch or something through MetaMask.
I saw that too. I did it.
I swapped, used MetaMask swap, right? Not knowing what the hell I'm doing. Bought some 1-inch, and then shit, I was trying to do something, send it to Coinbase or something. I can't remember what the hell I was doing. I sent it back to the damn address that I got it from. And just like that, $200, just boop, gone. Yeah.
Holy
that was my first
oof.
Screw up. Probably a weekend.
I know you felt that one.
It's like, hey, why didn't it show up on my thing? I want to sell it or trade it now. It went up 10 cents. I want to sell it now. That's what you do, right? You buy it for
not you,
and
not that day.
And I was like, hey, maybe the guy over at 1-inch Incorporated will notice the error and just send it back, like no postage. Just be like, reject it. Like, hey, this isn't ours. Take your $200 of 1-inch back.
And you know what? It makes sense, but the fact of the matter is, it's just not how the tech works.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that computer, whatever, took that and said, "Oh well, look at that. We have extra $200 worth of."
Nothing took anything. You
Everybody
sent
gets a
it.
bonus.
The
No,
thing is, well, think about it. You know, the average person will think that. You see what I'm saying? Like they
Yeah.
will think that somebody took something, but it was you that literally sent it to the wrong place.
I said, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want my $200.
Yeah. Like actually
You
take
can
it
have
back.
it.
I don't want it. Yeah, but you don't get a refund when you send it back. That's the messed up part.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like your little horse icon. Here's $200.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Damn,
man. If I would have just stumbled on like a Richard Hart stream or something,
yeah,
I
I be thinking about that a lot, yo. Like,
I probably would have
lucky I
found
feel.
Hex
I be
6
feeling lucky.
months 6 months earlier. I think it was around a penny when I first got into crypto too.
I mean, look,
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
You should understand. You're fortunate enough to be here. Period. You need to look out there.
Well,
Out
I feel
there, people think they're doing crypto. You need to take that seriously. People think, and they're not. They're really not.
Man, I was
Regardless of what
so
they think, they're not doing it.
I was so lost before finding Richard and Hex, and
But that's everybody.
well, that's what I mean. Is I was out there watching like all these little Furu channels telling me which shit coin that's all the this pool just opened and this website and every little animal token of these hourglass game bullshit things.
Right.
And there's guys out on YouTube that just promote every single one that as soon as it comes out.
Yep.
And like you said, they never tell you how much they lose on them. They only tell you when they got a 2x or 10x. Or something.
Well, they don't lose on it, man. They get out when they tell you. So you're the exit liquidity. That's what's going on.
Yeah. But it was watching BitBoy when I saw Richard on there. Like I said, I've said this before. I didn't like the way they were talking to him, and I'm like, what this guy don't seem like a bad guy? Why they treat him like a pariah? And then I started watching his
Doesn't
videos.
make any sense, right?
I started watching his videos and listening to what he's saying. I'm like, well, man, this sounds so much smarter than all the other shit. Everybody else is just like, hey, buy this. And then 3 days later, that coin's gone, finally just, but at least I made those mistakes, small mistakes with a few $100 here and there, not like people that have, lost their life savings or sold their house for the wrong thing.
Well, I mean, this is why I'm very hard liner when it comes to what we talk about and how we talk about it, because people come here with a certain expectation, and unfortunately, that expectation is not realistic. They think it's supposed to happen just like we talked about, 10, 15 minutes ago, where it's just going to happen in a day because that's how they see it happen everywhere else. And that's just not how it goes. Not by a long shot. It takes time. And you got to understand what you're doing if you want to keep that money on top of that. Making it is irrelevant if you can't keep it.
Oh, we all know there's plenty of people out there working super hard to take it away from you.
100%. But the problem is that the average person does not get that. They don't get that. Think about the person that comes into money and they don't have any concept of what's about to happen. Because once you get money, you talk. You don't know to shut the fuck up. And that's all it takes. Honestly, that's all it takes.
You either say it out loud or you show it like that guy in Miami that got robbed for
right. It's not like on purpose, it's because you just don't know any better.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Do you Wells, do you happen to know the answer to this question about PLS burn? Do you know where they're pulling their info from?
The chain, man. I don't even understand that question. What kind of question is that? The chain.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was like Deck Screener or.
Nah, man. Graph, a subgraph, a GraphQL.
Subgraph.
So I'm like, what kind of question is that? Like, there's only one place this information can come from: the damn chain. This is cryptocurrency. I don't understand.
Is the price on the chain?
I'm just gonna make believe you didn't ask that, so we can just keep moving.
That's all right. That's all right. Got to get the price from somewhere. Probably Chain Link.
Sure.
That's
Probably
where
got
we
it from
it
Target. That's where I would go get the price.
From Oracle.
Who's showing the?
I am.
Or who is? Excuse me. Is Uniswap selling the wrapped pulse? Is that where people were buying the wrapped pulse on ETH?
Yeah.
I don't know where.
I mean, I
But I'm
assume.
sure you can find it. Just enter the contract address and Etherscan. I'm sure it'll pop up.
Because let's see. So technically, if you could buy it on Uniswap on the ETH side, and then if you bridge it back over, then it would just be Pulse on Pulse side, right?
Yeah, because you just be unwrapping it, but you're still waiting for it, so you really aren't getting ahead of the game if that's what you're thinking.
Man, that would be a tough call because you're probably overpaying for it on their side. Then you got to pay the gas, and then you got to.
I think there's
pay
like
the
a
bridge fee.
60% premium on the Ethereum side.
Yeah. Whew.
Ouch.
And then the gas fee and the bridge fee.
If you treat it like a long-term trade, bro, it don't matter. But you know, this is what I'm trying to look. All right, let me give you guys some heartfelt advice that I think everybody literally needs to just write down or clip it or I don't know, do whatever you got to do. But take this as gospel. Stop thinking in fiat terms now, because you are going to miss out because you are doing the wrong thing. Stop it. Just stop. And I've been saying this for 2 years. I don't know how else to say it, but just stop. Because you're playing yourself by thinking there is something better out there than addressing the present. Look at everybody that didn't act on launch, but they wish they did now, don't they? Yeah, even I do. Because those deals, I didn't expect them to occur because I didn't think that the network was going to get clogged like it did. Even I underestimated demand. So, with that in mind, look at the bridge. It's only 50% through. Once that thing gets unclogged, these prices are not going to exist. So stop playing yourself. Stop thinking in dollar terms and get your ass to work.
Mr. Wells, sir, I'm raising my hand. I'm back in the classroom. Just to clarify, I was talking about the.
I wasn't talking to you, man. I was speaking in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
No, but I was speaking more in terms of like the guy trying to do like send $200, get $200 worth of.
Oh yeah, nah, fuck.
You're gonna get destroyed trying to get it back over.
Yeah. No, 100% agree.
If you're buying $50,000 right now, you probably don't care about a little bit of gas.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm speaking in general. Because, like on the PLS side, you were hearing people complaining about the gas, but they were thinking in crypto terms in that instance, not in fiat terms in that instance, which was funny because you don't ever hear people talking about crypto terms otherwise.
Well, and the whole reason, not the whole reason, but obviously financial independence, right? But another one of the huge reasons for us even being in crypto is store of value, because that $1,000 under grandma's mattress is worth less now than it was when she put it there years ago, right?
But Gen X, that's exactly why I'm so adamant about people not thinking in dollar terms.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was playing on what you said. Sorry.
Right. But that's my point. Every angle counts, right? I'm literally just coming in saying, yeah, that's exactly right. Because guess what? If you wait too long, guess what? You thought you were going to buy that dip that never came. And we're in a bull market now. It's different. Like if you didn't buy HEX on that dip when it happened on launch and you ain't bought it recently, then what are you even thinking? That, like just to give an example, because it's not about, and there's something that I remember when I first heard it, I was like, damn, that is gospel for real right there, because that's exactly how markets work. You do things when you can, not when you have to. Right? Like when HEX is cheap, nobody wants to touch it. It always happens that way. And that's when you got to jump in head first. Don't even try to test the water. Just go. Don't think. Just look at the crowd. What's the crowd doing? Do the opposite. You're gonna win every time. Every time. Never fails.
And that's the whole idea of DCA,
Right.
right? Some days you're buying, you're not getting the best price. Some days you are because you're
Yeah.
buying every paycheck or whatever you're
Right.
doing.
Correct.
And it's the average. It's the average that matters over the long run, not that you.
But that's the thing. When you're averaging in, what are you doing? You're minimizing the risk across time of buying high prices, right? That's kind of the objective.
And if you are waiting for the right moment to buy the dip, all that hex you could have accumulated while you're waiting, if you're staking that hex, you're earning yield that you wouldn't have been earning because you weren't even in the game. You weren't even, you're sitting there sitting on your dry powder waiting for the big dip.
Right. I just saw Casey's comment. Thanks for the super chat, man. Why ain't nobody talking about all the EHEX leaving ETH chain, leaving EHEX with tons of low sell pressure? He thinks that EHEX is a sleeper. I kind of agree, but the thing you got to understand about what's about to happen to Hex is kind of going to be like a seesaw for a little while, assuming it doesn't remain a permanent thing. Because how do you pick between? I mean, I've been talking about this for like a week already. I feel like I'm repeating myself like a broken record. How do you? I mean, we're so damn lucky, man. It's exhausting. How do you pick between different types of gold? I mean, it's all gold. You're just picking your favorite flavor. Who gives a shit at the end of the day? So that's kind of how I view it. And that's how the market is going to view it too. One day, EHEX is cheap. Buying that shit. The next day, PHEX is cheap. Buying that shit. The next day, EHEX is cheap, and so on and so forth. And that's how it's going to happen over time. Because guess what? They're both the same thing. They're both phenomenal, and they both work. Salute. Enjoy the party and get your game on, because that's what it's about. Take advantage of the opportunity. We got all the alpha. I mean, damn, it's just crazy.
I'm telling you guys, dollar cost average.
You can't go wrong.
And PLS.
I blame Briz because if he was taking good notes the last couple years, then he could have just like put out a HEX PulseChain book or something. Briz, what the hell, man?
Others have.
Yeah, but I would have bought yours.
Yeah,
we're friends, right? I mean,
probably would have been blank.
If you can't buy from your friends, who can you? Wait, is that? Never mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like I said it earlier. I've actually increased my my bag by almost 10% over the last few days. Dollar cost averaging.
I'm going to be completely honest. How I increased my PLS by 10% since it launched, and you guys might beat me up. I don't know. I took a fraction of my bags that I sacked for, made liquidity, got some ink out of it, harvested the ink, swapped it for more PLS, and then when the APR on the pair started dipping and I saw the ratio going, I pulled out. So I'm not advising anyone to do that, but I was able to do it, and at least I increased my PLS by about 10 to 15%, just from the ink that I swapped. Quick in and out, but I only did it with a small percentage of my total bags. I was never gonna put all my bags in liquidity. Nope.
Nice. And how much did you say you increased your bags by?
13%, I would say.
Nice.
From where I was to where I'm at now. So I'm PLS.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chad. Chad Donner Schwantz says that my pullout game is strong. Thank you.
Salute to the strong pullout game.
That's right. Thank you, Chad. Good to see you.
C-Works. He was at Sweatworks. He was asking something earlier. What was he asking? Hold on, because it was actually important. I didn't want to overlook it. Hold on.
Dougie Peach in the chat.
Subgraph. Oh, so you can if you go to PulseChain.com, I think scrolling through there, you'll find the links for all that stuff. Subgraph QL. Just control F that. It should pop up. Nah, back to what you guys were talking about. Long-term thinking, guys. Long-term thinking is what the solution to all your financial problems is. Trust me. Even the short-term ones. I didn't know that until I fucking just experienced it. So just do it. Trust me. Long-term thinking. That's the key.
Yeah, I learned my lessons from watching the HEX launch and the adoption amplifier, and you know, I blew my load on day one, basically.
Right. Yeah, a lot
Oh
of
my
people
God.
have that story where they FOMO'd in basically at the highs of those first 45 days or so.
Not even 45. It was 150 days.
Oof.
It
Yeah,
took
you
like
guys are tracking that
5
shit.
months
Damn.
before the prices
Recovering.
went above like day one again.
Right. Oof. You know what's funny? I'm not sure we're gonna really see that similar type of price action with PulseChain.
I don't know if we're gonna see that either.
PulseX.
You know,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't suspect
I got two
that.
minds.
Two minds? What do you mean?
Two minds about it. I mean, I could see it happening either way.
Got you. Yeah, you know, I don't think so. That's the thing. I think the high risk scenario is people waiting for a dip.
True.
Yeah, because people expect people to dump. They're not taking into account the obvious. And the obvious is that there's only 160,000 addresses here. I got a nice little chunk of PulseChain. I know people with huge chunks. And let me tell you, nobody is selling anything. So good luck.
And something there somebody mentioned in chat, I think Benny had mentioned too, just another PSA or whatever. If you're kind of still figuring all this out, or you're new to it, or whatever's going on, if you have to go watch some videos, look it up, whatever, learn what addresses are to verify that tokens are the real
Twitter's a great
tokens.
source for that, actually. The addresses. But you
The
gotta
addresses.
find the right accounts though. You can't just follow any account. You gotta just
Yeah.
cross-reference
make sure it's
different sources. That's one
make
way
sure
to
it's
do
a verified account, and then the information verify it. Because if you
Right.
just go out there and start adding coins to your MetaMask wallet or whatever, or you just go in that exchange and be like, okay, cool, I finally got this bridged over. Oh wow, look, this, like people last week, oh my God, USDC is only it's only a penny for $1. I'll take 1,000. That's not even a real token. Scammers are out for your coins. They're doing whatever they can, and they know that FOMO and people getting on there, and they're like, okay, I missed out on the sack, and I'm going to get here, and I'm going to get up a whole bunch of this token I've been wanting to get for 2 years, and they're sitting there waiting for you. They're setting the trap. So do your own research. Always do your homework before you add a token to your MetaMask. Verify it's the right address, et cetera, because you've waited all this time. Don't trip and fall on your face right before the finish line.
Indeed.
And if you guys need to, maybe like split up your coins into separate wallets, so if one does get hacked, at least it doesn't get the whole bag.
Yeah. What pump text? Our stream right now, us three up here talking, has pump text because that's how awesome. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Here's my donation address. I like steak and HEX.
Oh yeah. Speaking of,
I like steak and HEX.
We have a free chain now. No, let me stop.
Yeah. It's called the Dum Dum chain. It's inspired by Richard Hart. It's a sub pulse chain. For those of you who missed out, have you guys noticed, like on Twitter, especially about the last month? My God, man, all these people like adding me to their tweets and stuff, the conversations and the airdrops, giving away HEX airdrops and all that shit. Have you guys been getting those on Twitter?
No. I've been blocking
Yeah, those
so many
bots.
people.
Yeah, I just block them. I don't even report. I just block them. I ain't got the time.
Yeah, I remove myself from the conversation and then I block them. I'm like, why is my name on this? I don't know.
It's just because you tweet about crypto. That's all.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing
it's so
fancy.
annoying.
Don't worry. Just because you tweet about crypto.
I don't. I don't mean to. I don't want some like dystopian future where like you have no rights and stuff. But I would be okay with some future where like you try to rip off somebody's crypto and like robots kick in your door and like come in and like punch you in the face repeatedly and trash your computer and bite your fingers off and then leave. And they say, do not steal crypto and like leave. I'd be okay with that. Like kind of a futuristic world.
This is one of those things because it's one of those, it's like you play in this playground and you don't really know the rules of the game, and then all of a sudden you get burnt and you didn't know that was even possible. And that's kind of what that is, when you get your crypto stolen and you don't even know how it happened, it's just gone.
Mm-hmm.
You just wake up one day, that balance is zero. That's why it's important to educate yourself and not get caught slipping, because in the future, nobody's going to be there to save you. Just like these governments out here doing what they're doing right now in your face, take that as a cue, because that's what's coming.
Yeah, because if you're sitting there like, I have nothing on this laptop but my crypto and, well, TikTok. So I don't know what happened. No, I'm just kidding.
That sounded pretty serious. I was like, what?
Yeah. I don't know where all my crypto gone. The only thing on this laptop is TikTok and my crypto.
Like, man, I had 10 million posts yesterday. Today, that shit was zero. I don't know why happened.
Yeah, but look at all these nurses. They're all doing the robot together.
Right.
It's better than a cat on playing a piano.
And then I saw my account go minus.
Yeah. It's like I brought up my MetaMask and I just saw the number going like a countdown.
Man.
It's weird.
China took your crypto.
Yeah.
Bro. China.
And then
China.
Yo, I can't. I'll be trying to imitate it and I can't do it how he does it. That shit is so funny, yo.
And then
it almost
and then
sounds like he says China, but not really.
Instead of a
crazy
balance of your crypto, it just says Hero, sorry. Have a nice day.
But it gotta be spelled out like that too. If not, it don't count.
I like this Zuckerberg profile pic.
Hello, HEX again. Thank you.
Too funny, man. That's too funny.
Please deposit more HEX. If you'd like to complete this transaction, please deposit more HEX. That's like those gag things they used to do on Telegram, where somebody come in there and they'd post all these seed words and say, "We're giving away everything in this wallet." The first person that puts these seed words together for this wallet, and then people would go to it, and there's different tokens in there, but there's no ETH. So they'd send ETH to the address so they could get all the stuff out, and as soon as the ETH landed the address, it disappeared. And it's like, yes, there's stuff out there like that. It's set up for dum-dums who think that somebody's going to give them thousands of dollars worth of free crypto in a wallet just for kicks. It's not.
Man. I don't even know where the
fuck
fuck
for you to feed
from. I don't get that.
I thought that was a really clever one where they just have a little of like crypto in the wallet, and then you insert some Ethereum to get it, and they just sweep it.
There's a term for them.
That's a smart
thank you for the super chat, Brian. Damn, dude. That's us. We have a new channel. Our old channel is gone, so we're starting from scratch on subs. So if you guys want to subscribe to our channel, it's much appreciated. It's a long story.
369?
GenHex 369 is the email that I set it up with, the Gmail email.
Gotcha.
Because the other one got deleted because it's a long story. It doesn't matter. It's gone. We can't get it back. It's gone forever. So we had to make a new one, and we have like 75 subs. We just started streaming again last week. So if you get a second, and those of you that have been subbed since December, since I made it, and we just haven't streamed yet, thank you. And I'm sorry, we're back. So
well, we're happy you're back, baby.
Now that we just pimped our channel, he did pay $55, by the way. Everybody saw that, right? We weren't using Maddie's stream as a. Okay, just checking. Thanks,
it was
Maddie.
a super chat.
It was super chat. He got paid after YouTube takes their cut. Maddie will get like $3.28.
Is this true?
Probably. Toxic Hedgehog is an AI that was made in a actually it was a Game Boy. It's a long story too, and he's alive. Back to what you were saying though, you're right. It's not like there's a lack of information out there for people to educate themselves. It's a lack of whatever the hell motivates somebody to go out and figure out what it's going to take to be safe, you know?
Well, there's a couple factors at play, but that is one of them. I think the biggest factor that we all have to contend with is like that information wall that exists, you know, with the mainstream media, that the crypto mainstream media, the fake crypto crowd, like that is there on purpose to not help you, you know, to stop you from finding Mecca. That's what they're there for. You know, they're not there to help you. You got lucky that RH was even on that channel, bro. You got lucky.
Yeah. I was. It was the what was the show around the blockchain, right?
Right.
The little
and
thing.
It's just a bunch of clowns. I mean, that's not a real, and there's no value.
Oh, they were
coming from that
laughing.
show.
They were laughing at him, you know.
For sure. I'm sure
and,
they were.
And it was funny because I'll be completely honest, what caught my attention was Richard was dropping the F-bomb. Like he's just talking, like normally they take turns talking to different stuff.
Right.
And he was just kind of took over and was dropping the F-bomb. I'm like, who is this guy, man? He's like the Willy Wonka of crypto. I like this guy. And he was wearing some like a jacket with, you know, whatever pattern on it or whatever. Right. So he, you know, anyway,
some fancy
come on,
shit.
We know him, we love him.
Right.
And then it like intrigued me. I'm like, okay, I want to. I've heard of Hex, but it was one more coin in the crowd of all the stuff that I'd hear about. Of course. Right? And then I started checking it out, and I'm like, I heard about the sack because it was like during the sack is when I found him, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to do something. So, you know, I sold some blood like any diehard Hexican would do to buy some sack for some pulse. It wasn't mine, but that's another story. No, I
the semen in the blood was yours though.
Well, we had, well, wasn't it like the sack was like a couple weeks, right? I mean, the meat and potatoes of the sack, the good part where you can get
it was a couple weeks. It was a couple weeks.
So was I the only one that was scrambling to like come up with any like loose change in the couch or something? Like I was.
No, everybody was, man.
I was sending stuff from Polygon. I was sacking Hex I had on Polygon because I had remember I was saying earlier that I had bridged stuff to Polygon. Well, when I first saw him on around the blockchain, and then I was wanting to buy Hex, and I said, oh, I can buy it over here in Polygon. So I was buying it on Polygon, and then thank goodness I was able to sack it from Matic. So I sent it from the Polygon side and was able to send it to the address and sack it. And I emptied everything on Polygon. I sold it all.
Saved you a week.
I sold everything, converted it to Hex, and then sacked it from because back then there was this. I thought I was doing the right thing. Was like if you're gonna sack Hex, so it's gone forever. You know what I mean? Help us in the long run.
That was the right thing, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know how much Hex is gone?
I don't know currently how much Hex is basically.
250 billion Hex is gone. So that
from the sack, both sack events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's got to even be low, right? Because who knows how many seed phrase, like how many wallets are unrecoverable or people.
Yeah, never mind all that. Just focus on the main thing here. The main thing is the fact that was the right thing, period. Regardless of what you might have thought of the value of the Hex or blah, 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 what you would have done with the gains and all that. Man, by the time this ride is over, you're going to feel stupid for ever thinking that.
Yeah.
because the performance that's going to come from that factor is just, people just can't imagine it because they don't understand what hex is.
Do either one of you have what's that link that you can see how much you sacked for? I wonder if that's even up anymore. Should be, right?
Sacrifice checker.
Yeah.
It's under let me see.
I just want to share this with you guys, man. If I find it. Oh, I got it. I got it.
PulseChain sacrifice checker. Maybe?
Yeah. So I'm obviously not going to show my screen because it's none of your damn business how much you sack for. But when I look down here for PulseX, even right down to the wire, man, $4.65 on one of my sacks. $7.11. I had some shit locked up on Matic that I couldn't send because it was locked into a time lock thing, but you could like collect the yield. I have one here from Polygon for $1.55. The last day that I sacked. So I was squeaking every dollar I could out of that side, and I was sending it to the address. It's like out before the what do you call volume bonuses stuff was done.
Right.
And hey, say what you want, but that $1.55 got me 3,656 PLSX. So,
That's
who
a
knows?
transaction gas fee. Congrats.
Well, it was from Matic and Polygon. Matic gas fees were nothing compared to like
sure.
ETH. But what I'm saying is, I don't know, $1.55, but who knows in 10 years what 3,656 PLSX is worth? I don't know.
Oh, for sure.
More
That's
than
usually how it
$1.55.
goes, bro. That's the point of understanding the network effect, how markets evolve over time, etc. You know, it's very important stuff to understand because that's how you're not selling your bag on day one like a schmuck.
I mean, I had other sack amounts I sent on the ETH side, but that was basically literally anytime I could come up with some more money and get it on ramped and then get it into something in sack.
Wells, do you think Eric Wall is a net benefit to Richard Hart and PulseChain ecosystem? Or do you think he's just a drain?
I don't think about him at all. And that's my final answer.
That's probably the best option that you could do. I got his ass on block, so I try not to think about him at all.
I was on Twitter Spaces the other night. I went to bed, but I had an earbud in my ear. I still was listening to it, even though I should have been sleeping. I think it was 2 a.m. And when he came on the Twitter Space that KDP had,
I heard a little bit of that.
And he was admittedly drunk or whatever. I guess he's already in Miami and stuff. And yeah, sounds like a real douchebag.
Yeah, he was saying some stupid ass stuff in there.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, we're all adults. I've been drinking. I'm drunk is not an excuse. If it comes out of your mouth, you still said it. So shut up. Anyway, but like A-Bit and some of the guys were talking about, I think A-Bit, some of the guys were talking about earlier, love him or hate him. Maybe it was Freddie quotes. Love him or hate him or whatever, kind of any publicity is good publicity or whatever. Good cop, bad cop. It gets people talking about PulseChain. It gets people talking about Hex. So whether he's fudding or not, the proof's in the pudding. I mean, the proof's in the blockchain. And if it does well, it does well, regardless of whatever he said. And just because he's a higher profile person than the random troll on Twitter, Telegram.
That fucking excuse is so lame. At the end of the day, what's going to do the real work is the price chart. Everything else is null and void.
That's what I said. The proofs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's going to be what it's going to be, no matter
Correct.
what somebody like him says or not.
No matter what anybody says, even me, anybody.
I don't know, matter. Wells.
Nah, it don't matter, bro. It doesn't matter.
You're the
look
EF
at Bitcoin. Who remembers anything about anything anybody said about Bitcoin? Nobody. Only thing we know is that motherfucking thing is done 6.9 million%. Next, right? Nobody's thinking about anything else, bro. That's why they're buying Bitcoin. They're not buying it because they think they're going to get that. But then
I remember a guy I worked with told me to buy Bitcoin, and I'm like, it's a fad. You kids and your crypto technologies. So yeah, I remember knowing what it was and being like, oh, shit, man, it might have been like $50 at the time or something. I'm like, it's like, I'm not going to spend $50 and then somebody else. So yeah, hindsight.
Right.
But you're right. Bitcoin is what it is because enough people saw value in it and did something about it, regardless of all the people and all the news stations and all the whatever saying that it was, fake electronic money or whatever. And the people that believed in it, some of them are very rich right now.
Yeah. I'd advise the community at large to just literally disregard, unintelligible criticisms.
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally all you get from people like that guy. I mean, nothing he says is ever astute, so I don't even understand why anybody cares.
It's like the don't feed the trolls thing too, right? So
for sure. Well, Hexagons are bad at that. They love feeding trolls, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but it's like if you don't give that person free rent in your head, they eventually go find something else or some other.
I guess, bro. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to losers, so I wouldn't know.
Is that why you haven't answered any of my DMs, man?
Correct.
Okay,
that is accurate.
Hey, for the record, I have not DM'd you since we talked last.
Pretty much. Yeah, I know.
Dodge that one. It's always fun talking to you, man.
That was funny.
I love it because Wells will be like I'll say something, then he'll say something. I'll be like, but let me explain. He's like, well, I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah. That shit happens all the time.
I always think it's directly related to what I just said, and I'm like,
a lot of people think that
I'm
when
just
I'm
saying.
speaking, but then I don't know why people think that. It's just general way of speaking.
I love it, man.
It must be a New York thing.
No, you just don't. You just like this is what I think, and fuck, you don't like it.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Everybody got what's in their head. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like I've said it before too. Like there are Hexicans that have been here longer than. Well, I mean, Briz has been. I mean, I don't know about Wells, but I know Briz has been here since the way back machine because I've seen his chats and texts from old Richard pre big payday streams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I cringe at what I must have been saying in those chats.
It's the same. It's the same stuff. I'm just wondering if you're a bot at this point. No,
good. Then I still cringe.
But when you got people that went through Hex launch and all the stuff and Big Payday and all that stuff. Hey, look, Mr. Big Payday's in chat right now. They're still here. They're still giving you alpha about how it went down back there, and people, it was crazy and FOMO and all the FUD and different stuff. And look where Hex has got to at this point. It's like the wise old man giving you advice, and you're like, yeah, old guy, and then you realize sometimes you need to listen to the old man who's been here many moons, and we have those people in the community that went through all that with Hex, and they're out there talking about it, Hexo and these streamers that have been around for a while. It's right, the information's right there, and it's not too much difference than all the expectation that happened, before PulseChain launch and the amount of time they had to wait. I think Johnny Chaos was saying back then, you could do a stake, you would get yield and stuff, but the amount of Hex you would get and the profit you would make off of a yield compared to
negligible.
Yeah. It was like, I made $12 on my stake, so, it amplifies with time. And those people that were patient and stuck it out, it paid off for them. And now they're sitting here telling us what happened, and it's about to go down again with PulseChain, and we need to take that free information and that wisdom by people that experienced it and listen to them, you know. DCA.
Indeed.
Keep buying.
That's the real trick right there, is the DCA.
Keep it coming in
when it's brand new.
And you end a stake. I mean, unless you got whatever, it's your business, it's your coins, do what you want. But you know, you got some yield on it, and TShares ain't getting any cheaper. You know, if you don't stake some of that or get back in, you know, you're pretty soon you'll be getting B shares.
Yep.
That's
the
all
risk
it's
of
gonna
getting
be
left
left.
behind just got way higher than it's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
So good luck, because it's about to get real.
Yep.
Like once this bridge gets unclogged, so what happened that we got prices that nobody expected? Well, it was almost a perfect storm, really, because at the end of the day, nobody thought that nobody was going to be able to buy from the outside in. You know, everybody thought they were just going to be able to bridge in, no problem, once the bridge was open. But they really underestimated the demand, and I think everybody did on that front. I know I did. I didn't expect the bridge to get like so over, at capacity like that, like so inundated like that. Like it's crazy to the point that it's taken days for these transactions to happen. I mean, that I don't think that's ever happened before on a launch. I mean, we're not even at 50% yet, and it's been a week. Wait, when the bridge get launched? What? The 15th. The 15th.
Yeah.
So it's been 4 days, and still not at 50%.
Mm-hmm.
So that just lets you know how much demand exists. And here's the thing: the more money keeps coming in, it's gonna stay in that same place, because the math is still the same. You're still dividing. It's still a ratio as a function of that total deposit. So that's why we're still below 50%. People keep putting money in. They haven't stopped. So, the more money keeps getting put in, the longer it's going to take to actually finish. And the longer prices are going to get depressed. So as people were exiting the system, they weren't really selling to anybody. Nobody was there to buy. So that's what caused the prices to go below SAC levels across the board. I mean, nobody expected.
Yeah. I mean, if there's no liquidity, you can't trade your PLS for nothing.
Correct.
And even if there's stable coin tokens in the exchange, if there's no liquidity there, that means there's not enough. You can't trade your apples for the oranges if the oranges aren't there.
Right. But that's what happened, and that's why prices went all the way to where they went.
We breached $1 billion burned in Pulse.
Yeah. We're doing numbers that, I mean, nobody expected out the gate. It's crazy. It's crazy,
Yeah, that's
man.
crazy. We only just got 30 billion in PLSX. Got a total supply 574,000 ink. So that's been running for 574,000 seconds.
Yeah, shit is crazy, man. With some pretty lucky folks.
Seems to me like people are saying on average it's about maybe like a 50-hour wait time at this point.
Ouch. That's crazy.
Man, 92 million deposited, almost 93 million. Beautiful
thing. That's amazing. I mean, think about that. People were complaining about a 2-year wait. Now they're waiting 50 hours to just
and they're losing their shit.
Yeah, they get their money in there.
And they're standing behind $50 million in front of them.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, part of me is like, I can understand, like, you put the money in, you wait for it to come out, and the FOMO's there. I can understand like the stress of it, right? But if you didn't hear about Richard or Pulse or any of it till after like both sacks, I mean, I could see someone being antsy about getting in, but at the same time, there ain't. You can write a sternly worded message to Richard's manager, and it's never going to find him. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It's in there. Wait till it comes out. It's in the sausage machine.
People were talking earlier about being upset because like the price of PulseX is like pretty darn close to sacrifice rates, maybe below for some people.
They were hoping they could get bridged over and gobble up some before it went up.
But that's why they can't get it, because it's not realistic. It's not supposed to exist, and that's what people have a hard time rationalizing. Right? Like, you got to realize, if it was a free flowing, if it was a free flow of capital, you know, we would not be where we're at. These prices would not be what they are. It's really simple.
It's still ratio trading, really, right? I mean,
yeah, for the most part, yeah, because
if
the
you have
money that's coming in is
over
restricted.
stables now.
Yeah, but it's not pegged.
It's about the flow of the capital. You know, the flow of it's not so much about that from my perspective. Yeah. The stables are working. It's from what I could tell. They're okay. But
I was more thinking of like copies. Like, let's say you had
those don't work.
Whatever. Even you had hex in your wallet and they got copied. It sucks because I had just bought hex. I had just bought some hex last week, and it was right in that gap between apparently when they did the snapshot or whatever, that like 36, 48 hour period from the launch, because it did not copy. And he said, you know, you might not see it if it was within the last 2 days. And I was like, shit.
Ouch.
Yeah, it wasn't a ton of hex, but it would have been nice to have it on this side to try to,
obviously, yeah.
I don't know.
Free money always works.
Pair it up. Yeah, well, and right, just having the free copy period.
Yeah.
I mean, I still got it. I got it.
Got to justify that. What's wrong with you?
I still got it, and then I got a stake ending in about a week, and then I'll have that copy, right? Because that was an ongoing stake, and the Hedron, right? I'll get the Hedron on both sides, right? Free money. Thank you, Richard Hart.
Free money.
KD, what's up, man?
KD.
We got the best community, man. I'm sorry.
Model Hexagon. Brian watching in the background.
What I like to see is, like, you see the regulars, like people you've been talking to literally for like over a year or something. And then you see the new people come in that become regulars too. Like, the community is just our community is DCAing. We're dollar cost averaging new Mexicans
all the time.
Good stuff.
You know, we just got to go after the no coiners. You know, I don't even think about trying to convert people who are already in crypto to anything, you know, just.
Well, was it Corey was talking about earlier about it being easier to onboard no coiners to still to the ETH side with Hex, because they can actually get to it. I mean, they could go to Coinbase, buy some ETH, go to match it, XYZ, swap it for Hex, and stake it, and you're a Hexagon.
Yep.
Whereas to get them on PulseChain right now, anyway, be a heck of a lot more complicated today to do it. So hopefully, in our future soon, it'll be onboarding people to the Pulse side will happen.
Yeah, there just needs to be an exchange, a centralized exchange with PLS.
Apparently, a couple of exchanges are picking it up. I don't know.
That's what I'm hearing.
Any word on Hex staking to be working on the PulseChain side to be able to stake Hex?
I don't understand. I don't understand.
It does work?
Yep.
Okay. Last time I tried to go on there, logged in, it said that it didn't recognize the PulseChain.
You gotta it's a little finicky, but that does work. I've had to shut down the browser, then open it back up, and it pops up. But Icosa.pro, it works flawlessly.
I can see my stuff on Icosa, yes.
I don't have any problems on any sites, luckily. So.
Hex, Hex, what do you call? Hex.com? What am I talking about?
Yeah, go
hex.com. So, okay. Yeah. See, when I go there, it says Hex is not available on PulseChain mainnet. Please switch MetaMask to supported network to use Hex. So maybe it's my stupid browser. Whatever.
What browser you using anyway?
That was Brave.
No, I don't use that. I only use Firefox or Chrome.
I got those two. I'll try another one later. I just thought with all the stuff going on, maybe it just wasn't ready yet.
Do you not use Brave for any particular reason?
Yeah, there are a bunch of commies over there. Shit's out of San Fran, bro. I don't fuck with none of that shit if I don't have to. Like that. Look into the whoever's the Brian or whatever. I can't remember the guy's name, but whoever created it, look into that guy.
All right.
Yeah.
And I used to use it, so that was years ago. That was almost 10 years ago at this point. So take note.
We're not saying they're communists, but his name is Ivan Amakomaninski.
Yeah, you know, them tech dudes be hiding, you know, under the tech shit, but they're all commies. So be mindful of that. Yeah. I don't know how many times you need to see it be proven, but you know, look outside. It's obvious.
I don't even remember when or why or where I started using Brave. I think I just at work we use Microsoft Edge, which is like, okay, so basically Internet Explorer with a different icon.
Yeah, obviously.
Thank you.
I remember I started using them when they first popped up. You know, they had a cool, concept where they just had the ad blockers kind of built in, and then
that's how they lured people in. Yeah.
Then you can opt into the ads and earn the BAT token, the basic attention token, and it seemed like a cool concept, but I don't know, didn't really seem to really take off. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember the browser being all that actually, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
It felt the same as Chrome to me. I'm like, I still use
that's
Brave.
what I remember. I remember it being similar to Chrome. Yeah.
But Richard freaking hates it.
Well, there you go.
He's like,
need I say more? Never mind what I was saying. There's your perfect example. Stop using that shit.
But I don't know, Richard. I've never heard a reason why Richard hates it, though.
Now, just a heads up too, if anybody hasn't been paying attention, I'm not promoting Ethereum, but if you were to want to buy some Hex on Ethereum right now, Gwei is at 30, which is probably the lowest I've seen it for a while.
Probably in a month.
Thank you, PulseChain.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
So at 3.5 cents for eHex, if you were wanting to load up on some, right now it might be a good time to do it. No, not financial advice. Not telling you what to do with your money.
46% processed.
Everybody says, "Oh, I wish I could have had more." Well, guess what? You can get more right now.
I think we're going to get 100 million by the end of the night. By
where we are right now,
93.1.
Damn,
I mean,
I was saying end of the weekend earlier. I was wrong as hell.
It's gone up almost $200,000 just since we were talking about it a few minutes ago. Jeez. It was right below 93 million when
crazy.
Yeah.
It was at 40 million at noon on the 17th.
Yeah.
Insane.
I wrote that down because I was like, I'm going to write this down.
I mean, today is Friday. I know it was payday at my place of work. It was payday. Hey,
it's always payday somewhere.
It's
I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think if we rename the bridge to the channel?
The channel?
What does that even mean?
Well, there's a channel between like London and Europe.
Oh, okay.
It's like a channel.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And maybe that's a better word instead of bridge. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Traffic flows pretty freely under that one, so I don't think that would apply here.
Oh.
Bridge is more apt because traffic does not flow freely on bridges. So we're gonna stick with bridge.
Yeah. Plus, if it was a channel, you know, you get some fat dude get pushed too fast in there, stuff it all up.
It's official. 30 billion burned.
Wow,
30 billion.
I'd go by the percentage. The percentage is really more important than the actual physical number.
Yeah, this is a 200ths of 1% has been burned.
That's crazy.
I think I know how you guys feel about it, but like people in chat, I mean, there's 475 people watching or listening right now. I'm just curious. I'm just curious how those people are feeling right now. Like, are you chill? You understand what's going on? You're just like, hey,
They're
I'm here for the
excited.
whole ride.
Boom, there you go.
And
I think
he's
they're
back.
excited. Maddie, what's up, buddy?
I infiltrated the deepest layers of the Bitcoin carnivore dinner.
What's up?
It was Safety. I don't know if you guys know the Bitcoin Standard author.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
He has a dinner every year. And I went with HP Morgan and infiltrated it.
Did you sneak in the kitchen and cut all their steaks into hex shapes so when they came out?
How'd you know? Were you?
No, I just
on me, man?
No, I just thought that would be a
I'll be
Maddie
back, guys.
kind of thing to do. That'd be a great thing.
Well,
and they're like, I don't know why I was dreaming of hex last night. Well, because you ate a fillet shaped like a hex.
Yes.
You come out and you're like, and this is our latest vintage. It's from the Richard Hart vineyards. Just keep subliminally planting more and more hex and PulseChain stuff to them.
Well, there's somebody I took a picture with last year. Her name's Natalie Brunel. She was hosting the Bitcoin conference last year. And in the past year, she's gotten way more well known for interviewing all the Bitcoin royalty. So I said hi to her again this year.
If you had anybody come up to you with your Pulse or your hex gear and made any conversation with you because you were wearing it?
Yeah, people are like, I'm rich, pay attention to me because I want to know about PulseChain. And I'm like, I don't know who you are, sorry. But yeah, there are people at the Bitcoin conference that have a whole different attitude than last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Last year it was like, oh, everybody sacrificed and what now? But now people are like, oh, PulseChain just came out.
Uh-huh. I remember seeing stuff, I don't know, it's Telegram or somewhere like, it's been this long and I want my money back or whatever. It's like,
yeah,
it's like I think you need to look up the definition of sack, man.
Yeah.
Can I bring something up?
Sure. If you tell me how you guys have been getting Richard to tweet so much.
Put that.
I don't know. I hadn't been watching Twitter. I forgot Richard might be listening.
Yeah, he's been tweet storming all day.
Oh, he won't stop about Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think he's tagging Bitcoin and everything.
Yeah.
Well, if Richard's listening, thanks, Richard.
There you go.
Richard. We love you, Richard.
Yeah.
We love you, man.
I just have I just want to bring up a small thing. It might be a little controversial. I know there's a lot of people in the HEX community that this might upset because they've thrown sacrificial money at something. But I needed to bring this up because I've been listening to Twitter Spaces and something's kind of been bothering me. And
what do you got, man?
I don't want to see my hexagons get wrecked. All right. And here's what it is basically what I've been kind of like noticing in the Twitter Spaces is like Buck Fiat, you know. I really like the guy. Full disclosure, I sacrificed for his famous sacrifice, I think. But I've been hearing him talk, and he's been saying that like he just doesn't think that like everything's gonna be able to pump. He's been saying like, oh, we're gonna start at like $1 billion market cap.
Oh yeah. I can
So,
talk about that.
and so he's just like, he's like, don't expect the 1000x. Like you'll be really lucky if you get like a 10 to a 100x. Like even to get a 10x, he's like, that's like mind blowing, and it's true. 10x is pretty mind blowing.
No,
However,
it's not.
well, I mean, in just like traditional markets,
Yeah.
more or less.
Yeah, but we're not in traditional markets.
Exactly. And that's what kind of concerns me, is because I think it's just here's my conspiracy theory. I'm gonna go against the guy.
You got some tinfoil out there?
Well, I just think he's telling people that the Richard Hart stuff can't pump very hard, or it won't pump as hard.
You think he's got a token of his own and he's going to start shilling? Oh, wait.
Well, I think he might have a platform where if you think your coin isn't going to pump very hard, you might be able to use some leverage and really get that pump going.
Yeah. Multiply the house advantage against
exactly. And I just, I really disagree with his whole sentiments about the whole pumpage of these coins based on the market cap. And I just don't want people to go like, because he's a really smooth talking, long-legged Mac Daddy. And
That's right.
I really like him. I really want to like him, but I just feel like he's gonna try and funnel, not necessarily he's gonna try and funnel people into the leverage trading, but just please, people, be careful with the leverage trading. Richard always has the 3 L's.
Well, we're gonna get in there and talk about this, but we have reporting live from the Bitcoin conference HEX meetup. We have KG here, and that looks like Pascal passed out taking pictures on the floor. And who else do we have here? Oh, we got some shoes.
What's up, everybody?
That's probably B-Rad or
I
somebody.
thought they were doing a DUI test.
Yeah, I was right. When BTC 100X is the name of their channel.
I was goofy because it's not going to 100x.
Oh, I mean, in 100 years, maybe.
What's up, everybody? Just wanted to hop in. We got a lot of cool Mexicans around here right now.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you don't know. What's up, Westcott? You're live.
You don't know. Is this the show? Is this the live?
Hey,
yo, what's poppin'? You don't know. Let's go. Big money in the house.
Look at that.
Lion.
You know what it is?
Hey.
Max.
$40 live stream. Yes, Maddie. Where are you, and why aren't you here? That's a great question. You're in the bunker right now. That's a great question. I know we need to hang out more.
I got a broken clavicle, but
What's up? What's up?
I'm hung down on YouTube studio.
Why y'all ain't in Miami? Oh,
What's up?
That's my bunker. Let's go over here. What's
You got Korean investor over there. Yeah.
We're having a great dinner here. We have our
That's
master
Frank back
photographer.
there.
What's up, Pascal?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Karim is around here somewhere. Oh, he's over here if you can see. Wait.
Hey.
Right,
It's almost too hot for a scarf.
Right there. Right there. That's him.
Are you sure?
I can't do it. But yeah, guys, it's really cool out here. HEX has great representation out here in Miami. PulseChain's being talked about. Maddie and I were killing it with the Wizards earlier. We practically the entire ordinal community. I mean, everyone's in now. So yeah, great day. Great day.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for reporting live, and make sure to check in with us next hour. All right.
I will. Maddie, Wells Only, Gen HEX, Brisology. See y'all later.
Yeah.
Good, KG is one of the best crypto founders. I really like him as a person.
Yeah,
absolutely.
His him and his wife, right, in Vegas.
Yeah,
both real nice people, man. Super nice guy.
All right, so let me break it down, because there were two guys who were mistreating KDP the other day on Twitter Spaces, and it was Buck and Eric Wall. They were both talking down to her, telling her she was smart for a girl and saying that girls are not smart. They were very explicit with it. Okay, this was very, very clear. Everybody in the audience was like, "What?" So I don't know if they had alcohol involved or what, but let's just let's start there. Is like, you're wrong about women. Women are like hella smart, especially in the HEX and PulseChain ecosystem. Second of all, they said Ethereum was going to have high fees, and PulseChain would too. All right, like fine, like we already reached that conclusion ourselves. And then they said, Buck said, according to the law of large numbers, a starting $1 billion PulseX or PulseChain SAC could not do a 100x. So that's just wrong. It's based on supply and demand. What can do 100x? Sure, HEX started with 5,000 people. PulseChain started with 40,000. PulseX started with 120,000. But the liquidity, basically having a bunch of HEX millionaires being the ones, and people who are time locked for such a long time, having them be the ones who sacrificed, I think everybody's going to do really well. I think we're going to see lots of ups and downs, but I don't think we're going to be limited by a 10x. I just don't. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
If we get a 10, if we only get a 10x, I'm gonna be very upset.
I'm gonna be happy with a 10x, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna stop there. That's not how crypto works. Crypto is reflexive. The more it goes up, the more people don't want to sell, and the more people want to buy.
You just got to realize is that the price isn't made by the price times the number of coins.
Correct.
The price is made at the liquidity pools. The price isn't made by the market cap. The market cap is a function of the price. So the price is made at the liquidity pools. And if those are thin, if there's 100 HEX and that's all there is inside the liquidity pool, and then there's $50 million that wants to buy those 100x, well, guess what? We're going to see a multi-million-dollar HEX. It might not be sustainable, but it's going to go up more than 10x.
A hell of a green dildo to see, though.
So it's just like the price is this here Eric Wall and then Buck to say that,
Well, if you listen to
I
Katie,
think they're just being dishonest, man. Come on, Buck. I know you're smarter than this. I think you're being dishonest.
If you listen to Katie talk about crypto, she's confident, clear. She's very good at breaking stuff down and explaining it. So either those guys don't even know anything about her, or we're purposely trying to be ignorant. You know what I mean?
Like I said,
trying to cause a thing.
I think he has a leverage platform, and he's trying, it makes sense to me. Like, hey guys, you're not going to get as big of a pump as you think you are. I got a leverage platform. It's like, it doesn't take a brain or a
because if you can do 100x without leverage, why would you mess around with leverage?
Exactly. It's like why would an exchange want to promote HEX when HEX is all about not trading? It's about locking up your coins and earning money by not being on an exchange. They don't like that. So the exchanges don't want to promote it. In my opinion. But that's just a theory.
Did you guys have Hex Machina on yet?
No.
All right, I just messaged him. He owes us an hour.
Or a pound of flesh.
That's right.
Matt, did you go get food earlier?
I ate a bunch of steak with all the Bitcoiners at a Brazilian churrascaria.
Nice. That's awesome.
Fogo de chao with
Brazilian.
safety.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did he make you pay for the dinner? Like
Oh, yeah.
Richard?
Oh yeah.
Hey, when you were gone, Hex on the PulseChain went up to like 4 cents at one point.
Oh, dude, when is Hex on ETHW gonna pump? Just kidding. Yay, PulseChain.
Well, it said Gwei's at 29 right now on ETH, so not financial advice, but if you were looking to pick some more up, it's 3.5 cents, and Gwei's at 29.
What am I supposed to trade for it?
Trade for it?
For
I don't know.
Hex?
Maybe you want to buy some and then bridge it over so you can pair it with your PHEX. Maybe, I don't know.
What do you want me to do? Bridge over USDC and then not know which USDC I have?
Sure.
Like, it's a serious question. I know I'm joking, but like I really want to know.
No, I'm saying if you're still gonna work your hex on both chains and you've been wanting more, Gwei's low right now. Lower than it's been.
Okay. Have you guys bridged anything over to PulseChain in
I have
terms of
not.
like actual money?
I have not tried to bridge anything over yet.
Okay.
I bridged over some HEX. Hex on Ethereum, and it became.
And why did you do that?
Because Richard said to stop using the bridge.
So you said so.
Yeah.
Wow.
No one tells me what to do, okay? No one.
You ain't the boss of me.
Yeah.
Woo.
Son of a gun.
Okay, so you guys want me to like lead the way or something and like put some
I'm down for learning
more. I don't even know where to send it to. This is scary.
Hey Craig, have you seen the new Otter scan?
I've not looked at it yet.
It's pretty. I like it. It's clean. It's easy to read for me. I heard Famous talking about it.
Oh
He
yeah.
hates it.
Which one were they saying looked like a big Excel sheet, and this looks like a lot easier?
Otter scan.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
I have not seen it yet though.
And yeah, that's actually why I like it. It looks like a giant Excel sheet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know, just look, it's easier to read for me, but I don't know how to read, so.
And Maddie, to answer your question is I haven't had a lot of liquid. My hex is staked, and any hex that I had liquid, even within the last couple months, I've staked it. Is even though I wanted to have some liquid for the copy and all that to start off with something on the other side, I just couldn't help myself. I staked it. I have a hard time looking at liquid hex in my wallet. I feel like I want it staked. You know what I mean? And then I just bought some a couple days ago, but I haven't tried to send any over.
I bought wrapped Pulse on Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
So that was cool. But
Uniswap or
yeah.
What are you planning on doing with that? I mean, are you gonna bridge it over, or I mean, I don't know if you want to say or not.
Well, no, I'm probably just gonna look at it. I mean, like,
Pulse,
I've already
right?
got Pulse. It's not, like, I'm just buying it because I think it'll go up.
Right. You don't really need
and
it
it's
to
already
be
on the
Pulse
Ethereum
chain.
side, so I can sell it on the Ethereum side. It's like
Drew. And whatever, not financial advice, just looking for people's thought process on this. But so if you took your EHEX, let's say you had a decent amount of EHEX and bridged it over, right now what could you even do with it aside from basically ratio
I could
trading?
swap it for PHEX.
Okay.
Or
And
any
then-
other asset on the PulseChain.
How balanced are we so far on that side as far as like true value, what you just paid for it versus what it's saying it's worth over there?
So
Like,
check this out, Craig. I found when you bring over EHEX, and
Mhm.
actually it loses a little bit of value, but the EHEX over on the PulseChain, I don't know what the ratio is now, but like yesterday, maybe earlier today, it's worth 17% more than the PHEX. It's almost like an invisible hand is incentivizing us to bridge over the hex. And if you convert the EHEX into PHEX, you can get almost 20% more hex. And if you stake that, now you have 20% more TShares. Interesting. I thought that was interesting. So I don't know. Other people are saying, don't bridge over your EHEX, but I don't see the reason why not. Seems to me like it would make the EHEX even more rare because you're locking it up inside the bridge, and now you're also taking the PHEX side.
That's really brilliant. You were saying that earlier. That's really good game theory, Brisology.
And that's why I was like, why is the EHEX worth like 20% more? I'm like, am I being incentivized to do this? And actually, that is the real reason why I actually bridged over the EHEX. Was one, Richard told us not to do it, but there was also, I'm like, I feel like I'm being incentivized to do this. Like, I feel like someone wants me to do this. So I didn't send over like all my hex. I just sent over like a little.
Think of it like Molly said whenever the PulseChain sacrifice was happening. He said, like, if you're gonna sacrifice dollars, why not swap into hex first?
Exactly.
And it's like, if you're going to bridge something over, why not swap into hex first?
Well, we were talking about that earlier with the sack. Like, I was converting stuff to hex and then sacking it because it's like, well, if I'm going to sack something that supposedly is going to sit there forever, why not get hex off the table?
Yes. Yeah. That's really, really smart.
Thank goodness for our wonderful community and streamers and different ideas and game theory they talk about, not financial advice, but one of the stream, I can't remember if it was Corey or one of them was going through different lists of communities. Maybe it was Corey earlier. And I've seen a lot of those communities because, like I said, before I even found Richard and Hex, I was watching all those channels. Like I kind of immersed myself in stuff when I get into it, and I was watching anything I could find about crypto and all the regular names that the shows and everything. That's where I stumbled across Richard was when he was being whatever I feel like abused on the around the blockchain that time, and that's what got me interested in figuring out what the big deal was and finding more information on Richard and finding Hex and everything. But there's really like a handful of communities out there that are fairly strong, committed, strong, stick together that I've seen. And a lot of these other coins, they're just fly by night, man. People in and out just to make a quick buck.
But not Harry Potter, Obama, Inu, right? Not that one. That's long term.
It's almost like if you could have a random name generator and just come up with 3 words with Inu in it, and there's probably a token on CoinMarketCap with that name. Just some other animal with an Inu, and there's already a token. But there's people that make a living having YouTube channels telling people which DGen Hourglass latest website app to go to get some APR to buy their coin to make liquidity with your good old BNB or your good old whatever token, so they can suck the value out of your side of the pair and then exit, and then you're sitting there with a bunch of whatever tokens that aren't worth anything. And people fall for it every day. Those sites, they just copy and paste the code and they just pick another fruit or animal or whatever their little native token is for their website, and as soon as they shut it down, they make another one. And we'll probably be seeing them on PulseChain too. I'm sure they'll be popping up. Different hourglass.
People love trash, huh?
Some people can't help themselves, man. They can't walk past a slot machine without putting money in it.
That's for sure.
That's why they got them. As soon as you get off the plane at Vegas, they're right there.
That is true.
How's it going, Wales?
Going well, man. How's it going for you?
Hanging in there. Still healing from my car accident, but other than that, I'm all right.
Glad to hear it, man.
Yeah. We got our next guest here. It's Crypto Class. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
How's it going?
Our pleasure.
Yeah, really good, guys. Thank you for holding this live stream. How you all holding up?
We're holding up.
Brisology just came up with a genius thing.
Good. Pump my bags. That's
Seriously.
why I'm here. We're going to pump this up.
There you go.
Pump it up.
Have you cracked one yet during the live stream? Have you? Or later?
I was just actually before he said you were coming up, I was going to say I'm going to shut my cam down for a second and go get something to drink. So I'll be right back.
There you go.
Please do.
Yeah, give me a minute.
I got some high quality H2O.
Maddie, unless you got more people coming on, if you need the room or anything, you want me to stick around?
Yeah, I need you.
Okay, I'm here. I'll just grab something cold. Be right back.
So, how's it going, Crypto Class? What's new?
Oh, well, I worked last night. So, yeah, on-call shift. It's pretty brutal. It's like a 10-hour shift and you go on call until 8 o'clock. So you sleep, but you do that sleep where you're like, is that the phone? Did I turn my phone off? Because sometimes when I'm really tired, I turn my phone to silent. So I was constantly checking my phone. Anyway, I'm wrecked. But we're always, we're in crypto. We're always wrecked. No excuse.
That's funny.
Yeah. So let's talk some price action. You guys want to get bullish or what?
Yeah.
Should we do it?
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. I don't know if you noticed that PulseChain is number 4 on Dex Screener.
I noticed.
All right.
Is that like a small deal or a big deal, guys? Like, come on, seriously, that's a pretty big deal. So we surpassed Polygon. I think that's pretty fucking awesome. Wales, what do you think about that? It's good to speak to you, by the way, Wales. I don't think I've ever spoken to you before.
No, we haven't. Pleasure's all mine. So I don't know if you know this, but on Ethereum, HEX is number 1 out of all the coins, volume wise. So standard for par for the course. Nothing new.
Nice.
Hashtag winning.
Another day over here. Yeah. Another day over here. More winning. What's new?
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, how many days has PulseChain been out?
7.
A week.
1 week. And we surpassed Polygon. How long has Polygon been out for?
Nobody even knows.
More than a week.
More than a week. But that's
more than a week.
No one was around when it launched.
I mean, HEX, despite being gatekept, HEX did a 10,000x. So if PulseChain is not gatekept, are we not doing like a little bit of moon math today, or?
Yeah.
Class, I was told that it can't do more than a 10x because the sacrifice was so big.
Okay, I've got a rebuttal to that. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Here it is. Richard Hart is a liquidity genius. Okay. So we've got Hart's law. We all know the fundamentals about Hart's law. Deep pools, pair them together, they all price go up together, yeah? But what most people don't realize is if you make a thinner pool with the asset that you're trying to move against, for example, USDC, so So PLS go up against USDC, he makes that pool a little bit thinner. But it's like a delicate process. Like the pool has to be deep enough that you execute your transactions, you don't get slippage, yeah. But it has to be small enough that, or thin enough that price go up. So and this is a dynamic process. So he's playing that process with multiple coins across a large ecosystem. So he's against the stables, he's got this very delicate, thinner liquidity. And then against the RH assets, PLS, PLSX, INC, and HEX, he's got super deep pools to the point where those ratios are pretty much fixed. So PLSX to PLS is like between the range of 3 to 4 to 1. HEX is at parity. And then we've got 1 HEX to 200 PLS. So those, even though those ratios are all kind of, the pools are so deep that those ratios, despite all of the volatility that we've seen in the last week, are kind of staying the same. And all of the prices between them are kind of moving up at a similar kind of rate. Like if you look at the daily close for the last 2 days, say on PLSX and PLS on Dex Screener, you'll note that the percentage that they've gone up is almost exact because of these deep pools. So people know that Richard Hart is a genius, but they don't understand that the crux of his genius comes with this liquidity bonding, and how he's doing it is very sophisticated, and the maths behind it is very detailed. So PulseChain is just like a credit to Richard. And yeah, I'm actually super amazed that his vision, which he saw before the fact, has come to life. And we're seeing those numbers play out beautifully. So well done, Richard.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, luckily math does a lot of the heavy lifting, right? Unfortunately, the average person doesn't take the time to try to wrap their head around how markets actually work. They just operate on the basis that, oh, there's X amount, so it can't happen. Like, for example, I remember when I showed up in X, it was never going to see a penny. It was never going to see 10 cents, blah, 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 blah. 50 cents later, where everybody's waiting for $1, $2 now, right? But it wasn't possible when I showed up because people just didn't understand. So same thing's going to happen here, you know. People fail to realize the number of addresses that actually own the asset versus the number of addresses that are trying to acquire it. It's really basic, you know. So all the X's you want, really, you know, it's not rocket science.
What do you guys think about INC? I'm so bullish on INC right now, like ridiculously bullish. I think it's super undervalued, underpriced. Yeah. I think $27 is like just the beginning for INC. Like I'm doing everything I can to think about how I can get it without obviously compromising my other bags.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, everybody else kind of feels the same way because it's up like, you know, it says 253% versus everything else, which is kind of like liquidity bonded. And those are like 50% each. And INC is up like, you know, 250. So it seems like a lot of people are really bullish on INC. But I'm going to tell you the truth, I don't really understand why. Like, you know, I see it's there, but I just don't know what it can really be used for other than maybe buying more coins.
You could buy it and you could look at it in your wallet.
A lot of people think that it's like the down forever coin, but it's just not true because the way that its inflation works is that by year 3 or 4, it starts to become deflationary. So there are protocols coming out where you can stake your INC. So Tetra, you're going to be able to stake your INC. Obviously,
does it become disinflationary or deflationary?
Well, like every second, and I'm probably going to get the maths bit wrong, but you'll get the idea. I think there's something like 36 million, or every year there's 36 million INC that come, you know, into, I just produced. And so, you know, by year 1, you've got 36 million, year 2, you've got 72 million. And then the third year, the percentage of new coins compared to the percentage of coins that are already there starts to gradually peter off. So it reaches that point where it almost becomes deflationary. If it becomes less inflationary in a compound way every year.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like the halvening.
I have an idea of why ink may be doing pretty good right now. I could be wrong if anybody wants to hear it, but if all you had was Pulse and PulseX, you could have put in a liquidity pool for those two, right? That's all you had. If you didn't have any copies, didn't bridge anything, and then you get ink. And if you're getting enough ink, instead of selling it, you could then pair it with Pulse or PulseX, because right now the APR for PulseX pair is only 40%, give or take, but it's over 1,000 for Pulse with ink or PulseX with ink. So it could be feeding itself. People were taking the ink that they made from the PulseX pool, then pairing it again with one of those coins to get even more APR to get more ink. And then people may be actually swapping or trading to get more ink to get into the higher paying APR pools, which could be helping the price of ink go up. And there's only so much ink as it's created, right? So it's not as much of it as there is Pulse and PulseX. But as they gradually create more and it's there for people to use the pair, then that APR is probably going to go down as that liquidity pool gets more higher value.
Started
so it could be kind of
crazy.
feeding itself.
It was only like 14 hours ago, like Richard tweeted, you can have ink with PLS and ink with PLSX. And I think the APY was crazy. Like it was like over 3,000. And then obviously as people like ape into that pair, I think it's down to like 1,000. But obviously when a new chain, is born, it's in the first week or two that sometimes, these situations arise where you could actually use this time to gather some of the resources that you want in the ecosystem. You wait 2 weeks and that opportunity may not be as good. Like the prices we're seeing now are still a good buy. So despite the fact that, there are people that haven't got their money bridged in yet, the prices are still at a point where you're getting good value for your money. Like the APY is crazy in some of these pairs. And the prices, like the price action has been good, but it's still a good buy. So I think it's offering so much opportunity, PulseChain, and I don't think people realize like there's 50 ways that you can compound your money through this system. If you really think about it, it's just like it's the never-ending giving tree of opportunity.
Yeah, when I hear there's like $50 million, inside the bridge yet to come, I'm like, that makes me bullish. I'm like, I need to get in before those guys.
Yeah, and then the HEX, like in 1 week, I went to bed. I think HEX on PulseChain was like 2 cents or close to 2 cents or at parity. So I was pretty stoked with that. And then this morning, in 1 week, it goes up to 4 cents, like literally from 2 cents. This, I don't know if one of you guys can bring up this wick, but literally, I think it was even on a 15-minute chart. This wick just went from 2 cents to 4 cents. So that's some price action right there. Like if you held your HEX, you're really going to start to see your gains just go through the roof, like with these wicks that are coming. And it kind of surprises you because the whole system's doing well. So you're like, yeah, they're all doing well. But then you see a wick like that, like, geez. Because I was more focused on PLS, obviously. How can I get PLS? Like, how can I pour my money into PLS without compromising my HEX bags? And then you kind of feel like, oh, my HEX bags, like what happened to my HEX bags, like in comparison to PLS. But then when you see wicks like that on HEX, you're like far out, like every single coin that he's created is going to have great price action. So I'm glad that I kept working in the last year or two, because to have dry powder that you can bridge in has been like the number one way that I've been able to accrue PLS is just to bridge in the DAI has probably been the number one way. And like controversial or not, like credit to Jake Sharp, who actually, I know obviously there's been some controversy in the community over him, but he was the one that said, if you want PLS, you should bridge in DAI. And obviously I'm not just going to listen to one person, listen to, hundreds of people and then think about things over time. But that was the number one way that you could have got PLS, is to bridge in the DAI. And it still is, because the price you're seeing now is still a good buy. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's been an incredible experience to see a lot of the maths play out, to see a lot of the opportunities and how they present and how things are bonded, and to learn on all the test nets and to have like bridging solutions that were actually super straightforward and also trustworthy. Yes, it took time, but I trusted my money would get to the other side, and it did, and it has on multiple occasions because we bridged early, because we trusted early. Which we wouldn't do with any other founder, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, the system amazes me. I'm really proud of it, and I'm still like the opportunities are just like they seem endless to me. The compounding opportunities are endless, and we haven't even seen liquid loans come out. We haven't even seen, Power City come out. We haven't even seen these big projects really start working. So yeah, it's exciting times.
Yeah, I thought we would see a lot more price action when the algorithmic stablecoins were going to show up. That's kind of like what I was kind of waiting for. I was like, I don't know. For some reason, I just, I was just thinking like we weren't gonna have. I don't know. I just didn't really realize, how much stable coins are going to be bridged in. I just kept thinking about like the liquid loans and Power City stable coins and how that was going to give us our ultimate value. But I'm kind of glad things are shaking out.
I mean, I think Richard has designed a fair system, and the way that the prices are moving against each other or going up, a lot of it, I think, has to do with liquidity bonding and pairing. And he's a clever man. He doesn't want to give Hexicans all the opportunity. He wants to make it a fair opening and a fair launch for everybody. And you can see that in his tweets leading up to launch. Like, he is very open, like launch is coming in the next week, or whatever the tweet was, to try to just let crypto community in general know. And so it was never a launch that favored Hexicans. It was a fair launch.
Did you know that the easiest way to get access to PLS was actually by buying Hex before mainnet fork, so that you could just use that copy to get PLS?
The fastest way, yeah, the fastest
That's
way
actually
was,
the
yeah.
easiest, most efficient way. It wasn't bridging in
Yeah.
time. So
Yeah, it was a
that was
lot
actually a
faster,
fool's
that's
errand.
for sure.
So
I was
bridging
swapping
in
there,
assets
yeah.
was a fool's errand. I don't know why anybody was recommending that. Not smart.
Oh, in terms of value for dollar, because when we did, I mean, obviously we could have swapped initially, right? Like ratio traded initially. So having assets like Hex and, having sacrificed and things, we can swap things around. And, you could have got it by swapping. But then after the swapping, like by bridging it in, your value for dollar or how many coins you got compared to swapping is, I haven't done all the maths, but it was a lot more.
Yeah, but again, based on what we saw, right? Based on what we saw, the most efficient, the best move was actually buying Hex and having it readily available so you can actually swap it for PLS. That was the best move. Straight up, hands down. I mean, just look at the chart.
I'd have to go back and do the maths. Like, I'm just thinking of my
Just
own
look at the
situation.
chart. I mean, it's just all you gotta do is look at the ratio.
But here's
and the price point at different, because liquidity pools
Yeah.
at different are moving at different times. So by the time I bridge, the liquidity pool's a lot deeper. I could have been getting a much better
the
deal.
most liquid is always the better. I mean, that's just common. That's common in every market. That's not unique to Hex or PLS
If you
or
have
anything.
a very small liquidity pool and you're putting in big dollars, you're going to get wrecked in slippage. So later on, when the pool was deeper, may have been a better buy. But I haven't done the maths. You've probably done all the maths. So.
And
No,
here's
there's
the
no math to
deal.
do. That's just what was happening when the market was live at the beginning. I mean, you're just making it more complicated than it needs to be. It's really simple.
It could have been the best move so far, but
Right, so far.
Yeah, but if the price goes down, then that's
I mean, if it
that's why
dumps,
we dollar
then
cost
yeah.
average.
But that's exactly right. Yeah, that's the most. That's the long-term winning strategy because you're diversifying that risk over time.
Yeah, my only counter argument to the buying it and have it forked over is that the forked over version was worth like a third of the EHEX side, and so it's like you bought some, but the value you didn't get twice the value.
You guys really need to stop thinking in dollar terms. Pro tip.
Gen Hex,
Wow.
did you get your drink?
This is a dollar world, baby.
I did. Jack and Coke.
Oh, nice. I haven't even cracked mine. Has everyone got something to drink? I've never cracked something on stream, so I'm going to probably take about 5 minutes. I usually get my husband to do it for me. So what do you think, Wales, is the best part of the ecosystem? What's your favorite part?
That is similar to HEX. You make money from staking.
So you're talking about being a validator?
Nah, provide liquidity. It's like staking.
And what's your favorite pair? Oh, how is that?
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a girl. Yay. I got 2 girls. I do want a boy one day. You know, depending on how rich I get.
Favorite pair, I guess, is PLSX.
You think that ratio is established now?
No. Can be. You guys got to remember, this is not fully live yet. To assume that anything that's happened in the past week is normal is foolish. It's foolish. The money isn't even here yet. The prices you're seeing now would have never happened if the flow of capital would have not been friction full. Think about this like if it's a whole series of moving objects through space and time, because that's what it is. It's not just a click of a button. These things have to move from A to B to C to D to E to Z. It's not just clicking a button in instant. That's not how it works. So the fact that none of this money is here yet has everybody's point of view skewed with what reality is. And I'm going to say it again. 42,000 addresses for PulseChain, 120,000 for PLSX. You got to realize that what you're seeing right now is an opportunity that nobody foresaw. And that's why bridging in was not the optimal strategy, because it's a bridge. It's not a river. It's not an ocean. Like, it's not just coming in. You got to wait in line and wait for your turn. That's the risk there, time. And the whole point of this exercise is to get in ASAP, because the earlier, the better. That's why there's a whole industry on Wall Street surrounded behind exactly that. And them people, they're coming. I talk about crypto at work every day now. It's disgusting because nobody has a clue. It's a bunch of clowns talking about dog shows, and they think they're talking about circuses. So you guys better stop playing and get your game right, because the big money is coming and they don't care about you.
I'm already here, baby.
Well, just a question here. As far as the stable coins that are pegged to $1 normally, like on ETH, assuming it's the correct address for USDT, USDC, DAI, whatever. When you bring up the token prices on Pulse and the numbers are like crazy all over the place, I mean, when they start actually getting closer to peg at $1, do you think that's going to be more like the serious time that the prices are actually starting to reflect what their true value they're holding towards what was bridged in will be?
I mean, that's just based on liquidity pools, man. That's a liquidity pool scenario. That's not relevant to anything else. You think it's like some magical math, but it's not. It's just A by B. I mean, that's it. They're either balanced or they're not. And if they're not balanced, they're going to stay jacked up.
Well, I mean, for a stable to stay pegged at $1, I mean, it still has to be holding a value of $1 compared to the dollar, right?
Yeah, there needs to be A versus B. It's just math, man. It's just a simple ratio. And if something's out of whack, it's not going to be $1. It's going to be offset. It's going to be less than or more than. Really simple. It's the only 2 things it could be, or 3 things it could be. Less than, greater, equal to, or greater than. That's it.
So even in a normal liquidity pool with a stable coin, when you see it fluctuating from 99 cents to $1 and back to dollar,
Right. That's
up
a
and down.
function of the ratio.
That's liquidity, because of liquidity being pulled
Yeah.
out faster than it
Correct.
can recover.
Correct. It's a seesaw, right? All liquidity providing is, all the markets are a seesaw. And the way capital flows determines which way the seesaw is going to go. But ultimately, everybody's trying to find what's that equilibrium point. That's why people are buying and selling and buying and selling. And crypto isn't really like that, but just think of general markets. Because crypto is too early to be thinking about it like that. Crypto is, this point in time in crypto is the time to find the next Bitcoin, to find the next Ethereum, not to be out here shooting your shot like you ain't got nothing else to do. Like that's a loser's game. You got to really find the good ones, focus on them, prioritize DCAing into them, and call it a day. Because that's what's going to get you out of that crappy situation that you hate living in. Not pretending to be something you're not, because you don't got the flow, you don't got the information, you're not plugged in. And if you're not plugged in, you're out. You're getting that information after somebody already bought or whatever the case is. So, something to think about.
And if you guys need the information, subscribe to my Twitter at Brisology on Twitter, and you'll be informed. You'll be ahead of the game. You'll be sacrificing.
Do we get any nude pictures? I'm just asking for my friend. No? Okay.
Only of his cat.
Oh, sorry. No. It's just like a serious crypto. Okay. Yeah. I'm just wondering, price point and pros and cons. No. Okay.
I have a separate thing I wanted to ask about. I don't know if you guys will have any input on this or not, but on a separate subject, sort of. I have a 3D printer now, and
Nice.
I would love to start 3D printing some PulseChain stuff and HEX stuff. And if anybody knows of someone that is into that, doing that kind of stuff, that maybe have some 3D files.
Talk to Das Bomb. He does a lot of 3D printing.
Okay.
Because
I don't do like this 3D sculpting and all that. Maybe Kool-Aid or somebody. Maybe, I don't know. I just thought that would be kind of cool. I'd love to start printing out some stuff if anybody would want anything in particular. If we could figure out how to make it, I don't know, custom 3D printed stuff. I thought that would be kind of neat.
Yeah. So Gen Hex, Fully Christened does a lot of 3D rendering, and I wonder if you could partner together.
Who does?
Fully Christened. The
really
guy that runs the what's that? What's the platform he runs, Maddie?
He does like the Hex Museum and stuff like that.
Yeah. You can see some of his 3D renders.
I just thought I'd spit that out there real quick and get it in case anyone's listening. Please get a hold of me, because I don't know. It's fun. It's a cool little hobby I've been doing, and I would definitely love to be doing it for the community too.
What kind of products were you thinking, Gen Hex, like as an example?
I mean, even as something as simple as, you go online, or you go to Hex Toys, you go different places, and there are some things out there, right? Even T-shirts and stuff. And I don't know, even stuff, drink coasters, keychains, earrings. I mean, I don't know, whatever people want. I mean, because the beauty of it is, like with my resin printer, if you have the files for it, you print it, you trim it up, you cure it, paint it. You know what I'm saying?
How big? Like, could you do sculptures?
Depends on how big your printer is. I mean, my printer's just kind of a starter one. It's not super big, but probably 6 or 7 inches tall, maybe the same width. Whether you doing like a little, perfect scenario, if somebody 3D rendered a Richard Hart sitting on a throne with a scepter with his Hex diamond and all the stuff, the PulseChain logo behind him or something like that, that would be amazing. Print those off, paint them, You know,
that would be so cool.
Give them away
like
to
if you could get like a
people.
porcelain effect, like you could do, you could do some like
If you
Roman
get the
goddess
painting
kind of.
and you have the painting stuff, which I have quite a bit, but it's pretty neat. I wonder if even Johnny Chaos might be somebody that might know something about that. Of course, he does stuff on a bigger scale, but they make bigger printers, and then you can also print stuff in pieces and then join it together. I mean, I've seen stuff online where people have made like an Iron Man suit. You know,
That's awesome, man.
I don't know if I'd.
You should print Johnny a dragon. He loves that stuff.
Yeah. So, okay. Das Bomb. Okay. I will reach out to him. And then if anybody else knows of anybody, please let me know. Excuse me. Like I said, it was a side topic, but I thought I'd ask since we have.
No, I love that stuff, man.
Yeah.
You can see my Richard Hart painting back here. Lord Thrash helped me. Like I painted it with my teacher with oil. And then Lord Thrash did he did a lot of different variations. This is the Warhol variation. So yeah, I'm fully into art as well. It's awesome.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
Whoa, am I in?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hex Machina.
What's up, Hex
What's
Machina?
going on?
You here to
Hi,
tell us
how's it
the
going?
news?
He got his own intro music.
Yeah, I did, right? Thank you, Maddie, for that. What's up, man?
Yeah, good to see you,
Thanks
man.
for-
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. It's been a very long time. I took a little hiatus from the streaming thing, and had to get hard into the working life and family life and all that. So, how's everybody doing? Brisology, I'm freaking awesome to see you, man. I was really happy when I popped in and saw you were here, man.
Long
Making me
time
feel
no see.
comfortable.
I missed I used to love your Hex News, show.
I loved it too. It was a lot of fun, and I think I did about 50 shows with DS, which was cool. And then I started kind of streaming with Vibra. I don't know if you know Adam and those guys. I know Maddie does, but and Lindsay. But I'm still in touch with them. But yeah, time as we know it is very valuable. As our favorite founder has quantified for us in many different ways. But
So
exciting.
how you liking the PulseChain launch? How's the last week been for you?
So here's the way this has been my approach. This is kind of what I wanted to talk about. That's why I reached out to Maddie last night, because I've mentioned it a few times on Twitter here and there, but I don't see a whole lot about the strategy of doing literally nothing. Right? Sitting on my hands, which is what I did. I didn't even pull. So I got a new phone recently, and I didn't even pull my seed into MetaMask. Nothing. And I knew, and this is after PulseChain launched, I'm watching it, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm a little too nervous to ratio trade. I don't want to lose. I waited like I heard earlier on the stream. Don't trip over the finish line. You know what I mean?
Right.
We just got to the beginning, like basically of what we were waiting for, and like why screw that all up to try and see if I can game some stable coin or something, you know what I mean? Or something that's got some weird liquidity but I'll tell you, it's a little more complicated than I expected, and I'm pretty well versed. I stared at hex numbers and all that, and I had to explain TShares to people. I had to learn all that kind of on the fly in the show, which was awesome. I gained a really great understanding of it. But I think this played out in a way I totally didn't expect. The bridge was something I hadn't really thought about. It's just something that was kind of. I knew we were going to have a bridge and some kind of a ramp. You know what I mean? But like, I didn't give it much thought. I was just like, oh, PulseChain is going to come out. It's going to be amazing. So,
Yeah.
But it is. It's probably it's definitely the most interesting thing I've gotten to see in crypto. And it's so new, and you just see the way that bridge is clogged, and the way you could see that everybody reacting. Twitter space going nuts when there was no bridge, and it's like, okay, well, there's all the people who expected like a 100x on day one, right? Like, let's get those people out of the way, and then I feel special being one of the people who's been paying attention since Richard first came up with the name. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure everybody here. Well, I think Gen X, I think, is the only one I haven't spoken with before or met. What's up, man?
How you doing, buddy?
Machina, you call me Machina, whatever.
I used to troll your chat, but
did you really?
Well, not bad troll, like
yeah. No doubt. Well, that's how I met Vibra. They were in the chat, and I just realized they were actually local to me. So, but yeah, that Albany meetup was great, Matty. I have great memories about that. That was a good time, man. That's when I got to meet Maddie in person, and who else? Met a lot of people. Mr. Wales, I don't know if he's still over there. I see him above me in the box there. We met. We spent a little time together. Ate some steaks, right?
Sure, that's right.
You know it. Yeah. So Hex New York, got to represent. But yeah, no, it's exciting. But my position has been do nothing. Partially that's because I sacrificed for PulseChain via staker. Did any of you guys do that, or did you guys use MetaMask?
MetaMask.
I did PulseX. I did MetaMask, but first for the original PulseChain sacrifice, I ended up using Staker app. I don't remember why. That's just what I chose to do. I think they had a very easy interface with it, and I didn't want to make any mistakes. So, and I trust those guys. I've had Steph on. I've talked at length with Steph and Firebun and them dudes. So, but that's one thing I'm waiting on. Kind of waiting to see how they handle the bridging aspect. I haven't seen anything or heard anything from them in a little bit. What do you guys think of V2? You guys Staker app users?
It's not my favorite.
Honestly, I do not have any stakes on Staker app, and nothing against them. I just never went that direction, and I don't blame anybody for doing it. That's just not. I never went that way. So,
right. Well, I mean, it is a different thing, and
don't tell Cream.
There's some advantages that I've had over the years with like Hedron and being able to do certain things with the Gnosis Safe app actually, which is what everybody who has a Staker wallet has a Gnosis Safe, and there's some pretty amazing ways that you can transact with that thing once you get a hold of it, and I think I've done I did a few tutorials back in the day there for how to claim Hedron and do all those things with that. But I'm interested to see how that's going, what direction they're going to go. There's a lot more tokens available in their wallet now. But for the person who does nothing, what do you guys think about the do nothing, sit on my hands and wait for things to smooth out, wait for the bridge to completely unclog as a strategy?
Doing nothing is a valid strategy.
I'll take the counter. I don't know how hard you want me to go with the counter. I can just agree.
Go in. I love it. I can take it. These guys.
I should probably introduce myself and just say hello first. But yeah, is it Machina or like Machina or how do I?
Well, so it's a play on Ex Machina, the book, and the Deus Ex Machina, and then there was the movie Ex Machina. It's just a play on that.
Man. No, that's pretty cool, man. Okay, so
I like it because it's kind of like Hex is with it being like a self-sufficient smart contract staking platform. It's kind of like the god in the machine in its own way, right?
It's hard to get a cool name in this space. There's so many of us, but that's a legit cool name. Man.
I got one early.
So I started my argument against do nothing like a while ago on Ladies Discourse. And I had an analogy which was like just a really silly analogy. I won't go through it again or just repeat my silly analogy. But I think I'm a person that my own bias, I'll just give you my own bias first. I'm a person that likes the complexity of things sometimes. And in other parts of my life, I'm completely the opposite. Like it's pretty random. which parts are detailed and which parts aren't, and then trying to get my brain to move between the two sets of thinking, like fast and slow thinking almost, has been a challenge for me in my life. But I think I can do it now. And the do nothing thing, I don't particularly agree with it, because I can see the opportunity that has come about from going into detail. And I'll go into detail like times 1,000, but then I'll back it off to like a 2 or a 3x, where I can try to weigh it up over time, if that kind of makes sense. Because these decisions obviously have to be weighed up over time, because it has to do with our finances. So when it came to like learning about PulseChain and, am I going to ratio trade and am I not going to ratio trade? The maths is it's like super complex, and there's so many assumptions and there's so many ways that you can be wrong, and you have to end up making an assumption. And then sometimes the possibilities can be complete polar opposites. So the theory behind doing nothing is to recognize that, the options can be complete polar opposites, because you don't know what's going to happen and you have to make a price assumption somewhere along the way. But
what are you talking about? I got a crystal ball. You don't have a crystal ball? I thought we all had crystal balls around here. I'm just kidding.
I used to do crystal balls, but now I gave them up. And so then you're left with like a complex math situation with, are you going to do something or are you not? And then I've always sort of thought, like, if you can think through all of the options and perhaps choose a smaller part of your bag and almost be happy on which way it goes. This way, I'll be happy. It goes this way, I'll be happy. So, I mean, when it comes to people trying to get PLS, I think that was the aim of the game, right? When PulseChain came out, it's like, how do I get more PLS? So even though I sacrificed, of course, I'm in the boat, I want more PLS, and I sacrificed for PLSX as well. And like most people, I had more PLSX than I did have PLS. So going into the launch, I wish that I was like those people that had more PLS, because I think they're obviously like anyway, I wish I was one.
Well, I was talking to Johnny K. I was terrified, just to jump in real quick, and I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was terrified when I first started thinking about it, when Richard first announced PulseChain and this whole, forking Ethereum. And I was like, wait a minute, things are great. This is when Hex was pumping, bull market, like everything's awesome. I'm like watching my bags grow to, numbers I never thought I'd see. And I was talking to Johnny Chaos privately. He was one of my like confidants when I first kind of came into the space. And, and I'm like, Johnny, is this going to screw everything up, man? What if it ruins everything? You know what I mean? I was literally terrified about it at first, but the more obviously we learned about it, we learned that it was just an amazing opportunity yet again. So go ahead.
Yeah. So my strategy relies on the fact that I was lucky to be in a position where at the time of the fork happening that I had dry powder. At other points in my life, depending on what was going on with mortgage interest rates, etc., I may not have been in that position, but it just so happened that I had access to, so my options were I could ratio trade, I could get the P copy of my ERC20s and go into PLS, and then I can save dry powder and I can bridge it over and buy PLS. So I did do all of those three strategies. If I was to do a nothing strategy, then I would have been, for my PLS bags, I would have been solely relying on my SAC. Okay. And I would have been left with it. At the end of the day, I started with my SAC and I would have been left with my SAC amount. And my primary aim through the process was to get more PLS. So of course, with some of the ERC20 copies, I was like, oh, I don't really value these copies. I'm going to swap them into PLS, right? And now when you know what the prices are of those things, those copies aren't worth jack, right? So they're buying you jack. So your increase of PLS through that methodology is like nothing, like it may as well be
that.
nothing.
Yeah, that seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, and I was kind of just waiting for everything to stabilize, because in the first few days, it was a little rocky, and it was as expected, not as rocky as it could have been. Actually, I think it went pretty smooth.
Prong 2, right, which is the PLSX to PLS, you have to give up 3.5 roughly of your PLSX bags into PLS. So again,
I know
you have to factor in future price projections into that equation. So in that instance, number 2 prong, I completely agree with you. So I've agreed with you with 2 out of the 3, right? Like the P copies aren't worth jack. They're going to buy you jack. Swapping 3.5 of your PLSX for PLS and taking into account future price projections, which are both going to be excellent. It is going to get you some, it's going to get you some more PLS. So yes, I did it, but only for like a certain portion that I felt comfortable with. which for me was between 30 and 50%.
Do you guys think that it's pretty much like almost definite that if I were to say create a liquidity pool or add to the pool of Pulse to PulseX, I'm probably going to end up with mostly PulseX, wouldn't you say? Most of my Pulse is going to disappear.
100%. But wait for
Yeah.
the third prong of my counter argument, and this is why I'm countering, right? So I didn't counter on the basis of swapping your P copy because the P copy is worth Jack, and you're going to get Jack PLS. I didn't counter based on PLSX because depending on how much you love buy and burn, and your future price projections will depend on whether you made a good swap. So you don't know. So that swap was like here nor there. So I didn't counter on that. But I counter on the basis of not using the bridge. And some people out of safety would say never use a new bridge. But the people that immediately put money into that bridge, like a stablecoin DAI, and bridged it over, they had that stablecoin DAI, that power of that money that they could pour into PLS that was significantly below SAC price. And that is why that's my argument against doing nothing just for that situation. And there's many other situations that rely on future price projection. So you can't prove mathematically that it was a good call. But I think mathematically you can prove that was a good call.
Right. Yeah, I kind of wish now seeing the incentive token go from $7 or whatever it's valued at now to 24. I don't know if those numbers are correct.
30 now.
30 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that incentive token was always, actually I played with that a lot on the test nets, and I really loved it because I've never really done anything. Hex staking always beat liquidity provision in my wallets, in my bags, and in my situations. So just staking and chilling was far above trying to get any type of reward or any type of whatever you get from wherever you get to provide liquidity on like Ethereum. But providing it when PulseX came out, I liked the interface, and I gravitated towards it, and I said immediately I'm going to do a Pulse to PulseX pair. But then I just got wet. I got cold feet when it came out, and I thought, I kept seeing that. At first, I think it was like 4.5 too. I think it was like 4.5 PulseX per pulse, right, for the first like couple days or something. And I mean, I was thinking about that. I was like, there's no way. Everybody needs Pulse. Everybody wants it. Only the ones who sacked have it, or maybe you got some off the chain or from a buddy, or there's supposed to be one. Another thing I was going to say, there's supposed to be one safe, what's it called? Safe, I forget, safe swap or something.
Trust swap.
Not trust swap. I'm not talking about trust swap. There's another one that that announced that they had like Pulse available on their platform. I'm pretty sure it's safe swap, something I'd never really heard of, fairly new or whatever. But I tried to do a little research on it, and I threw a little bit of Pulse at it just to see if I could actually trade on it. It's like it's like a KuCoin type of thing. You know what I mean? Just a stupid CEX that maybe they did get a small position or a medium position in PulseChain, and they also offer PulseX. I don't know if it's just a terrible what's it called? I don't know if it's just a terrible exchange, but those tokens have not showed up on that. If you look at my tweets, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it's I don't know if it's a scam or not, and haven't really determined. Some people that I trusted that it worked, and they were able to buy Pulse. There's a Pulse USDT pair, and then a Pulse X USDT pair. Not a ton of liquidity in there, but it seems to, and there's not a ton of volume, but it is moving. So I don't know, but who knows? But I don't know the details about it yet. So I'm just kind of keeping my eye on that one. If anyone knows what the actual exchange is that I'm trying to remember, I think it's Safe Swap, but that might be wrong.
Someone put in the chat, Safe Trade. Was that the one?
Safe Trade, yeah, that's it. Safe Trade. Yep. Yeah. So if you go on that, you can go on there. You can find them on Twitter. I think it's like Safe.trade or something. We'll get to there. They have Pulse. They have the two pairs with USDT. I don't know if they're real yet though. So I don't. Some people did say on Twitter they got it, and they were reputable people that I initially would believe, but people change. So. Brisology, man, how you been?
Oh, I've been fantastic. Just been hanging out with Maddie in the conference.
Nice.
And
I saw I caught you a couple times, man. When I was actually talking to Maddie last night, seeing if I could jump in at some point. You were on with I forget who you were on with. Another one of my Feeder. David Feeder was on.
Oh yeah.
I love David. David, I spent more time talking to David when he was in Albany with us than probably anybody, because I ended up sitting right next to him at the dinner table while we were eating our steaks. So he and I were just shooting the shit for quite a while.
He's one of my favorite Hexicans.
Yeah, he's a good man. He's a good dude. He's definitely someone that I look to for for information and advice, and we kind of feed off each other's ideas sometimes. But yeah, he's a good dude. I'm considering doing the validator thing. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think you should do it.
It's a pretty small investment, and it's very economical, very green. Last number I heard, what was Briss, I think David was saying he was estimating like roughly 25,000 pulse per day, perhaps at this point in time, right? For a validator.
I think he said he was getting 70 pulse per attestation, and he said he was getting like 270 attestations a day. So
interesting.
I'm not a math genius. I can't do that math in my head. But yeah, I'm personally, validating isn't something that I'm really interested in doing. I've always been here since like the Bitcoin days.
Yeah, I remember, man. You still love your Bitcoin.
I love it.
You gotta have props. You gotta give props to the original, to the OG.
Hod Pro said it. She's all, don't forget your roots.
That's right. That's right.
But and way back in the day, like everyone was like, I'm gonna buy, Bitcoin miners from China, and I'm gonna print all this money. And it's like, bro, you should have just bought the coins.
Yep, and just sat on it.
Yeah,
that would have been good enough.
So
right?
That's kind of my current position. But if it's feasible and you can set it up, and you're not worried about like getting slashed, from penalties of not being online, then you know what? Go for it. I can't really see too much downside, but again, I just want to say, not something I kind of want to do.
Right.
Hey,
that's interesting.
Hey, Mike,
I'm a pretty techie guy.
Can you turn your phone? Can you turn your phone so we don't have those black bars?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. There we go.
So Mark, when I said you should do it, I need to maybe say a few more words. Number one, I'm not doing it. Number two, I think you should do it if it will bring joy to your life from like an academic, educational, learning standpoint, or
enrichment.
Or enrichment in terms of like you're going to compound the crap. You're going to have like so many different computers that you're going to surpass Huddle Dog, and your aim is to be the number one validator in the whole world. In those instances, I think you should do it. But yeah, just full disclosure, I'm not doing it.
Well, I know some pretty savvy people that are like network engineers but they can't understand crypto like I can. I've been trying to get my one buddy over to read over this with me, because he's probably got about 80 of those Intel NUCs sitting at his house, just because he's in IT, he's just what he does. Actually got two friends in IT, and I want to get them both on and get them both validating. But I'm gonna have to give them some pulse, or show them where to get some, I guess, if I want to get them.
That's a Hex flex, making money, we going by the excess. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an express.
Like, comment, and share.
Who's that?
Hey,
is that Toby Wan?
No, Toby has a beard.
What's up? Hello. Hey, what's up, class? Hex Machina. Oh no,
See ya.
Jen Hex is here.
Toby looks like he's like wearing a disguise with a fake
Yeah.
mustache, the nose, and
He's got the
glasses.
Groucho Marx like going on there.
This was he started
You
this
look
new
good,
private
though, Toby. You look
investigation
good.
firm.
I like it with the glasses. I want to wear glasses so I look smarter. I should run and just go and get my glasses.
you're-
My
Don't
dream will
worry,
be
class. Everyone already knows you're the
Plenty
smartest person on this panel.
I swear, every time I see
I'm a
Toby, it's
relative
like
retard.
it's like beard, no beard, mustache, goatee. It's like that Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther. He's like got a different disguise on every time.
Right. Keep
I have a crop and it's a pink highlighter.
This was going to be my my Miami disguise, my Tom Selleck Miami Beach look.
Tom Selleck, that's perfect.
I didn't want to be.
He's gonna rent a retro.
You could interview
80s
like Tom
Ferrari.
Peter Gillespie. You could be like Tom.
Yeah. No doubt.
You could troll him. That would be so funny to troll him as a reporter.
No doubt. That would be funny. Is he down there? How's it going, Maddie? You having fun?
Hey, yeah, good times.
Cool, man. So sorry I wasn't able to make it Tuesday. David Feeder and I were on a prolonged Zoom call. It should have taken an hour. It took about 4.5, but I got everything done. Got my validators rolling, and
Nice. Hey, we were just talking about validators.
I'm just really thankful that you're stopping double spends.
I'm doing my part.
You know, because that's what validators do is they stop double spends from happening. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm happy to be a part of the solution, right?
Yeah, because like money stops being money if you can spend it twice, like
pretty much
the same coins. You know.
Hey, speaking of spending it twice, I saw a TikTok thing where someone was dogging on the Bitcoin convention, and at the very tail end of the TikTok, they showed a fucking DeLorean, and they even had the hoverboard in the passenger seat. I'm like, what kind of bullshit is that? They're ripping off Maddie's idea.
Whoa. I still got that magnet on my fridge, by the way, Maddie.
Thank you. I hope it's holding up some important papers.
Absolutely not. No, it lives in a spot all by itself. There's nothing more important it could hold than its message.
Do you want to know a fun fact about that magnet?
Yes, I do.
It's 3.69 inches.
No way.
Did you use the golden ratio when you designed its friggin' dimensions? You used the golden ratio, didn't you? Yeah, I knew it.
No, I mean like the choices were 3 inches or 4 inches, and I said 3.69. Yeah,
there you go.
Why not?
Maddie, so you had choices. Here's choices A and B, and you chose C. That's how my kids work.
Yeah. But you're right. They did steal my idea. Except this time they brought it inside the convention hall. Last year, I brought my DeLorean outside, and I asked them how much it cost for them to like set it up as a display, and they were too embarrassed to tell me.
Wow.
So look, I mean, you know, we had the DeLorean at the HEX conference. We had the DeLorean outside the Bitcoin conference. We should probably get it into a Pulse conference one of these days.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, one that doesn't rug.
Well, yeah, that would be helpful for sure.
For sure.
I mean,
I love all the people that are out there like, oh, you guys got rugged. Don't you think Richard would have rugged when he had like all those billions of dollars sitting in that sacrifice wallet for all these years? You know,
No,
I think that would have been a better opportunity.
You can't rug a sacrifice because there's no expectations.
Yeah.
This is very true.
Easy.
Guys, did you see the tweet that Richard said, like, do you guys like free coins? He's like, post your address here if you maybe want some free PLS. And then he had a follow-up tweet that said, do you like free stuff? I was like, yeah, I like free stuff. Did you see those tweets?
I saw it.
Yeah.
That's a little out of character.
Wait,
I'm like, happy day, bro.
he was asking for people to post an address.
Richard.
Yeah, yeah, fully.
And I
He goes,
I
if you
trolled
want
him with a
maybe
fake
some
one.
free stuff.
I started with
Oh.
OX00 hey dum dum something something 369. So I probably wasn't going to get any coins.
I
Sorry,
thought
Richard.
there's like a 1 in 1,000 chance that like Richard Hart is going to give me like free coins. I gave obviously like a giveaway wallet address.
He said you. I'm not saying you're going to get any or not, and I'm like, okay, he's probably not going to give any. He just wants to see how many people tweet it. So hindsight, I probably should
Adoption.
have the address.
Good old Richard and his adoption wizardry.
Hey,
got
being
me.
a TA nerd, I just got a notification. Bree is actually quite skilled at technical analysis, and she just tweeted that PLS has broken out. And looks like the measured move on her pattern takes
You
us
can bring up a
to
chart here. Bring it up.
Bring up a chart.
Well, I don't
Who's
have
got
a
it?
chart. Bring up her
Who knows how to do it?
I can share the
Maybe. I got a chart.
Audience
Who wants to see my
incoming.
chart?
Are you talking about Bree from like the old Bree from the old days there?
Yep, the old days, Bree. That's been around forever. But she basically she's got a target on Pulse of 3 zeros and a 3.5.
Wow.
Toby1, your mic is a little bit low.
A little low? Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's the
Maddie, am I allowed to
filter.
share my chart on your show?
Better?
What do you got? What is it a chart of?
I got a chart. It's PLS chart. Wrap PLS.
The mustache is filtering his
on Dex screener.
Oh, from Dex. Got it.
What do you think about CoinGecko? They freaking CoinGecko put it up. I guess CoinMarketCap put it up, listed it. Can't deny it. That's what that was last I heard. They do. Yeah, it's up there.
I heard CoinGecko took it back down.
I don't know how to enter it into the show. It's coming up on my end.
We just got a tweet or a telegram from Richard sharing this stream.
Yes, we did.
Invite the king in, Matt.
We might see a little traffic.
He's got the link. He's welcome anytime.
All right, we're on a daily chart because that's how I roll. Dex screener daily chart, and we're at over double sack price. Boom.
Oh yeah.
So,
hey, class,
I'm
take
no
that down
chart
to
analysis.
take that down to a 4 hour.
All right.
Like on the top, you see the blue D on the top of there.
Yeah, I see it. There you go.
There's a little carrot next to the D. Oh, you got 4 hour. There you
Yeah,
go.
I got a 4 hour.
Actually, yeah. So see, you can see it almost looks like a little dragon. He's got like a big saggy belly. And then like
Toby, I'm a fan of 4 hour as well. I've always liked the 4 hour for Hex. I don't know why, or for just the essence I like to look at.
Yeah, higher time frames give you a little more clarity and are a little more consistent with an analyzation of the patterns. If you're doing like a 15-minute chart, then it's like smoking crack. If you go
pretty much you get the 1 second. If you pay trading view to get the 1 second chart, you might as well just jump over a bridge.
Pretty much. So,
hey guys, I was just gonna say real quick too. PLSX is trending. 1.4 million tweets. So if you're using Twitter, don't forget to throw some
very
hits on there for it because
hell yeah,
good.
Wait, what? What'd you just say?
Okay,
No,
so
Felix.
Toby1 and Brisology, do you guys want to go into a separate StreamYard room and resolve Toby1's sound issues?
Yes, please.
Yeah, get him to shave the mustache. It's filtering like
yeah, maybe that's it. Getting some mustache feedback.
Tom Selleck got it.
No, that's cool. Thanks.
Normally we have Sticker Guy who's doing it, but yeah, if you guys leave this room and then go into the other room, then you should be able to resolve the sound issues, just like it's a backstage.
All right. I'll
Maddie, check it out. Can you see?
What do you got?
I got the beginnings of a man bun forming here.
Oh, hey.
You see it?
Nice. Man buns are hot. They are. Yeah, you got
I grew it all out. Got the beard.
you
I'm
can do a
trying
man
going for the
bun.
wizard beard. Maddie, you can do a man bun all day. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh
You
yeah.
want to show us, Maddie? Just show us what it would look like.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh,
There it is.
nice.
See?
Yeah, it's the sprouty one version. Yeah, yeah.
I don't have a man bun. I'm wearing a hat because mine's more like a man croissant.
Right now, I have more of a man sprout, so that's it's all good. But
I usually rock
so
a bun.
you how do I pronounce your name? Chaz.
Oh, Claz. Yeah, because I'm an Aussie.
Claz.
So yeah, everything is like
I love how well Hex and Pulse and Richard Hart are represented over in Australia. There's so many Aussies that got the bug and got into it. You guys all just passed it on to each other.
Yeah,
Sammy and I love so many of you guys. You're just the greatest. It's always so much fun
this
to
one
stream
time on
with too.
Twitter Spaces, I convinced people that kangaroo urine was like some kind of medical elixir. Anyway, that went on for about I don't know, half an hour or an hour. I was like, I can't keep this up. This is too wrong. Like, people actually thought that, like, I don't know what they thought, but I think
we need you Aussie Hexicans to keep an eye out
actually,
and protect Hextrovert. He's very clumsy, so we want to keep him around for a while. He's fallen into some hot tubs and stuff, and
hot tubs with hot women.
No, hot tubs at the Vegas party.
Oh, you're talking about Ty falling in the spa at the party? Yeah.
Yeah, I asked him earlier when Hot Tub Token was going to launch, but he Ty's great, man.
You know, like if
He's
if I saw a fellow Aussie fall into a pool, I would jump in that pool so they did not feel alone, and I would make sure it was like a wet party from then on. I'd be like, "You're not in the pool. Get out of this house."
It was the second time he almost fell back in.
Americans don't think that way. You know?
I thought the people that weren't in the pool were in the wrong. That's what I thought. I would have jumped right in. I would have just like, you know, it's going to be like a knickers in the pool party. Like everybody run around and have a great time. But instead, he gets judgment. Like shame on those people that were not in the pool, really.
Let out your inner degen, you know.
It's strong.
Good times. I can't
I
can't let Ty live it down because it was just such a memorable thing. Like I just have to. Every time I see him, I'm just like, I
love Ty. He's so welcoming. Every time I go into a space, he always says hello, even if I'm in
he's
listening
great.
mode.
I like all the MGR guys or MCR. Sorry.
So,
Maddie, how you holding up?
Claus.
Somebody wants to be unblocked, and they're making it really hard for me to find them.
You do your thing, Maddie. I'll talk to Makina over here.
Yeah.
You so you said you streamed with the ladies discourse on DS?
Yeah. I stream with them. I'm
Very
streaming again
cool.
next week. Yeah, it's fun.
Very cool. I
So
love
much
those
fun.
chicks.
Sammy is
Yeah,
so awesome.
Sammy is a blast. I'm sad I haven't gotten to meet Sammy in person yet because I know I've heard just that she's just like the best, and I always have fun talking to her too. She's great.
Quintessential like Australian.
Sammy gave me this hat.
Oh yeah, well I have the same hat, Mister. I got it from, and she may have gotten it from the same people that you got it from.
She got it in her swag bag for the golf tournament, and when we were all leaving, she's like, "Do you want a hat?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." You know.
So did you get your? I was going to say something inappropriate, but maybe we'll bring it back to like crypto. So like, you guys want to talk crypto? Maybe we should bring it back to crypto. Gen Hex, tell me your PulseChain experience.
I mean, I sacked for PulseChain. I just found Richard and Hex and everything right as it was happening. So I scrambled and realized it was an opportunity, and I wasn't able to sack a lot for it, but I was able to get in. And then I was more prepared when PulseX happened, so I was able to sack a lot better for that. I mean, hindsight now, as probably everybody thinks, like I wish I'd have figured out ways to sell everything I owned or something, right? But and then just like all the rest of us,
like Michael Saylor says.
Well, just like the rest of us, right after Pulse sack, we thought, oh, this is going to be in a couple months, right? That fall, and then he started talking about Pulse Swap, which became PulseChain, and then the test nets and coming out, and it seems like it's been a long time, but in some ways, it doesn't seem like it's been that long, and I feel like it's helped me learn to have more patience, which in the long run has helped me develop my ladder for my Hex staking. And even now, like I'm excited about PulseChain launching, and I'm looking forward to all the milestones we're going to enjoy together to see, but I'm not like FOMO freaking out. Like I don't feel like I have to panic, do something, right? I'm confident, just waiting, go to work, pay my bills, DCA what I can in. I'm going to keep DCAing in. I'm going to keep getting as much as I can up until I don't feel like, I don't even know when that would be. I don't know when I would quit getting it.
Tell me about your Hex staking strategy on PulseChain, because I'm yet to form mine because I'm still in the scatter mode a little bit. I won't lie. I'm not wrecking myself, but I'm still
jumping in. Is go.hex.com that front end working smoothly now with PulseChain?
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Nice. It's all there. It loads up.
But yeah, I mean, me personally, honestly, I'm going to keep staking on both chains. I mean,
But are you going to stake smaller amounts on PulseChain given the lower fees, or how are you going to do that?
No, I think I'll do what I've always done. I DCA the money I can afford to carve out after my bills are paid, and then once I get a certain amount, then I'll stake it. And depending on where I'm at in my ladder and what gaps I have and stuff, you know. But I made the mistake when I first got in. I mean, I was staking like 500 hex and different stuff like that, you know. And
that was a big mistake. A lot of us made that mistake early on.
well, I didn't have a lot I didn't have a lot of liquid cash to buy anything, and I just felt like the TShares timer was counting down all the time.
Oh God, yeah.
And then I just didn't necessarily take into consideration, but none of it matters because I got the copy on Pulse.
Right, dude. When I realized how I had a lucky position, well, not lucky, but I had a good perspective because I literally had looked at I looked at the numbers for Hex every day, to do the show. I didn't do the show every day, but I looked at them every day. I followed the stats every day as far as, as far as wallets, new wallets, as far as, how much was locked, how much came out, how many stakes were set to end. I was always staring at those numbers and just constantly consuming all that information. And I realized, oh my God, this TShares price is flying away like on a jet, like out of nowhere. Like I think it was 2021. I made a stake with like $1,000 for, it was like in March or something. And then I did the same thing in April, and like the one in March I got like 25 TShares for. The one in April, 1 month later, I got 10 TShares for the same amount of money, the same amount of US dollars. I was like, oh my God, this TShares rate is flying away. That's when you start to realize, like, okay, this is, I don't want to wait right now. I want to get this in.
I don't know about you guys, like how your accumulation of Hex as you got it, whether you were around for big payday or whatever. Me, it's always been just DCAing in, like, I get a little bit of money, I try to buy some, try to accumulate a certain amount and then stake it and stuff like that. But when you sign in and look at your stakes and you look at your total Hex after yield and everything, I remember back when I'd see a certain number and be like, oh, I'm almost to this number. And it's like, wow, look, man, I'm
those
really
psychological levels.
And then now I look at it and I'm like, holy crap, back when I started, I thought it was going to take me forever to get this much, but the DCA works.
Oh yeah, it does.
Sometimes, a couple years ago, there was times you were buying it maybe at 30 cents, 15 cents, 18 cents, and then 9 cents.
I onboarded people at those prices, and I told them,
it adds up.
You're taking the risk, it's what are you going to do? It doesn't feel good, but
and the TShares and the yield, I mean, it adds up and accumulates.
Yeah.
What else does that?
Gen Hex, I kind of looked at my day one adoption amplifier of, like, how much ETH I put in, how much Hex I received, and I'm like, how did I increase from, like, I kind of went like all in on day one, and I'm like looking at my bags like nowadays, I'm like, how did my bags increase like that much, and it's really just because of dollar cost averaging and staking.
Well, staking, us early stakers were getting insane APY. That's what attracted me to it initially, is, being able to see in real time on the chain via Staker app what people bought at, what people were cashing in at, after how long they held, how much yield they got, and I was sold. I said, this is different. This is different than anything I've seen before. At that point, I started to systematically sell my entire precious metals coin collection, and then I took all of that and put it into one big stake that went on for, I think it was like a 444-day stake that I put in on day 420. I got in on Hex day 420. So that was like I wasn't super early either, but I was early enough to be right before the bull run, basically, which was good.
I don't want to get all Dave Ramsey on everybody, but my job, I'm provided a work vehicle, and they pay for the gas, so I drive it back and forth home, and my personal vehicle sits in the driveway. And I had bought a brand new Camry in 2020, so I had this Camry sitting in my driveway, and every day I'd come home, pull up in my work truck, walk past my beautiful black Camry SE, lovely car, and just shake my head like, damn it, I got a payment next week or something, right? So one of the local dealerships, this is I don't know, about a year and a half ago or something, sends me something in the mail. Hey, we want to buy your car, all this stuff. I'm like, what the heck? I'll see what they say, right? Long story short, they wrote me a check because they're so hard up to get inventory. They wrote me a check.
Was this when the used car chart was like going like crazy up and to the right? Yeah.
About, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something.
Right.
So they gave me like $4,000 more than payoff, which was over sticker for a car I had for a year and a half, but I'd only had 800 miles on the car because I drove my work vehicle and I hadn't driven out of town.
800 miles? Was that a brand new car?
I got it brand new, and it was
you got it brand new.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they gave me over what sticker was for it when it was new. Paid off Toyota, and I got $4,000. And I took $2,000 and went and bought a hoopty, and the other two went towards my PulseX sack because PulseX came up right after that. So
you know what's funny?
The whole Dave Ramsey, like, get the hoopty, so don't have the car payment and stuff. And then every month that I didn't have that $400+ car payment was money that I could DCA with. So
heck yeah.
Oh, nice, man. That's awesome.
I did the same thing. I don't know if you guys remember the buy HEX Kia Telluride I bought. It was like a 2022.
That's the big SUV, right?
Yeah. I bought it brand new. I put like $50,000 down on it. I literally bought it at the very top of the bull market completely by accident, which was pretty amazing. But I sold that. I had to sell it. I sold it and I bought like a 2006 Mercury Montego. And I still have the buy HEX license plate on it. So now I drive around an old beater with a buy HEX license plate on it.
I got a very similar story where I paid for my car via the proceeds of Litecoin that I sold, and I was very, very upset that I had to sell those Litecoins at $250 each. Because, but that was like the best like thing ever because they tanked, after that, and they've never recovered.
Charlie Lee.
Well, when you're in the middle of the bull run, man, you just like even when at that time when HEX was 50 cents, and when I got that car, and you just never think it's gonna end. You know what I mean? You just keep looking at it, and it just kept going and going, and the psychology, your brain just loves that dopamine hit so much. You just think it's never gonna end. You convince yourself, all right, I'm just gonna. And there were so many times I took money out, and I would take little, I would stake. I had a couple of short stakes that I was doing monthly, and just taking the yield off, and then restaking the principal, and every time it would go up, and it would be as if I never took the money out. You know what I mean? It's like the total dollar value of what I had would go back up. So when I took the money out, as if I never took it. So it was like, man, this is like, it's just like, it seems like free money. It's like a fantasy. It's like, it was so hard to grasp.
That's awesome. Dude, Toby, tell us about your HEX. Sorry, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask.
I'm going to dip out for a minute, guys. I got to go take care of something.
All right.
I'll be right back, though.
See ya.
Cool. I love that dude. He's funny as shit. But hey, Briz, I know you're trying to. You actually have a social.
Your audio is really low. I need you to speak up a lot.
Okay, got it. I'll just
or fix your audio.
Turn up your gain, Toby.
Turn the gain back up. Okay, I'll try that. Hopefully, if it gets wrecked again, Maddie, just give me a thumbs down, and I'll turn the gain back down. Turn the gain back down.
No, thumbs down. Turn it up.
Turn it up.
Toby had a similar story.
He's too quiet. All right.
He lowered his internet back to dial-up to save for DCAing.
I did, right? Yeah. Well, it's probably my validators just sucking down my bandwidth, I think. So, But hey,
bring the mic closer to your mouth.
It is, dude. I'm gonna pull the hexo. It's like hitting my tonsils, bruh. It's like I don't even know this mic like that.
Okay. We have 575 people watching. We can't.
You know what to do,
stream with
Toby.
wrecked audio. You can go back with Brisology and fix it. Or
we checked it and it was good. So am I clipping now?
am I the only one that's hearing quiet audio from Toby Warren?
How's my audio, Class?
Look, I think your audio is acceptable, but Maddie has exceptionally high standards, and I don't want to ruin that.
That's okay. Well, all right.
I don't want to get in the middle of
turn it up,
this.
and then if it starts clipping, then just put a thumbs down. Okay.
I want to know about your HEX staking strategy on PulseChain, Toby. Tell me how I should do my staking level.
Maddie, just give me a thumbs down if I'm clipping. Okay. Basically, I've got an established staking ladder, so I'm 15 years out, and basically I do it about every quarter. So about every 3 months, I've got a stake coming out. So that obviously got copied over. Thank you, Richard Hart. And I had a fair bag of liquid that I was hanging on to for the split, for the copy, and wasn't sure really exactly best way to deploy that. So currently, I'm still holding. It's probably about 10% of my bag. What's 12 compared to 17? I don't know, whatever that is. So percent, I don't want to like people my bag, but basically I've got a fair amount liquid, and it's at least 10%, or no, it's not quite 10%, whatever, like 5 to 10%, let's say, of liquid. And then I was trying to see if maybe there's a good deal on PulseX, if I want to bolster that, because I actually did more sacrifice for Pulse than PulseX. And I kind of like the idea of maybe having a little more PulseX. So I thought maybe I'll swap that out for a dip. But the HEX ratio was such that I missed the best opportunity it seemed to buy when we first launched, because I was literally on a phone call, just like I was Tuesday, but I was on a phone call with David trying to harden my network security and get my validators like absolutely perfect before we went to mainnet. And then funnily enough, I was actually on a call with him when mainnet went live. So we're on a Zoom call, just me and him, and I've got all my notifications turned off. You know, I'm trying to be respectful, and he's got tons of customers now that are blowing him up for this stuff. So he had his on, but he had it silenced. He's like, "Hey man, is your phone blowing up?" And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "I don't know." I said, "I've got everything turned off," and I was using my phone as the Zoom connection in case we lost internet. So it was like over 5G, and he goes,
"Now your audio is completely gone."
I didn't do anything.
This
Oh, shit.
There was just a big long pause. That's all.
Yeah, your audio cut out the last 10 seconds, Toby.
Hey, Maddie.
Oh, dang! The story was just getting juicy.
I'm gonna be taking off out of here. Is that all right, Maddie?
Yeah. That's all good, man. Thanks for being on. And yeah, whenever you're around tomorrow, let me know. Okay.
For sure. All right, guys.
Bruce.
Crypto Class, it was really nice meeting you.
Yeah, it's really lovely to meet you.
And Hex Machina, I don't know if you can hear this, but glad to see you again. And you too, Toby and Craig. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Bruce.
All right.
See you Tuesday, man.
See you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.